Good morning, everybody. Welcome all. Um, we'll get started in a minute. I think everybody's, well, we might as well get started now. 0800 or 0900 this morning. We got a lot of work to do as we have covered in the past classes. I think you guys are all repeat clients, so we'll try to create some value today. Everybody, you want to take your mics off? Say hi, please. Thomas, I see your mics off. Say hi. I need a mic check from everybody. I'm going to know that you are there.
Good morning,
And
Mr. Brian. It's
hi,
Ojiro.
hi, good day.
Good day. Good day.
And
Hello, everyone.
yeah, again, guys, as always, again, last couple classes I've been doing all the talking. I strongly request, suggest, and hope that you're going to be putting some input in today. We love questions. I do have the slides. I know there's a lot to look at, and I'm kind of frying your brain as we go along these hundreds of images. But uh, always the feedback makes it more valuable. I think I'm recording. I am trying to set up some videos so I can get these up on YouTube more efficiently. John has some little concerns about that. But obviously you still got to get the license in place. So the goal is to listen, but also pick up some stuff. Now this week,
Yeah. Hey, Brian, how are you?
hi, welcome, Thomas.
Yeah, so I have my, hold on, my phone goes in and out, so I have to put on another computer
Okay,
that I don't have a
take
speaker on.
take
So,
your time, relog in, no rush, and
all right,
I'll hook you up through the new. I'll let your new link be
okay,
available.
thank you.
Yeah, I know we have a long day today. I was actually a little concerned. I had some firewall issues at I came to my office today to do some work, and the firewall has been a little erratic. So hopefully I won't have any problems. But I am keeping an eye on it through my other phone, and I got my other laptop just in case. um, Today's a redundancy day. Again, we got a lot to cover. In fact, redundancy is probably a pretty important thing to think about with home inspection. You're going to be walking around a house, trying to take or a building. I remember 1 to 4 family. As you inspect it, you're going to be thinking about, you know, am I getting everything? Am I seeing everything? I have a limited amount of time. I'm not going to have time to go back home and pick up supplies. I'm not going to, I've got to have everything I need, which is as little or as much as I want to bring. Um, and I need to be able to deliver an inspection. I need to rehearse and be ready to do it when the client needs it. The client is an interesting term. You always want to think about who you're going to be inspecting with. There's a great debate. Many people feel like the worst thing you can do is inspect a house with the existing owner. Um, I kind of agree with them, but I'd remind you that the existing owner is also the one very often that's not very good at hiding all of the things that are wrong with the house. So again, the goal is to be able to, find out what's wrong. Your visual um, looking at it is one way to do it, obviously, but sometimes just smoking it out of the person that's there. Sometimes you got a chatty. The chatty ones, excuse me, the chatty ones will often tell you the problems, make your job a little easier, or perhaps direct you into problems that might occur. Again, as always, as I've already introduced, as everybody's joining in, current and I see a former student. Welcome, Sarah. The Again, my goal is to get you guys ready to be home inspectors. As a reminder, when we teach this class in the future, if you paid for it and you want to listen to it twice, that's perfectly okay. As also, as I said to a few that are already on, a couple have since joined. Questions, questions, questions. Feel free at any time to play Stump Brian. Um, I'm quite honestly, I'm always learning too, especially with the new energy codes. I am almost having to relearn how to design buildings. Just in the last 5 years, technology changes have made it such that building designs are almost, well, very significantly being changed. And these are things to think about. again, as always, one of the things I like to do is I want to know who you guys are. I'll give you guys a chance in a minute to think about how you might introduce yourselves. And I want you to treat that as kind of a marketing exercise. You know, you are in class with some people that I like on if anybody's old enough to remember Silicon Valley in its more rational days, there was a concept called co-opetition where you work with your competitors and everybody wins. And I'd like to think that's true today, where, especially in this business, where you essentially, as a sole prop, unless you get into larger firms, you might have ebbs and flows of workflow, and therefore having some business allies is a valuable strategy. I give a lot of my architectural work away to other architects, and occasionally it comes back in good ways. I just got a call from a CEO of a company in Shanghai the other day that wants me to design a city. Yeah, right. In China. Well, the funny part is he's not kidding. But luckily, I've done that before, so it should be interesting. The point is that I want you to really, even in this COVID world where we're all staring at our screens, I want you to think about how you are going to be networking, because really, this is an incredibly social business. Excuse me. Your job is to go out and walk through a house and touch and feel and smell and try to figure out any potential problems in a house so that a buyer you can advise a person to not make perhaps big mistakes with the largest purchase of their life. By the way, how's my audio? Because everybody got me in audio okay? Again, as always, you can, especially for 9 hours, I don't think anybody wants to dare put their video on other than me. But generally, we keep the video and audio off, and that's just for the purpose of trying to minimize the bandwidth. I never know when my bandwidth is going to go up or down. I'm at the office now with theoretically good bandwidth, but crazy things happen. Um, but anyway, with all of you, I want you to think about what your goal is here. How many people are planning on being a home inspector, and how many people are planning on using this knowledge to be a better investor or a better uh, real estate professional? Feel free to put that in the chat section. And Jay Soab and Tanya, thanks for the sound check. And Sarah's a capitalist. She's going for both. Both is, and so is Jay Soab. Good to you. Uh, you got me stumped. What's Jay Soab? I'm not sure. What?
Uh, that's my university's email, prior university's email. I don't know why it's showing up there.
That's okay. What's UH?
UH is University of Houston. It's in
Houston. Okay, that's yeah. Okay. Well,
yeah.
Houston's actually a hell of a market right now for real estate, right?
Yeah, but I'm in New York right now, so
Well, both will have their days, and
yeah.
so sometimes their nights. So welcome as always.
Thank you.
Uh, what's your first name? J stands for
It's Jamshade.
Jumpshade. Okay.
Yes, it's jam and shade. So Jamshade, yeah.
Just put the spelling of that in the text, just because I like to refer to say
Sure.
people by their names. And yeah, the reason why all of you, of course, uh, when you are starting Zoom, you'll be there's a thing that says what your name is, and you can change it each time. And that's particularly important because I have to take attendance. So um, John Shade and Thomas J. I think I could figure out. Sarah, of course, you guys are former class members. John Shade, I think you're new in this class. You might have taken some of the real estate classes. Anyway, let's keep moving on. As we say in the cover, hopefully you guys have a 5x5 on the screen, and of course, the Ivy Real Estate School. John and Ivy have been pretty amazing. They've been working for many years on this. I joined them about 7 years ago. I have learned quite a bit about real estate myself. Of course, I brought my knowledge as an architect and now a broker as well, but also my Wall Street experience as an MBA. I try to synthesize all these, and one of the things you'll find in this business is there are an immense amount of very, very, very smart people. And by the way, if you think construction doesn't require a hell of a lot of brains, you really don't know what's going on in the industry today. Construction is as high tech an industry as pretty much anything you're ever going to see out there. There's Mike coming back in. So, as I wanted to wait for Mike to come back in, I'm going to get cranking everybody. We'll do introductions in a minute. Let's see where we are. Okay, very quickly, who am I? Um, I am I've been very blessed to do some really fun things in my life. I've designed banks around the world, designed skyscrapers in New York City, Shanghai, uh, Singapore, you name it, all over the place, about 50 countries. I used to work with a little tiny bank called Deutsche Bank. It was fun until a couple of planes crashed into the building next door. But we got by, we managed, we organized, and we kept the world economy moving. But all things are very different these days, to say the least. After that, I did a lot of, I did very crazy thing. I'm probably one of the only person that's ever jumped from an investment bank to the building department. I did that for good reason. And A, it was fascinating. B, I wanted to do some public service. And C, I wanted to get back to my core, which is architecture and design. Um, with that, I became deputy borough commissioner for Manhattan, the Bronx, and Brooklyn, which gives me I got to tell you guys, not many people are going to have the perspective I have. I've ordered 100 buildings demolished. I've designed skyscrapers on Park Avenue. From that, I went to negotiating. The former mayor Bloomberg asked me to take over and negotiate against take over as the head of the New York Cement League. That sounds. I was negotiating for the concrete contractors. I am not kidding you when I say the the father-in-law of the man that I worked with is literally the man the movie The Godfather is patterned after. No kidding. It was an interesting experience. I didn't, however, speak enough Italian, but I did have a lot of respect for all parties when they realized that economics was going to drive the world and not influence. And my bringing economics and honesty to them was good. And I served as a trustee as well as a labor negotiator. Here's the imagined line. To all of you who've never had negotiations against 50,000 construction workers. Good day. Thank you for 10 hours of negotiations. We'll be striking you in the morning at the World Trade Center. And my response was, thank you, Mr. X. I'll see you in court in the morning. If you don't believe me, look it up in the Wall Street Journal. Again, after that, I have done a lot of teaching. I've been very blessed. And I teach, again, not construction, ironically, is one end of it, but the opposite end is I actually teach MBA finance. So if anybody wants to come to where I'm a vice chair professor at the Shandong Institute of Technology in the People's Republic of China, I even do courses remotely there. I had to do a couple last year. Along with that, I've also teach at Baruch and NYIT. Again, Ivy, I love to teach this class because, again, it's really passionate to get the people that we're dealing with. And quite honestly, hey, here's the news, guys. A lot of people forget this, but real estate is pretty much the first or second largest business in the world. I've been very fortunate to sell buildings as a broker. And yes, you can make an incredible amount of money in a short period of time. But something else, I personally can drive around New York City and say, I did that, I helped on that, I approved that, I demolished that. And as you get older in your career, that wisdom of knowing that you helped build the world around you is something you'll be proud of, and hopefully be able to share. If you have children, if you care about that, that's something I've been proud of. And today I do a lot of consulting with Bowler, and on my own, I help people make sure they understand what they can build. I like to tell them, I'll give you a fast no. Very often, people don't realize one of the fundamental rules of New York City, and this is a big one for you too as well. Always ask the motivation of the seller. Why are they selling? Are they selling because the building's secretly a wreck? It happens a lot. Um, in my From a design perspective, I tell people, I had a guy call me the other day, hey, I want to build this house and they won't let me. Well, unfortunately, his lot, the site that he's on, is 3 inches too narrow. It needs to be 40 feet wide, but it's only 39 foot 9. And because of that simple little fact, he has to go to court or go to an appeals board for 2 years before he's going to be allowed to build his building. Now, those things are usually out of the purview of the home inspector, but as you get good, you might be able to add some input on these. Again, don't give input generally in your reports on things you don't know about. But if you can add value, so much the better. Those are more things I put in architecture. So again, the class is M1 structural roofs and exteriors. Has anybody taken the test yet? Did anybody take the test yet for this, for the module 1 for the structure and roofing?
I did.
And how did you do? And how did the teaching help or not help?
Uh, the teaching was very good. It was a lot of a background knowledge of the information that's in the textbooks. When I was reading, I would reflect back to what you spoke about in the classes, and it helped me out a lot. I took the exam. I got a 94 on it.
Touche. You got higher
So
than me.
yeah, so yeah, it really helps the mixture of the book and the classes. And like you said, this is not just to pass the exams; it's the knowledge for the field. So it's a win-win.
Great, great. That's
Yeah,
that's really good to hear. I'm glad I helped a little bit.
yeah.
Anybody else take the test, this module 1 test yet? Or actually, some of you might be starting from the back end. You might be teaching when I taught module 3 a while ago.
I took it last week.
Hey, how'd you do?
I got an 80.
Okay, that's a pass. Anything I can do better? Let me know in the text. You can send me an email or put it in the chat. Hey, Brian, you're an idiot. You forgot to tell us about this, and this. Or hey, you covered this too much. I'm definitely up for feedback, guys. Every test is different and every building's different, but I'm glad you guys are progressing, and B, definitely, I'm always up for, if you see things or hear things or whatever that you want to know more about, let me know. If there's something from today that I maybe you want to know more about, first of all, I always these days it's go to YouTube. Second of all, feel free to text me, and I might be able to add it as a quick module in the next lecture. Because again, I want to make sure you guys are prepared. And this is probably about the 10th time I've taught this class. I always want to continue adding to the lecture. I added about 20 slides just last night, so hopefully we'll get through it. So let's get cranking. Again, structure was where we were. Interior, electric, insulation, and ventilation is going to be the next 2 days. When I started and laid this presentation out, I didn't put much stock in insulation, but let me tell you, the insulation impact today for new buildings, which you're not concerned with, new buildings insulation is insanely important. Okay, the requirements of the new energy codes makes exact perfection of insulation uh, life and death in literally whether you're able to get a certificate of occupancy for the house. Um, but Again, ventilation, of course, I don't think anybody, one of the great ironies of history is to understand how ideas change over time. And ventilation, a lot of people felt that, in the last, with the current energy codes, they want to seal you in a building and filter the air all the time. Well, guess what? I think within the perspective of COVID, we started to realize that that doesn't work. And although we can talk about a lot of the mechanical systems that they want to introduce, we're actually, in many ways, going back to the 1920s. In the 1920s, the United States had just finished up, of course, with the Spanish flu, a pretty bad epidemic, and their solution was, we're going to overheat the heck out of these houses. We're going to turn every house into a sauna, pump the hot air out, and waste as much energy as we can because that is healthy. Today, we're starting to look at that again. Again, the goal is to be warm, but not, and to manage and get as much recovery of that heat as possible. Anyway, this is where we are. General overview of the chapter. This is right out of the book. Uh, Again, interior inspection, doors and locks. Actually, most importantly, key terms and learning objectives. As we know with every chapter, probably the single most important thing you can do before a test is to read the do and don't, the shall and shall not sections in front of every chapter. And unfortunately, I didn't put them in my slides. So whether using the ASHI or the NACHI standards or the AHIT standards, you should be. Of course, today most of this is software driven, you should be very cognizant of what you do and don't inspect to provide the minimum service. Then once you provided the minimum service, then you can talk about providing additional services that, hey, you might charge more. Um, Going through the list here again, interior walkthroughs, doors and locks. I'm sure, let's see, walls and ceilings, floors. Each one of these has little nuances. We'll look at some pictures of, most of my pictures, of course, are of bad things, but most of the floors and ceilings you're going to see are going to be okay. Hopefully. um, Again, insulation and vapor barriers, your with those, you won't necessarily see them because most of the time they're either behind walls or they're up in the attic or the cellar, which is why we're going to spend a little time again in the attic and a little time looking at the insulation and the various stuff that's up there. And we're also going to be looking at the garage and the basements and crawl spaces again. That'll be a little bit of a repeat of last time. From that, we're also going to jump into the fireplaces, which have become, again, another example of what used to be, hey, it's a, place I heat, throw some wood in once in a while. Now there's an immense amount of law out there regarding fireplaces, and you should have a little working knowledge of that. As always, tacky as it sounds, read the learning objectives and important points. If you want to do a 10-minute overview of this class sometime during the day when you're bored of listening to me for a few minutes, go through each. I'm on the assumption that everybody has the book. Does anybody not have the home inspection book?
I haven't received it yet.
Okay. Coordinate with John, or maybe go to 34th Street if you're ever in town. By the way, you will not be immediately dead if you get off the subway in New York City. I don't have to worry about it because I had the fun, as some of you might remember, of having COVID in early January. And by the way, guys, at least for me, it wasn't any worse than the common flu. But a couple days rough, and then I'm back on my feet. But that said, if we're going to live in fear, we're going to have problems. And home inspection is all about kind of a little controlled fear. You are going to walk into somebody's house, try to see everything that's wrong, or almost everything that's wrong, write a report in a very short amount of time so you can get paid. And if something goes wrong, you have the risk of being sued or tasked for potential many times what you charged, because they might say, oh, you missed this and I got 30,000 worth of damage, so I want court damage. So things like your insurance and protection are out there. And that's also a reason for you to think about constantly re-educating, relearning. The great part today, of course, is you could tour 1,000 houses a day. It's called Zillow, right? You can look at all the things that go wrong in places. And hopefully some of you are doing the walkthroughs with a home inspector. John coordinates them. I know there are a couple guys, Fiore and some others, that do that. I hope you're making some progress on those. I unfortunately do not do them most of the time. Most of my inspections are buildings under construction and or buildings at risk. Therefore, my insurance can't bring you on site. Again, the when you're dealing with a building that is legally vacated from fire damage, that's not something I want to be taking you guys around. Although I will show you some pictures because you'll learn an immense amount. I like to say you'll learn the most from how a building fails. And there's a lot of insight you can gain from looking around. And as I showed you last time, also in my little walk around Forest Hills, I also want to mention to you that you should be trying really hard to make a point of just kind of walking around with a fresh eye wherever you are, your own apartment, your own house, your neighborhood, and just kind of do these inspections visually on your own. There'll be a lot of value to that. Again, as we go through these sections, let's start cranking away. Of course, why a home inspector? Again, inform the buyer of reasonable risk. That's the key I want to emphasize. You can't spot everything, but you need to try. Okay. And you need to give them an idea of what might become a problem in the future. Now, being a hypochondriac and saying the whole world's, the building's going to collapse, well, and I can say that, yes, buildings do collapse because I've actually ordered about 100 buildings demolished as a building commissioner. So I can say that from experience. However, if you start screaming the building's going to collapse all the time, you're going to be a nervous Nelly. In the all of you should have access to my Dropbox. If you do not, please send me information. Please let me know that you don't have it yet on either the chat or send me an email, and I'll try to make it right. Because I put a lot of the information here, including the lectures, up in the Dropbox. Although the newest lecture's not there, there's some value. Let's see. As always, I got a couple with your mics on. I'm just going to mute you for now. Nothing personal, but it sounds like somebody's eating some cereal. But generally, again, feel free to take your mute off at any time and ask a question. Okay. So why are we doing this? Again, inform risk. Why is it a license? Well, because you're getting a license from the New York State Department of State. Why do they care? The answer is their job is to give licenses to industries that protect the health, safety, and welfare of New York citizens. That sounds pretty irrelevant, right? Well, it actually is very important. Why does a barber get a license? Well, they concocted a reason, saying you'll find lice or whatever, or diseases. And they're actually right. But in many ways, a license serves its purpose of creating a barrier of protection from anybody, just anybody jumping into the market. Because I always say I don't care about the licensing process. I care about the insurance process these days. Insurance, I think, is the biggest risk in any business. And the thing keeping a lot of people out. Of course, 1 to 4 families, what you're allowed to inspect as a New York State home inspector. Are you allowed to do a store and 3 family? Legally, no. Legally, that's a commercial building. However, you can definitely provide a report to the owner if he asks. He may want to know, hey, what are the problems I'm going to have? I want a preemptive inspection. Totally okay. But a bank will not accept a home inspector's report, or potentially the seller may not accept the home inspector's report if you're doing, let's say, an 8 or 12 or 16 family. But that said, your report can add value. But again, your insurance will only protect you in 1 to 4 family home. Why does that matter? As an example, if you are walking through an 8 family and you break your ankle, well, your insurance is not going to cover you for that. Actually, you're going to be able to sue the owner of the building. The owner of the building is going to try to sue your home inspector insurance. They're not going to be able to, so they're going to sue you personally. I know it sounds crazy, but trust me, the legal repercussions of this business are quite extensive. I spent about 2 hours on the phone yesterday with a homeowner that is having a real problem with his 1870s house in Park Slope. And I finally said, look, dude, you can't manage this building. That you're letting the court get in the way. You're better off selling it. And of course, this is where it's also good to be a real estate broker as well. But again, making sure you don't get any conflict of interest. I explained both of the options to him. Of course, the real estate industry has a lot of moving parts and a lot of licenses. And if you don't know, the construction industry does as well. Would you guys believe for the construction industry, New York City issues what about the building department issues of 24 licenses, and the fire department issues like 70. I mean, you got to have a license to watch a person welding. Is that crazy? No, it's the law. Um, Why? Because every once in a while, a spark from a weld falls down a shaft and burns Notre Dame Cathedral, right? Or a 400 unit apartment building in Edgewater, New Jersey. So the point is that every license has its purpose. You got to respect it. It's for fair and informed competition, proper insurance, as well as protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens or visitors or illegals or whoever's here. You're human, so we want to protect your rights. Again, class intros. Anybody want to go? I always like doing a class intro as we've been kind of rambling on. Very quickly, I am Brian Winter. Rego Park, Queens is where I live currently. and I'm kind of scared that this is not the most up-to-date slide. Um, and one fact is that New York City has fire districts that limit wood use in structural elements of houses to only 2 stories in most of the city. That's interesting. Most people don't real. If you're outside of New York City, you might see 4 and 5 story houses all the time in wood. In New York, you're actually not allowed to. And why? Because your neighbor is 2 inches away instead of 2 feet. So things to think about. Again, the New York population, quick reminder, most of New York City is downstate and in the string of pearl cities along uh, the thruway. But most green is 1 person per square mile, or like 1 to 10. So we're dealing with large chunks of the state that are incredibly low population. So you may very well, I doubt you're going to inspect a skyscraper, but you may, not as a home inspector, but as a person giving his opinion. A legal inspection of a skyscraper has to be by an engineer or sometimes an architect. Um, Again, as we go through chapters 7 and 9, we think about all the different things inside the house, good, bad, and that interface between the inside and the outside, the conditioned and unconditioned space. That's a very important concept of today, where it used to be, hey, I got a wall, the rain keeps off. Okay, that's good. Today, you're dealing with, R38 insulation, where um, you're I was watching a video online at YouTube where a guy has a house in Canada. He's got a 5,000 square foot house, and all he needs to heat the house is equivalent of a blow dryer. Why? Because the insulation is so tight. So again, interior insulation, HVAC is going to be something we're going to teach in another class. Uh, but it all interrelates with everything we do, and you'll see clues along the way as you walk around houses that tells you how different systems may or may not be working properly in a house. As I said, fireplaces, roofs, and attics. The attic is a pretty important place. Electrical and plumbing. Now, I don't expect you to become an electrician in this class. I hope, if anything, I impart a deep respect for electrical systems, which I'm quite assuming as a person in the modern world, you probably already have a decent respect for electrical systems. You may even have a fear of electrical systems, and not unjustified, because electricity can kill you. And but on the other hand, it is in every house and every building in the world, which tells you that somebody figured out how to manage this stuff, and you are going to be looking for changes over time. You're going to look for older standards like horsehair wrapped electrical wires. No kidding. You're going to be looking for things in plumbing. You're going to be looking at old pipes. They used to make pipes out of lead. Guess what? It actually works really well, and it kills you. Minor problem. I was recently in London, and I came across a statue of George III. Now, of course, Americans know George III as the guy we kicked his butt and got rid of, became American independence. The British know him as a guy that kind of screwed up and got lead poisoning. Things to think about. Now, software. You are going to be providing reports to the client. And to do that, the most valuable thing you can do is to standardize your report. I am I could learn a little from this myself. I'm pretty bad at standardization, and I have been playing with these software packages over the years, and they are really a useful tool to keep you on focus. Whether it be Xactimate, that's an insurance package. I mentioned it here. I'm sorry, there seems to be some overlap on the slides here. Home Inspector Pro is a big one. Home gauge is something you will have seen in the sample files that I've given you. I hope that you have gone through, and I sent an email out with a bunch of them just to make sure you got them. I hope you've taken a look at some of the sample reports. Can you write a 50-page report on a house while walking around it in 2 hours and hand it to the client before you leave? Well, with good software, you just might be able to. Now, your basic service, I hope you are I want to really task all of you with, just type New York Home Inspector. Nassau home inspector, Queens home inspector, Bronx home inspector, Manhattan. Well, Manhattan doesn't have many single family houses, but go ahead. The, the point is, I want you to look at your competition. One of the things you'll find is, yes, I'll charge you, 50 cents a square foot, or whatever your number, or a fixed cost of 350. I saw one recently and they said, we're going to have a fixed cost of $350. But then they'll once they get there, they're going to try to sell additional services, uh, perhaps certify the deck, extra $50. Radon detection, extra 50, $100. Check your well, check your water quality, check for lead, check for any XYZ, do an infrared inspection. All of these are additional services that hopefully you'll be able to upsell to add to your value. Now, that's more of a business strategy, but it's going to have a lot to do with, as we go through some of the pictures last time and today, you can see that the basic do's, the shalls of the home inspection are added to, um, with the shall nots, shall we say. The shall nots are what I call your profit margin. Learning objectives today, of course, what is list the items that should be done on the inspection of the interior, and also what should not. The general procedure, how would you do this? What's your basic method? You'll come up with that. Describe the importance of a vapor barrier. That's a pretty big important thing right now. I just had a client build a wall. He didn't put a vapor barrier in a 1900 house, and the building's probably going to rot within 2 years. Briefly summarize the main problems that you might see and observe in the inspection. So let's go take a look. Again, we talked last week about drones. Just a reminder, and this is a guy. This was actually, if you don't know, the United States Federal Aviation Administration regulates drones. Their greatest nightmare in the world is to have one of these drones fly up into the nacelles, into the engine of an airliner. In fact, believe it or not, if that drone is more than 55 pounds, it actually has to be an FAA license, excuse me, if it's less than 55 pounds, it may actually need a FAA license. If it's the trick is, this is straight from the FAA website last week. Apparently, again, if you're more than half a pound, which is a pretty small drone, you have to get an FAA license, and believe it or not, you have to be qualified as a pilot. I had the drone photography, scanning, etc., has become an incredible business. And in fact, I had a student last year who took this course, and his goal, he had some rather unique experience with drones, but his drones were flying over some of the more interesting places of the world and happened to have a little thing called a Hellfire missile attached to it. But I never asked for too much of the detail on that. But the point was that he was using his military experience, and he was planning and apparently making quite a bit of money taking aerial shots for companies in the construction industry. Good news is, it appears, and I'm still got to verify this, that small drones, less than 250 grams or about 10 ounces, these are okay. And in fact, DJI apparently sells a super small, and it's 99 grams, that does qualify, that you could go up and take pictures of a building and not have to worry about these limitations. Again, drones have their limits, but they also have great ability to, if for a home inspector, they have great ability to add a wow factor. They also have the ability to let you have access to places that might not be safe to get access to, and that's a big plus. Okay, interiors. Now, the key things we're going to work on, of course, 137. I think I have them all here. Let's see what we've got. We talk about the scope of interior inspection and basic procedure. Of course, what is the inspection goal? A non-invasive review of potential issues for your client. Most of the time, remember, your client is a buyer. Guess what? Never forget this. I'm going to say this 10,000 times. You are inspecting a house that your client doesn't own and may never own. Okay? So no touchy. you must be non-invasive, because your client may walk away, but you still did $5,000 in damage to this house as you accidentally pulled up some vinyl and tore up a carpet and ran mud through the interior. You have to be non-invasive, no touch, no footprint, no sign of being there. Okay. That said, when you do go, you have to let them know you're there, obviously, because these days houses have electronic barriers, etc. I think the worst nightmare would be to go to a house to do a home inspection, and of course, you set off the alarm and the cops show up. Can that happen? That's the cops. They'll tell you. Um, again, personal protection. Now, the PPE, personal protection equipment, is something we've all gotten quite a bit of familiarity with in the last year, unfortunately, with COVID. I knew this was coming in mid-January last year, and I bought my mask then. I have friends in China, so they told me it was going to be worse than anybody imagined. But that's for another day. We have about 10 more years of this critter going around the planet. So let's get used to PPE. But of course, PPE is pretty important in home inspection as well. We talk about the simple things like not dirtying up the house, but we also want to think about, as we saw last time, confined spaces, carbon monoxide from houses that might have been closed up for a long time, dust, animals, etc. You got to be pretty tough to do this business. You also have to be insanely safe. Remember, 99 times safe is canceled out with 1 time unsafe. So please take that seriously. Of course, the industry standards, ASHI, InterNACHI, and AHI2 are 3 standards that are listed in the back of the book and the newer book as well. New York State has put a little better guidelines out as well, which I should have sent to you already. If you did not get my email with the emails with attachments or my Dropbox attachment, please let me know. Oh, babe. Oh, wait, Mike, you had a question. I'm sorry, in the chat. Mike, yes, this is the Module 2 class, and we'll go through this. So again, these standards, why do you have standards? The standards are there to provide a minimum. Actually, they technically say there's no federal standards for home inspection. That's not entirely true. In fact, there's a pretty important inspection standards for what's called HUD inspections and FHA inspections. And I've actually got to get a copy of those for the next class. I have them somewhere, and they're very similar to your home inspection, but somewhat simpler. But they are, there are basic requirements there that you have to meet. Otherwise, your potential client, the buyer, might not be able to get a FHA guaranteed loan or one of the various other programs. We all know the RHA, RHS, FHA, it's VHA, VA, all these different types of loans that the federal government in the United States sponsors. Now, do you have, by the way, if you're paying cash, do you have to get a home inspection? Nope. Is it a good thing to do? Well, it's what it is it's a negotiating tool. Now, some people can be real jerks. My brother is selling a house right now. It's a mess. It's a wreck. And the guys are giving him a good price, trying to get him into contract, and knowing that they're going to then present a home inspection list that's $30,000 or $40,000, and they're going to expect that $30,000 or $40,000 off the price. And luckily, the market is very hot where he is, so he doesn't have to do that. But this is a reminder of some of the strategy that's out there. Again, scope of the inspection, we looked at this list already. The interior rooms, the steps. I need to put a few more slides on steps, but we'll get to that later. Garages, attics, flues, dampers, fireplaces, etc. These are things we're going to be looking at today. It's an interesting image. It's just, again, I got to tell you guys, I'm stealing these images. I grabbed this off the internet, so kudos to whoever created it. I'm allowed to do that for educational purposes, but again, I should be better at putting the person who created this image. But the great part is these images are, there's a quick reminder of, just in a very simple house, all the things you have to think about. Again, this is the whole course, but today's focus on the interior side of the course, the inside out, is quite important. Many people say the architecture had two major points in history. One was in the 5th century BC, the Greeks created the Parthenon, which is a building you looked at from the outside. And then the Romans in the 1st century AD created the Pantheon, which I was recently at in Rome. It's actually a big sphere. And it actually is a building that looks, you view it from the inside rather than the outside. Again, today's perspective is pantheonic, shall we say, in that we're going to be looking from the inside at the house and potential problems. Why? Because what's our goal? To identify potential costs. You're going to be asking this question as you walk through. If the owner buys that, is he going to have to replace it in the next couple of years? Is there damage getting worse here? These are the things that a home inspector is trying to answer. And those are the questions that the buyer wants to know, because he wants to know, man, I'm dropping 400 grand on this, little shack in Suffolk County, but what do you mean I'm going to have $70,000 in more repairs in the next year? Well, that's the thing somebody wants to know. Because let's make it clear, a home is basically a depleting asset. The day you build a house is the day it starts falling apart. It's an interesting thing to think about, huh? Hi, nice house. Yeah, it's already falling apart. Is that real? Yeah, it's very real. And with that, the as you know the buyer's advisor, you're trying to pick out those problems. Of course, one more time, all ceilings. I think we just went through this list. Procedure: how are you going to inspect? Now, again, we're now in the interior inspection. So we think about what you're going to do. With every room, you're going to have a method of walking around the house. Ideally, it's a consistent method that you do with every house. You'll need to identify each room, potential problems. Examine the walls, ceiling, floor. You walk into a room, wall, ceiling, floor, electrical systems, windows, doors, uh, handsets. All of these things you're going to look at as you browse through. Now, hopefully, you're not going to have to put too much in each room. You're going to most of the things will be okay. They don't have to be perfect. They can be, there might be a little brass rubbed off of the handles. That's not a big deal. What I care about is a handle that doesn't open properly, is broken, and the handle falls off. If you've ever been in a bathroom and had the handle fall off on your side and suddenly find that you could not get out of the room, those are things that could be a problem. Again, up in the attic, and the attic has a lot of important things. It is an insulation place. It is a place for water damage to be seen. It's a place to see all the vents and stacks that pass through it. It might be storage, and it might be not an attic at all. It may be just a room of the house, depending on the design. Basements, I always say basement generically because, of course, there's basements and then there's cellars. And of course, there's crawl spaces and there's slab on grade. A basement, I'll generally say floors that are at least in part below grade. Because as you'll see, especially in New York City, this is really important. The difference between a basement and a cellar is you're more than 50% below grade. But also, a basement is almost never legal to live in. Now, New York State is trying to legalize a lot of those illegal cellar apartments. And I know because I vacated hundreds of them when I was a building commissioner. But I've also, unfortunately, seen bodies come out of those illegal cellars from either carbon monoxide or fire damage. And that'll give you some pause as to why illegal apartments are a challenge. Now, you are not a building inspector, so understanding what's legal and not illegal is not necessarily in your purview, but you do want to be aware of it. I recently had the extreme displeasure of telling an owner that her 3-family house was legally only a 1-family. In fact, I just had that today or yesterday. I had one of my ongoing clients. I have people call me all the time because I can usually, what they take 10 hours to do, I can usually do in about 2 minutes when it comes to legal records in New York City. And he called me and said, Brian, this is address. It's 2-family, right? And I looked at it, and again, having been the commissioner for the Bronx where the house was, I know how the Department of Buildings thinks. And the Department of Buildings is the one that in New York City and most areas that legally determines how many families a building is. Now, ironically, the tax department said it's two family, but the building department didn't have any records. So I told him, based upon a lot of clues that I had from other buildings, I said, dude, this is only a one family. And he was bummed because that knocked about $300,000 off the value of the building. And I then told him, now you know why it was a good buy, because somebody was lying. And of course, they'll probably find a sucker that'll actually pay the full price. But my job is to make sure my client wasn't one of those suckers. Again, inspection habits, as I described a minute ago, walking into every room, up, down, sideways, scanning many systems, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, all these systems at once, leaks, floors, ceilings, walls, all of that requires some methodology. Um, the great question is, where do you start with? Some inspectors like to start at the top and go down. My experience has always been to start at the bottom to go up, usually because when I was involved with the building, most of the time it was because it was on its in the process of collapsing. So uh, I always went down to the cellar to check the foundation because I wanted to know from there. Um, as you may have seen the video last time that I had to run out of, you can appreciate why that's important. And again, the harmony, understanding how a problem with the floor on the second floor is a problem with the ceiling on the first floor. The problem with the first floor or anywhere near water, bathrooms or kitchens, is usually there's a good chance something's wrong below. So these are things you want to sniff out figuratively and literally as you do an inspection. Now, there are many types of inspections. You may do a paper inspection like this. This is a quick example of list. This is the ASHI standards, I believe. This is a checklist they provide as a simple walkthrough. And I liked it because just as a quick reminder, as you ideally you're doing this all electronically these days, but you're going to go through and analyze each piece. Now, checklists are most important because it keeps you from forgetting something. Even if the answer is nothing, so your answer is nothing. You'll put okay. And okay is what ideally they see good or okay for everything. What they're looking for is things that are bad that might be problems. So this is one quick example of a checklist. Again, he's starting, if you can see this, guy starts with the stairs and, floors, landings, everything light, tight, uh, good shape, not dangerous. Are they balanced and designed and built properly? Have they been damaged over time? Ideally, you're putting good on all of these, but sometimes, okay, it's little scuff marks. Okay, we'll put that as okay. Well, maybe the railings are broken off. Okay, that's bad. We want to, again, this type of good, okay, bad is one method. There might be, you'll also say needs repair, or you might say it doesn't exist. There might not be railings, treads, etc. And same thing with utilities. Now, this is, of course, much more expanded in classes. The air conditioning, central air conditioning. You don't inspect a window air conditioner because that's just a appliance. Okay. Circuit breakers, drainage. As you can see, all these different things. The idea of a checklist is to help you get through quickly in a house. Baseboards, ceilings. Now, today, as you know, you're going to walk through this. You're not going to make money if you go through a house, if you have to come back to a house. Okay. You're not getting paid 10,000 bucks an hour, um, 250 an hour is nice for, my inspections when I do them, but they don't hire me a whole lot to do that. But I do make it worth it when I do. I beat the hell out of some contractors this year. Anyway, as you can see by these quick lists, the living room, living rooms have certain types of attrition. Dining rooms, if there are any. The kitchen is really important to spend some time on that. I should actually have more of the kitchen in this presentation, but I'll have it in the next one. Excuse me. Of course, bedrooms, you actually want to kind of have an okay for each bedroom. If what do you got eight bedrooms? Well, you need to add a section in each of the for each of the bedrooms on all of these items in your thing. Can you walk into a room and in 15 seconds determine that the baseboard, ceiling, closets, doors, floors, lights, outlets, and trim walls and windows are okay? Well, maybe 2 minutes, maybe not 15 seconds. You go around, you walk counter or clockwise around the room. You check the electrical outlets, make sure they're working. Their bedrooms, so it should be AFCI circuits, and you do that to each of the bedrooms. Make sure the windows are not having rot damage, etc. Bam, 2 minutes. Hallways, of course, as you've walked around, hallways get a lot of traffic, so they got a lot of beat up. Do you care that there's some scuffs in the carpet? No, you don't care about the carpet. Do you care about the, baseboards a little knocked up? No. Do you care if the baseboards are missing or damaged? Yeah, that's the stuff you got to start caring about. Outlets, damages, etc. So the key thing is you're just doing a quick checklist for every place. Bathroom, again, like the kitchen, it has the most important element, water. Never forget this. What are the three things, guys, that just and ladies that destroy a building? Three things that destroy a building. What are they? Water.
Water, water, water.
Yeah, woohoo! I got somebody who's been properly propagandized. Thank you very much. And of course, why do I say that? Because that's the way the world works. I was just out of the Grand Canyon recently, and if you don't think water is powerful, take a look out there. Of course, the uh, the water damage from the inside can be very insidious and very, very expensive. And even worse, it's often hidden inside the floors, inside the walls. And your job is to try to find problems with it. Now, are you responsible to find in the walls? No, you're not. Right? You are doing a surface observation, not an engineering probe of the plumbing systems. So, I mean, if you've got pictures that say, hey, you know, on the day of the picture that the living room ceiling is perfectly dry, and then a week later they say, hey, there was a big flood in the bathroom above, and the living room ceiling is destroyed, and you didn't tell us about it. And you pull out your pictures. Oh, that wasn't like that when I went there. Of course, then they tell you, yeah, but the problem is you left the water on in the tub and the tub overflowed. And that is why you're going to get in trouble. So, again, think about uh, as you check the building systems, you want to make sure that you are leaving it as you found it, minimum footprint, only touch things that a person would normally touch in a house if they were a guest. Like I said, I know some guys that won't even turn on the water in a house. And what they do is they try to get the homeowner to turn on the water for them, and or the when in doubt, have the broker turn on. Remember, the broker has to have insurance too. Everybody's there with insurance, and the question is, of all things, if you touch it, your insurance is responsible for it. Now, again, if you live in fear, you're never going to get anywhere. But you should live in wisdom, knowing that you do have liability you got to protect yourself from. Interiors, doors, and locks. As okay, very quickly, we've started the inspection process. We're walking around, and we ask our question. You know, we're going to look at the doors. We're going to look at what's the shape, hinges, door screws. If you've ever dealt with a really old house, a lot of funky things can happen. Many years ago, I was working on fixing up a house in England from 1625, and it had the doors. The building had settled so much that the doors in the main hall were actually cut about 3 inches to compensate for the sag. Um, Now, 400-year-old houses have a certain behavioral problems, but that can happen with relatively newer houses as well. Does the door open and close properly? That's a sign that there might be settlement. And that's something I've seen many times. A door ideally was put in well when it first went in, and now you're finding that it's sticking. Now, the sticking of a door, I had a sticking of a door for another reason, which was paint. Um, Again, sliding bifold doors, looking at the hardware's doorknobs. Is the door level? Is it operable? Is it struck? Is the door sound? A door used to be a art. It used to be a craft to be making doors. Today we got a machine that pumps out hollow core doors, 500 an hour. But back in the day, a carpenter would be highly skilled to build a door. And as we see, older style doors actually are very complex and they can fail in different ways as well. Same with the locks. Again, you do have to go back if you see it arises or see a problem with another part of the house. Again, this is what I talk about, the yin and yang. If you see plumbing above, you want to look below to see if there's water damage, or vice versa. If you see water damage, you're going to spend a little time up there. Water is probably the most visible thing that you're going to see between floors, but cracking as well and wall settlement are all issues that you might come across. As you walk through a house, one of the challenges you might come across as an inspector is the people haven't moved out yet, and there's stuff everywhere. Are you going to move that stuff aside to take your pictures? Nope. You're not going to touch it for the most part. In fact, your biggest fear as you're walking around is a rather interesting one. Um, you've got to make sure that nobody accuses you of stealing something. Um, there's a lot of accusations of this on 9/11 that I was with a large investment bank called Deutsche Bank. Our office was right across from the towers. We lost 4 and 5 World Trade, which are a couple smaller buildings, and they were just destroyed. But at 130 Liberty, where our building was, a lot of people were filing complaints because just one day after the event, a lot of their stuff had been stolen off of their desks. Now, whether it was actually stolen or they were going insurance claims, I don't know. But this can happen in building inspections as well. My building inspectors were frequently accused, as when I was building department, oh, you stole something, and the guys really were amazingly honest people. There were, I shouldn't say that. One of my best inspectors actually was the leader of a ring of the gas mafia ring, shall we say, in Brooklyn, and he hopefully went to jail. The point is that you have to they if something goes wrong, you're the first one to be blamed. So you need to think about documenting. One of the things you want to document is valuables. Let's say you're inspecting a bedroom and there's a diamond necklace sitting on top of the counter. Take a picture of it to protect yourself. It was here when I was here. It's crazy. Now today we actually have a greater tool. Um, we are in a world of 360-degree cameras. Fantastic. We're also in a world of body cameras. If you haven't seen buildings with Matterport, for instance, the 360-degree models of houses, I understand, by the way, the iPhone 12 integrates Matterport software into its phone in 2021. I actually have a phone from 2017 that integrated that software in, but that's another story. The big point is that um, we are able to take three-dimensional models as well as pictures as we walk through a house, and I like to say it's actually your protection. Best thing I walk through, I don't have it with me today at the office, but I have a 360-degree camera, and it is worth its weight in gold. I walk in a room, click, click, 2 pictures. Next room, click, click, 2 pictures. And I have a record of that entire bubble of that entire room. So if I forget something, I can go back and look at that bubble and, see what I missed. Here's the secret. When you're taking a picture, you're looking one direction. You're looking east. But later on, half the time, you're going to be wanting to know what was on the north, south, and west around you. So again, 3D, there's a lot of great technology. Again, as I said, you're going to keep the house spotless, 0 footprint. You're going to act as if you were never there. And as you're walking around, again, you're looking for multi-dimensional, multi-room clues. Exterior crackings become interior cracks. Roof sagging on the outside may become broken joists in the attic. Plumb walls or walls that have settled may be signs of again, problems on the interior and exterior. And these are all clues that you're going to bring with you from room to room. The path of inspection. There's an interesting little doohickey. How would you inspect this house? Okay, this is a 3-level house, typical townhouse in New York City. If you got a little petty cash, I think it goes for about 25 million bucks. I think it was 20 million for this one was, which means you can get it for about 8 million today. If anybody knows the current New York City market. Although there's an argument that the market's getting better. So again, what are you going to do? I'm going to try to do a red pen and work my way around this. Here, let's say, actually, I might be able to use a pointer. Hold on. Let's see how I might walk around this house. Well, oh, there we go. It works.
Brian, I have a question.
Yes, Sarah. Go for it.
It says top to bottom here, but I know earlier you just mentioned, like, obviously because you did bigger structures, you did bottom to top. What are you saying is best for a house?
Well, let's take a look. I'm going to run through a couple of houses and let's kind of do a quick strategy. First and foremost, the very first thing I would do is try to have floor plans before I even go there. Now, the great news today with real estate listings and public records, you may very well be able to get a floor plan before you go there. If you're really smart using things like the Leica Distos, the new Matterport software, you might be able to just walk around a house and build a 3D model as you walk around. But for whatever your method, your goal is to be able to walk around a house and not miss any rooms, which can be pretty important, and be able to provide a comprehensive report. Now, this is an example of a pretty complex house. So where would I do? In this case, again, this house it's a townhouse in Midtown Manhattan in pretty pristine condition. Actually, I think this is in Brooklyn. I'm sorry. So obviously first of all, of course, I do a lap around the house, well, where I can, because it's actually a attached house. So there's a building here and here, right? So I started with the front, then I walk through to the back and I do the exterior first. Oops, hold on. And then I hope this isn't too much of a mess. After we've done the exterior, then for me, I'm going to go up to the roof. Actually, to me, that's as important a part of the thing. So I'm just doing a quick look around the house. Once I've done to the roof, then I'm actually going to be going down. Let's see where this one has multiple stairs, quite interestingly. So I'm going to go down to the cellar. Once I get to that stair, I am going to try to be consistent and do a clockwise movement around the building into the partial cellar and do room to room to room until I'm done. And then I'll go back up the stairs and then same thing, starting at the stairs, do my walk and consistently go from room to room. This room, I come up to the first floor, I'm checking the windows, the walls, the electrical outlets, all the different aspects of the room. The heating, I might have turned the heating system on down below to feel if there's airflow. We'll get to that in the mechanical section. So again, as I walk around, this building also has a lot of bathrooms. So I'm really trying to do an entry for each of the rooms as I'm walking around. Coat room. Okay, that's just a closet. No issues really there. You probably don't have to worry about that. But the powder room, you got to check for leaks. So again, you've done a clockwise motion around the apartment. This one again is pretty complex. Multiple stairs, multiple bathrooms. You don't want to do things like forget that little bathroom here, right? That's a bathroom. It's a plumbing fixture. It's a place for leaks. It's actually got another bathroom right next to it. So I'm kind of smoking to keep an eye out for that wall there as to potential plumbing problems. So again, be methodical, not my crazy sketch here. Then, of course, once you've finished the first floor, you might be checking, like I said, you may have turned on the heating. So you're checking the heat or air conditioning coming out of the unit. You come back up to the next stair. Again, clockwise motion, room, 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 room. Check the stairs, go back around, and then once you've got it complete, then you might want to sit down for 15 minutes, hopefully if you didn't have a floor plan, you might have sketched one out as you went. And that sketch you review to make sure you didn't miss any things, like, look here, you got a bathroom with a toilet on the inside. Oops, forgot that. I go in, check. I found out the towels were all messed up, and maybe that's $5,000 the guy would have wanted to know about. So these are quick examples of that, a methodical method. In this case, starting at the stair and working around. Yes.
I have a question. Do we need to have floor plans, or is it like an option?
Most of the time you won't, or some of the time you won't. If you can, I mean,
Mhm.
the goal, of course, is not to miss anything. If you can
Mhm.
find a floor plan on the broker's website before you go there, it's going to make your life a lot easier.
I've been very active on Zillow, just active in the market, and most of the homes, 90% of the homes don't have floor plans.
Zillow, you're correct. Street Easy, sometimes in New York City,
Yeah, Street Easy has all of them.
I love Street.
They definitely have them.
And,
Yeah,
and
they
the great
save them.
Yeah, and the great part about Street Easy, it shows you all of the illegal apartments in New York City. I actually love Street Easy because 99% of the listings are illegal. It shows you all of the 1 bedroom converted illegally to a 3 bedroom, and I just love laughing at these idiots putting basically putting their. I mean, I could literally go through Street Easy in one day and get half of the brokers in New York City's license in trouble, because almost every floor plan I see on Street Easy is illegal. Anybody know why?
Fire hazard.
Well, fire hazard is a general topic, but usually because they'll subdivide rooms, create rooms, for instance, that don't have windows.
Yeah, no, what? Yeah, for fires, for fire
Yeah,
access.
that's correct.
Yeah, I'm a firefighter.
Thank you. All right, FDNY or what house?
No,
Where you,
no, just volunteer in my hometown.
Volleys? Okay,
Yeah, volley.
there's actually
Oh,
seven volley houses in New York City, believe it or not. I
is it really?
Yeah,
Huh,
there's
didn't know that.
yeah, a lot of the small beach communities.
Oh, yeah, Rockaway.
Rock,
Yeah,
of course, Breezy Point doesn't need
Breezy
it.
Point.
They don't need one because 3/4 of the people out there are firefighters.
Yeah.
But
Absolutely.
anyway, the point, I actually teach this from a firefighter's point of view. I've given lectures to all of the Brooklyn
Yeah.
division commanders.
Right, just a side note, I don't know if you remember, but there was an event Black Sunday where that
I
occurred.
was, and sadly, I was about to mention that
Yeah.
because I was actually the commissioner of the Bronx as well.
Oh, wow.
And yes, Black
Uh-huh.
Sunday. I actually sadly can tell you the history of the building. I have a whole course for architects.
Uh-huh.
I teach the history of the building code. Sadly, my line is rather unfortunate, and I think you can
Mm.
appreciate this, which is the building code is written on the bodies of dead firefighters.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Uh,
It is. And
where-
even our bailout, after that event, they enacted the bailout system for firefighters that we get trained on now.
That's right. You
To-
have to
to
train on
repel.
special ropes. Yes.
Yeah.
I fought again. I won't go to, this is shop talk for some of you, but again, I actually, as an architect, like I said, I've ordered 100 buildings demolished. I spent a lot of time with the fire marshals, the fire department, everywhere from Chief Kilduff on down. Is the New York people, but the big challenge is that this type of work, actually a lot of firefighters go to this because much of their training, in fact, although the one thing you got to remind a firefighter is it's non-invasive.
Yeah, right.
Please
true.
I had a
Mhm.
fire once in the Bronx where I was inspecting the day after the fire, and a firefighter comes back because he's going through it. He's in his civvies, and I let him in to take a look. It's because he had left somehow he had done the ultimate sin for a firefighter. He lost his Halligan in a fire.
Oh, geez.
How the hell do
He
you
probably
lose?
got clowned.
Well, if you guys don't know, that Halligan's what, a 23-pound steel rod, but actually the guy who he had rescued,
The
though,
greatest invention, that tool. Unbelievable. Yeah, with the
Yes.
married pair, that with the flathead axe is the go-to
there
for
you go.
interior firefighters. Yep.
That is correct. And understanding how the firefighters work is actually very important. And he did actually, you just brought up a very important thing in terms of the illegal stuff, but that illegal stuff is not entirely regarding the New York City. Again, having vacated hundreds of illegal apartments, I'm very much an expert on that. But as a home inspector, that's not within your purview. You're not there to be a cop. You're not there to say this is an illegal apartment. And so you do have to think about how you talk to the client or how you write your report. As I said, this client I'm dealing with right now, they had um, actually, I'm repairing a building in the Bronx that had fire damage. Good news is not too much fire damage. Bad news is that the house building had been vacated, and nobody's allowed back in the building because a vacate was put on the building until I get sign offs as an architect saying that the building's okay again. So and that also is a reminder that as you're walking around, people will try to hide things like uh, a past fire. Okay, let's kind of walk another one quickly, right? So now let's look at the titles here. The garden level. That's another way of saying the basement. The parlor floor. Now, in older classical townhouses, you actually walk up half a flight of stairs to the primary floor, the parlor floor, and then the third and the fourth floor after that. That this is actually odd because he calls the second floor the third floor, but that's okay. From an owner's perspective, it's the third and fourth floor. From a building perspective, this would be a basement, 1, 2, and 3. I've got a client right now who has a 3-story building, but it's technically a basement and 2 stories. So I keep telling him it's a B+2, and the fire happened at the roof. So uh, the plan examiner, the plan examiner doing the paperwork keeps making the mistake. He's saying, "Why are you fixing the second floor? The fire's on the third floor." No, there is no third floor. Again, it's a little terminology thing you'll come across. But let's go through the inspection. In this case, I'm going to come and greet the client at the front door, and maybe I've already looked outside. I ask them to go in the backyard and take a look out there. Again, my preference is to go to the roof because, as everybody knows, a broker is trained to go to the front door. A firefighter is trained to go to the roof, right? Having gone
Yep.
through quite a few holes that my FDNY brothers cut in buildings, that's the way they enter a building. And of course, that's because they need to vent the fire. But I go there because I want to make sure there's not going to be anything wrong. Because if I like to start on the roof for one reason, which is if there's any sign at all of bad maintenance up there, I'm going to start looking through the entire building for water damage. There very often can be the case where, especially 3, 4-story building, you can see that the roof is ponding and is badly maintained, but then you go inside and you're not going to actually see water damage from it till down in the basement. The water either moves inside the walls, which is very common in older balloon frame buildings, or it got painted over. That's a lot of people love to paint just before a home inspection, right? So I've gone front door, I've walked through, met the owner, introduced, gotten the ground rules of everybody there. I go to the backyard. In New York City, we would call it exposure 1. Left side's exposure 2, by the way. Rear is exposure 3, and right side's exposure 4. So in my reports, I put exposures 1, 2, 3, 4. From that, in this case, where would I go? I would start in the cellar. Now, this one, by the way, let's keep in mind that this has an open stairway all the way from the cellar to the third floor. Now, that is only allowed in one-family homes, in newer one-family homes. In older houses, you'll see this, and older apartment buildings, you'll see this. It's not legal today. Of course, I'm going to start down in the cellar. Same thing. I'm going to use that. My starting point is going to be the base of the stair. I'm going to go up. I'm going to go down. So I've already gone outside, front, back, roof, and then I go back again. There's a bathroom. Check that. There's probably gas connections and meters along here. I'm going to keep an eye on them. This one has at the garden level. This is a basement, so it's partially below grade. I've got my kitchen. That's a whole inspection into itself. I look for water damage, loose millwork, any types of problems that might happen in the kitchen, and the mud room. Mud. I mean, that's the whole point. It's the outside inside interface. That's where the damage is going to happen. Water damage on the floors, water damage on the doors, etc. I keep walking around. I've been checking the outlets and the lighting all the way around as I go. and then check. Oh, looks like I missed a door back here. There's a little bathroom back there. Don't want to miss that. And then back up the stairs. Okay, first floor, same thing. Boom, start at the top of the stairs. Foyer, back in the foyer right now. Looking for, again, water damage at the interface, electrical, light, plumb. An older building like this, you always worry about a little bit of settlement. You're kind of walking each perimeter of each room. Come in, there's a library. Now, library would have built-in millwork. Where you can, look behind the millwork. If not, say, take a picture of the built-in cabinets, say, unable to inspect the walls because of built-in cabinets and books. Okay, or do a quick lap around the library, lap around this. Oops, there's another bathroom again. This place has a lot of bathrooms. It's interesting, by the way, the bathroom is on the stairway. That's rather unique. Okay, same thing. Up to the next floor, bing, bedroom one, master bedroom. Master bedroom's interesting. Some people say it's the first place you should start. And the reason why is because the master bath is probably the most used space in the house. Interesting concept. But of course, why? Because there's water there. So then we back out the master bath, back to the stair hall again, another stair hall, another room. Oh, couple more closets and bathrooms. Got to check those. Back up to the next level. Bing, bing, bing. Again, methodical way of trying to, literally get every door. There's many of you may know there's a saying in and by the way, this method is where I go clockwise. I read a great case that you actually, rather than going clockwise, the Marines teach people to go counterclockwise. And the reason why is your brain naturally goes left to right. So by going counterclockwise, your eyes and your brain are kind of looking ahead better. It's a pretty smart strategy. I'm a lefty, so I'm already messed up in the head. But the point is that whatever method you use, stick with it. The counterclockwise method, if anybody has ever been in a maze, there's an old saying with mazes, you can always get out of a maze is if you always take the right turn. I guess conversely, the left turn. And that's kind of the way you want to think about each house. Each house is a maze. So if you can't get a floor plan, you want to use this as a methodical method. Sketch it out as you go along, so make sure you don't miss anything. I had a client. I was looking at a plan once, and the off of the bedroom there was a hidden door and a hidden room. And the funny part is, on the real estate listing, it literally said panic room. So the room was not easily accessible, and it's not something that's going to be marked from the outside, but there was a panic room in the building. So obviously it'd be hard for you to inspect it if you didn't know it's there. I had another client, I won't mention names, Steve going, sorry about that. For all of you Wall Street bets people out there, this client actually had a room that in the floor plans it said large artworks. Yet everybody knew that this man had just bought a painting that was about 8 feet tall, and he had paid $150 million for it. And on the internet, you could see a very unique location, so not everybody could see it, but they could see where he was stashing his $150 million painting in the on the floor plans online. So again, think about your pathways for inspection. I'm not going to go too crazy on that. Let's keep moving on. Again, do I want to do another one of these? No. Are you going to think about how you're going to do it? Again, front, back. You may want to do the roof last. I like to do it first. And then I start from the cellar. In this case, this is an open cellar, just the mechanical systems in it. This is an old classics brownstone where the stair is separate from the house. Very often, this is a configuration for multifamily as well. And of course, why is the stair separate from the house? Because if there's a fire, everybody gets out safe. It's one of the downsides, by the way, of open houses, because that house right here with a huge, beautiful grand stair is a fire nightmare. I approved one as Commissioner of Manhattan. I approved one that's 6 stories tall, a 6 story tall staircase in a single family house. Now it's about a $35 million house. So they did have the money to do it right. So I said, look, you can have that open staircase, but I'm going to make you put a ton of sprinklers in and a number of other fire suppression systems like a curtain, a smoke curtain, as well as a fire curtain that would drop down in the middle of a fire. I mention this because, in fact, fire suppression systems are going to be more popular, much more common in the future. Back in the day, the simple way was you have your stair protected from the rest of the house. In fact, one of the things you want to see in newer houses is that there's nothing flammable at all in the staircases. Older houses might have wooden railings and paneling and stuff. You wouldn't be allowed to build that today. That's not a complaint if you're looking at a single family house, but it can be a complaint if you're looking at a multifamily house. Again, in this case, this is a 2-family apartment. Remember, you can inspect from 1 to 4 families. So again, what are you going to do? You're going to say, this is unit 1, bedroom, living room, whatever, next, kitchen. Bedroom, unit 2, A, B, C. In many ways, you're doing 2 apartments. You're doing effectively 2 houses. While they share some structural elements. Good news is 2-family can probably charge a little more. Quick reminder of the tools of the trade. There's lots of equipment that can be, there's 2 schools of thought. One of the schools of thought is you walk around with a clipboard and maybe a screwdriver and use very minimal equipment. But I will tell you that that makes you either really appear to be very either cocky or delivering a poor product. Today, there's an immense amount of gear you can get. I think there's a website, Inspector Depot. There's plenty of discussions of how much gear you might want to be taking with you on a home inspection. At the very least, a screwdriver, an outlet detector, which is required, an outlet checker, and again, your recording device, laptop or tablet or or clipboard. This guy has an interesting strategy I like. He actually and they sell these online. I think I grabbed this off of eBay. This is a case that you might take into a house. And you open it up and you look really professional. You're saying, "Wow, I've got all my gear here. I'm the client sees that you're taking your work seriously." And that is that's a prop and that can help you in your perspective. But it also does something else. I really like this for this one reason. Each device has a place in this case, okay? Which means once you've inspected the house, everything gets put back in the case. So why does that matter? Because you keep yourself from forgetting something. It's like ironically, it's a last visual checklist, which I think is really, really smart. Why do I say that? Because I lose tools on construction sites all the time when I go to visit. And some of my tools are kind of expensive. So whether, a sniffer or a thermal camera, these things tend to not be cheap. Last site the visit I was at, I left my cell phone. I usually carry 2 cell phones and a camera when I'm walking around. I left a cell phone 3 floors up. I got lucky. Everybody that hadn't disappeared yet. The point is, some of the basic tools of your trade, you may need choose the minimum, or you may want to have a lot more sophisticated use. Thermal cameras. This is just a thermal. We all know these days. The digital thermometer that has a lot of uses in inspection. Today, they've mostly been supplanted by a thermal camera, which has a much greater capability and use. Water pressure gauges, electrical outlet testers, sensitivity testers, etc. All these are some of the tools that you might come across. Okay, back to doors. I'm sorry, I swung back and forth in the introduction slide. Again, what types of doors? The doors themselves. These red lines, this is actually the outline of the chapter. So let's just quickly browse this. Interior doors, materials, inspecting the doors. I'm just gonna. You should be able to download this. It's all online, but we're going to go through all this in the next hour or so. Again, from the doors, we go into the ceilings. We've gone to the looking at the walls, workmanship, etc., floors, and how all the different things that can go wrong on floors, materials of floors, floor inspection, and hey, there we're done. We did the whole class. We're all done. No, just kidding. And yes, yet again, I back to doors. Let's get going. Okay, let's start adding some pictures. One more time, unless you have a halogen, sometimes doors may get stuck or not open properly. Buildings settle over time. Interior doors, again, they may be hollow core or wood. Exterior doors and doors between dwelling units. That's a specific legal term, a dwelling unit. If it's a two-family house, the doors entering each one of those apartments should ideally be not hollow core, but they should be fire rated or at least solid wood. Why? Of course, that's to protect from fire spread. Steel doors, when in houses, this is actually I kind of say this is an incorrect statement. Usually, if you see steel doors in a house, they're usually fire rated. However, not all doors are fire rated. In fact, it's not fire rated unless there is a very specific seal or a plate on both the door and the frame. And why do we care about that? Because um, you want to know, particular, like I said, the entrance to each dwelling, you have to have a fire rated door. In many jurisdictions, you also need a fire rated door between the dwelling and another space, which is the garage. We'll talk about that in a while. Door sills. As we start to that entrance to the door from the outside, we've looked at, like I said, the high traffic area, where you're coming into the house. Now we're on interiors today, but that interface is abused. Obviously, a lot of foot traffic back and forth and back and forth, a lot of water back and forth and back and forth, a lot of cold temperature and thermal shock, hot, cold, hot, cold. And that's why the area around the door is probably one of the best places to start for the overall maintenance of a building. And also, especially when it's got a fresh coat of paint, it's a place where the current owner might be hiding something. As we looked at the doors, we want to go around each room, and you're going to test the locks, or test the doorknobs in each room. Now, obviously, door sets. One of my earliest jobs as an architect, I had to do what's called the door schedule, which was a brand new office building we were building in suburban Maryland, and I hated it. I had to fill out this huge chart of is it a left or right swinging door? Is it fire rated or not fire rated? Is it handicap, not handicap? Or is this an office building? So everything was handicapped. And with it, I hated it, but after a while, I learned to respect that. Actually, the locks can be quite expensive. And in fact, this particular building had $1.3 million worth of door hardware on it. Quite a chunk of change. Of course, it also had some, shall we say, three-letter agency clients that needed a little better security than normal. But today, a regular house can have security on par with, shall we say, sensitive agencies. So understanding a house as you walk through it, you want to be checking something as simple as, does the handle work? Is the lock on the right side, the correct side? In this case, for instance, the lock is where should the lock be on an interior door? It should be inside the room, right? Well, I know a few parents that decided to put the locks on the outside so they could lock their kids in. Hey, no dinner for you. I'm locking you in your room. Well, again, that sounds dumb, but it potentially can be dangerous as well. And it also, the lock location inside or outside of a room can also be a sign of illegal apartments. Where I was inspecting a house once, and as I was walking around with the agent, she said, "Oh, that door's locked." I said, "Okay, well, let me get in and take a look." And she says, "No, you're not allowed in." I said, "Why?" I don't know. Well, of course, I found out there was an illegal apartment with an exterior entrance down in the cellar. But I found that later, and I did not buy the house, which is too bad because it's probably doubled in price since. Um, but just understanding as you walk through, what if you come with a door you don't to a door that's locked inside a house? The answer is you can't get in. You're not going to bust it down. You're not going to pick the lock. I'm not even going to open a lock, in this case, an interior door that goes backwards. Do I have those screwdrivers? Yes, I have those screwdrivers. Does my son like to lock his door a lot? So yes, I always kept that screwdriver readily available. But again, is it in the right position? In this case, the pinhole is of course the way to unlock it, and that's the outside of a door. And sometimes you might see it opposite. Another real problem I've had over the years. This is what an old doorknob looks like. I say old because you can't use a round doorknob anymore. You can only use it, believe it or not, in 1 to 2 family. 3 family and above, all doors have to be a latch type door like this. Anybody know why? Anybody want to guess? 3 family and above, 3 family is the hint, by the way. 3 family and above, you have to have latches and cannot have doorknobs in the house. Anybody want to guess? The
Does it have something to do like in case someone falls, they're able to grab it better to turn the doorknob, or just you get a
you,
better handle on it?
you're very close. You're very close, and the answer is the Americans with Disabilities Act. The every in 3 family and above, the Americans with Disabilities Act has play, and I'll have to add that to the lecture actually. Um, this is a law that is incredibly powerful in multifamily and really everything but 1 to 2 family houses. So newer houses are required by law to have latch doors in 3 family and above. You can still have it 1 to 2 family. You can still have a knob and be beautiful and all that stuff. An old house can still have its knobs, but a new house, commercial, retail, etc., the latch is there because it is operable by a wheelchair bound handicapped person. So, pretty good guess. Excuse me. Of course, as I said, I was, the downside of these kinds, if you've ever dealt with these, I had a 1929 apartment in Manhattan, and the doorknobs were original, which meant they had the inside screws here and threads were stripped, which meant every month or so the handle would slip right out and it wouldn't work. Just a little reminder of things that can go wrong. And again, as you're looking around, if you see problems with the doorknobs, etc., you want to add that as comments. The garage door we'll talk more about later, but this is a very important and unique door, very different from the swinging doors. This is a mechanical system. Many of you in New York City don't have a garage. If you do have a garage, you know that you press a button and oh, baby, that door comes right up, and then you press another button, it comes right back down. Well, it's not quite that simple, and there's a lot of moving parts that you do want to be aware of in this type of door. And again, lots of new laws kicking in, from uh, automatic safety releases to sensors down below the doors, which is, again, these laws may have been in place for 30 years, but you may be dealing with a garage that's 80 years old. And sometimes in safety issues like that, even though they're not, even though the building may be grandfathered and not require it, you still may want to put in your report, hi, you don't have a proper safety sensor down at this door. And although the building is built in the 1960s, it would be required by law today. And it's suggested that you might add that uh, when, in purchasing the house as a safety feature, because you're going to have 5-year-old kids running around this house. Again, quickly, we talk about interior doors. When we've gone from the garage, one really important door. You guys see this door here? Pretty boring, right? Oh, I got out of the car, I go into the living room, and I'm done. Well, this door matters. In fact, one of my predecessors as a building commissioner in New York City, um, he lived up in Westchester County, and he passed away last year. And the reason why is he was in his 80s, and he and his wife were in the house. And for whatever reason, they turned the car kept running. The door was open, and their house filled up with carbon monoxide. And of all the people, a former building commissioner, died of carbon monoxide poisoning. In Queens recently, a couple of years ago, 4 people were playing bridge in a house, and one of the ladies left the car running, and they all died of carbon monoxide poisoning. Again, kind of gross, but like I said earlier, and I'm very passionate about this, the building codes are written on the bodies of dead firefighters and victims. All over New York City, I recently walking in Midtown Manhattan, and I happened to see a guy in FDNY gear, and we were walking down Broadway together, and I just started chatting with him, and we walked about 20 blocks together, chatting about some of my war stories. He was a battalion chief of a Bronx battalion, which will go nameless, but again, having been commissioner of the Bronx, we swapped some stories, and he was at that time he was very concerned about an arson wave in New York City. And I reminded him, in fact, in 2009, we had a very, very bad arson wave because of economic collapse. In March of 2009, and feel free to look it up, in 1 week, we had 3 large shopping strips burned down because you guys may not remember, but in March of 2009, we almost had a full economic meltdown. People were wondering whether the ATM machines were going to work. And as he and I walked down the street, I pointed to him that we got to 23rd Street. And I said, right over there, that building that you're looking at is actually one of the great tragedies of New York City. In fact, I know about 24 places in Manhattan that have very unfortunate plaques. Of course, my old office being one of them at Deutsche Bank. But in this case, on 23rd Street, it was a place where people had a cellar had collapsed, killing about 6 or 7 firefighters in the 1960s. And I pointed out to him the plaque. And again, it was a reminder that a lot of these safety issues have a real big impact. And again, the laws are written based upon it. And little things like properly gasketing this door is something, even if the house that you're inspecting doesn't have the gaskets and the fire rated door, you may want to put it as an inspection item. Say, look, it's not required on an older house, but it can save your life. And a garage, so garages have a big impact on that. Why? Because unless you have a Tesla, which I actually consider to be much more dangerous, because if you've ever seen the dozens of Teslas that spontaneously combust in garages, if you haven't seen them, I'd suggest you should, because here's the secret: the fire doesn't go out. They'll burn. It burns for a day. The point is, a garage is a place of potential risk, whether it be 25 gallons of gasoline or Tesla batteries that like to explode. I don't want to pick on Tesla specifically. All electrical batteries are going to have this problem. Um, I was actually recently talking to an investor who wants to put hydrogen fuel cell cars on the road. He recently created a taxi service in Paris with hydrogen fuel cell cars. Now, my problem with him, having dealt with the building code issues here in New York on that, as I said, you do realize there's another name for a hydrogen car. And he said, "What's that?" in his French accent. I said, "It's called a moving bomb." So again, that interface, we can never forget. To a person, a car is a transportation device. To a firefighter, a car is a bomb. And that's the way the building codes are written as well, assuming the worst case. So again, we think about spaces between apartments needing a fire rated door. We think about, and by the way, what is a fire rated door? Is this door fire rated? Can anybody tell? The answer is an emphatic no, for a specific reason. To be fire rated, you have to have a good seal and you have to have a good frame. We really can't tell from this picture, but you also need something very important. Um, this to be fire rated, it has what's called FPSC, fireproof self closing. Ideally, this door should have a closer on it as well, a hydraulic closer that's going to close the door behind you. So this door is not a rated door because it does not have a closer. Back to garage door openers quickly. Again, we'll go to this in a later time. Excuse me. But different types of problems with garage doors. Now, this is a appliance. You're not going to certify whether the garage door is in working order or needs maintenance or not. You might be able to detect it. You're going to try to open and close the door, which should work. If it doesn't move smoothly, you put that in your report. But you're not going to be able to certify to say, oh, that garage door is seven, you know, may have problems. I would, if you can, I'd put the model number and say, well, it's 22 years old. It may become a replacement item in the future. That's something I may put. Another thing we worry about in garages as we inspect them, and all over all houses, particularly in garages though, is sloppy electrical work. In this case, ironically, an architect's garage, he had all the electrical panels or the electrical uh, junction boxes all wide open, no covers, electrical wires everywhere because he had put in a new garage door opener, but didn't properly uh, protect the wires. These are types of things you'll see. Back to door inspection again. This is a lot. This is an older lock. This is, you might see these. Well, these are actually, it's 1960s. This is an apartment lock, but this is a nice image of what the inside of the lock looks like. The reason why I like showing the inside, not because it's, you can see the tumblers. Again, there's a relatively modern lock. It's not too old, but um, locksmithing used to be ultra high tech. Many things that we take for granted today were in their day. You know, a boiler maker 100 years ago was super high tech. Today, no big deal. Um, these locks, in fact, I went to an event at the Met a couple of years ago, Metropolitan Museum, and it was all about lock makers and the incredible beauty of medieval and 18th century lock makers. Now, the Germans had an interesting method. The Holy Roman Empire, because Germany didn't exist, they made a point of the locksmiths being very basically top secret and not really being able to allowed to leave in some cases. One guy famously had a whole castle done out with locks and then killed his lockmaker so nobody would know how to get through his protection. Again, high tech becomes low tech and we move on. As we see so many things today move from the realm of high technology to kind of commonplace. We think about things like the wired house of today. Today's doors may have, again, this one has nice moving parts, but today it may have all kinds of electrical sensors. It may have a Wi-Fi connection. It may have cameras attached, integrated to it. What's today? The Amazon has you can actually set it so your door will unlock to allow an Amazon person to drop a package in your house. I wonder if that can be hacked. Anyway, as we go around, we look at the hardware, the maintenance level, the protection. The door itself, we got to start again, like everything, top to bottom, bottom to top, be methodical. In this case, the door clearly, the door on the left has settlement problems. It's been knocked around a little bit, and so much so that it's out of plumb by a cup, like an inch and a half. Now this is something you'll come across a lot in older apartments or older houses where the floor joists have settled, and houses that were meant to were designed to last for 50 years are now on year 150. The right side, of course, we also see a door where there's no trim. That's an expense. That's hey, dude, that trim costs you $200 to hire somebody to put new stuff in. So door missing trim would be the way your report would go in bedroom, let's say. And by the way, why would that happen? Often because in this case, uh, they um, they might have been doing it for painting purposes, or they might be replacing the door. Door inspection again. One of the places as you walk around a house in modern houses, the slider doors are a real pain in the butt. Now, the owner will say, "Oh, but you just got to lift this up and slide it." Well, there's some basic. The idea is that you are inspecting as if somebody's been there for the first time. Think of it like a hotel. If you don't want to be any special rules, people an owner of a house will tend to kind of live with the crazy things about his house, like the door that you got to lift up and slide along, or the sliders don't work anymore. But these are all repair issues, you know. So your report might say bedroom bifold doors aren't sliding properly, suggest resetting doors and replacing hardware, or simply just replacing the Teflon pins to provide proper working order. Baths and kitchens. Again, the living room doors. I'm focusing on the bedroom doors actually right now. In the bathrooms and the closets, these are places that again are high use. You get up every morning, you grab your stuff, you take a shower, you open the door for some clothes, and look at this little crack. Does that crack matter? Yeah, it's glass. Glass is a funky subject. Does anybody want to tell me what state of matter a glass is? Is it solid, gas, or liquid, or plasma? If you want to be fancy. Anybody know? Well, officially, glass is actually a liquid because it actually, at least according to structural engineers, they treat glass as a liquid because it's constantly, again, its flow similar. Actually, concrete, believe it or not, is also to some extent treated as a liquid. um, the glass can crack, and when it cracks, it's compromised. Once that crack happens, it's game over. Okay. Now, even a tiny crack like that, you got to replace the mirror. Here, this was a pretty common thing. Um, Bathrooms, again, shower stalls in particular, they take a lot of abuse. So in this case, the picture was because somebody had kept the bathroom had settled a little bit in its pan, and actually the house had settled as well, and somebody kept drilling holes in the shower frame to try to find a way to make the shower door close during a shower. Of course, even worse was they gave up on it and they just let the water come out of the shower in the during a shower, and the water would pool on the floor. The problem is, in most American bathrooms until recently, the whole bathroom floor wasn't watertight. Usually, maybe just the shower pan was watertight. The Europeans actually, and products I've dealt with in China as well, they actually treat the entire bathroom as a shower. There is no shower stall. They often refer to this as European bathrooms. I came across this at the MGM Grand Hotel about 15 years ago, and I had heard about it, but I had never seen it before. But the idea of your toilet and your shower being one and the same was kind of gross. But again, it's actually something you will come across. The key thing is you're looking at the hardware. Does the hardware work? Uh, one piece of advice is for older houses, particularly, keep in your kit a skeleton key. Now, skeleton keys are kind of funny. They're more or less standardized, kind of like. Although don't get one of these. New York City has another standard key, which is the fire department elevator key. Now, the difference with that key is if you have that or 3D printed that, shame on you. Don't know anything about that. You actually can get $100 fine. But a skeleton key,
Lockbox key, lockbox keys we
lockbox,
have.
yeah. Though in New York City, the elevator key, the lockbox
Elevator
keys,
key.
they usually,
Yeah.
again, what's the best lockbox key? A Halligan, right? No, just kidding. But again, the point.
No, to protect, you always look to protect the property. To get fired, but they'll do is I don't know how they are in New York City, but we can't do too much damage on.
Fair
Locks.
enough. Well, it's in generally protecting the property.
Protecting life and property.
I would say in New York City, life is first and property is a very distant second. But that's for another day.
I think you're right.
But we'll go with that. The big challenge is a skeleton key you can buy at Home Depot for $1 is pretty useful for getting into old style doors. It's quite surprising how many times it's worked. Now this is an older type of hardware. Also, again, locks are really fascinating, and the evolution of them over the last hundreds of years. You see some really neat things. This is an old slider lock from I think about 1910. You'll see these boxes. Now, two problems with this lock right now. One, actually, it still works perfectly fine. That slider across the top is the interior lock. Now, it's mounted on the outside of a door rather than the inside like we see today. And the reason why was the door itself was a solid wooden panel, and you couldn't drill it out like we do with modern locks today. Again, one problem I put here is it's somewhat aesthetic that the paint is on the lock itself. You're not going to raise too much problem with sloppy paints. That's not your issue. But if the paint is interrupting or interfering with the motion of the door, like does the lock move back and forth anymore? Or worse, in in older houses, I've dealt with houses that might have 13 or 15 coats of paint. I one house I worked on in England, it had 13 layers of wallpaper. Again, from the 17th to the 20th centuries, wallpaper was quite popular. We actually had to take some of the wallpaper off and keep it as samples and send it to the British National Trust so they could document the history of wallpaper used over literally the centuries. That was their historical thing. But it's what I'm reminding you is that layer upon layer of paint or wallpaper paint alternating may have been added. In fact, paint was very, very expensive until the 19th century when they figured out how to make really good paint using, of course, that wonder metal, the best material in the world for paint, lead. Yeah, we all know about wonder materials, right? One day they're good, next day they're going to kill somebody. Um, which gets to another issue of, are you going to do lead paint testing while you're there? Are you going to say it looks like it has lead paint? Well, again, you might want to get certified as a lead inspector, um, or even better, as a lead or asbestos investigator. Those are actually New York State licenses, just like your real estate license or your home inspector license. Those are things you might want to consider adding on. And no matter what, you are going to have some basic knowledge of these things for your training, because lead and asbestos, you kind of want to know where that stuff is. You're probably not going to be picking up the flakes of paint from the floor and eating them like a little kid might, but a little kid might be living in that house soon. So you might want to keep an eye out for things like that. There's our lock again. There's our door. Oh, looks like there's a repeated slide. Sorry about that. Again, is it flush? Is it opening properly? One of the things now you might notice here on this left one, this is very important. Older doors, look at these were actually built out of many, many small pieces of wood. Again, highly skilled carpenters built doors and frames. A door and a frame used to be very, very expensive. This is days of work to build one of these things. Okay. And because of all these small parts, as you're inspecting the doors, cracks like here, these will often form in doors over many decades from either settlement or, like I said earlier, paint. You got that 15 coats of paint on the door and the door sticks. I had a door in a house, in an apartment, and as soon as I got to the apartment, when we rented the apartment in Midtown, it was a great deal. I had to spend like 6 hours shaving down the doors because they had so many coats of paint, the doors wouldn't even open. The frame had probably 10 coats, the door had 10 coats, so the doors wouldn't even open. So of course, I shave it all down, and 6 months later, the building comes in when I'm not there, and they paint the damn things again. Stupid. Um, again, does it open properly? Does it move properly? Does the lock hardware work? Is it plumb? And if not, it can cost a lot of money to fix. More inspection. Oh, here's a good image. This is a great example of a door that got stuck. Right? It got guys trying to open it, pulls it really hard because it's got 20 coats of paint, and you can see these beautiful wood pieces that make up the 50 or large amount of pieces in a door, and that paint is making it stick, or swelling on a humid day makes the door stick. And he literally pretty much ripped this door off its hinges, so you can see a crack like that up in the door. And again, that means this door now has to be scraped, taken down, and repaired. And that's doesn't sound like much, but it's a $500 repair. Again, on the right side, broken hinges. On the left, this new image, we look at some more settlement issues on an older house. In this case, this door settlement, it looks like it's just the door. The frame looks nice and plumb, but the door itself seems to have settled quite a bit. And again, we talk about the pieces of an older door, and this door's got to be replaced. So that's In a fancy house, in a fancy door, that might cost 1,000 or a couple $1,000. Pick up stuff like that. Also, in this case, you see some of the settlement that often comes around doors. Doors and windows, from a structural diaphragm perspective, are weak points. Okay, so those are places you want to take a look. More door damage. In this case, I don't know, looks like a firefighter got to the one on the right. On the left side, uh, my daughter smashed a door once. This isn't my daughter's damage, but somebody, you might be looking at a house where the door got ripped off. Walls, ceilings, and floors. This is a good time to take a break. It's about 11 o'clock. I'm going to take a 10-minute break, and let's all get started at 11:10. And everybody stretch out for a few minutes. And I'm going to leave the camera running. And I guess I can try to pause it. The computer's a little funky about pausing video. So let me get started.
I recently wanted to get an inspection in Nassau County, and I got a quote for between $500 to $600 for a 1750 square feet single family home.
Okay. Did you call around?
Yes, I called probably about 4 to 5 inspectors, and it ranged from 500 all the way up to 680.
Well, the answer is good. First thing is you called around. Second of all, that's not unreasonable given the litigation attitude of New York State. And third, most importantly, home inspectors are pretty darn busy in Nassau and Suffolk right now, because so many people have bought and sold houses. So they are in demand, and they're getting whatever price they can.
Right.
And again, I saw a guy recently in Queens. He said, $350 for basic, $350 and up. So again, and up is where, what is $350? It's for inspecting a trailer, I guess. The good news is it sounds like your estimates were in a pretty tight range. I mean, within a 10 to 20% range. So it sounds like your cost may not be a big variable. Now you're going to ask yourself, is quality? Who is going to provide the best report? And then you're going to be asking yourself, is somebody, let's say, certified to do a whole bunch of extra inspections? Has the guy been doing home inspections for 30 years? These are the variables that are going to go into your purchase. So, again, $350. I mentioned that if a guy will do, a simple attached townhouse in Astoria for $350, that's up to him. Me, I'm about $250 an hour, so I go a little higher than that. But I'm a licensed architect, so I do have a different level of standard of care, and I also have a different level of insurance, and that can be very important for high-end clients or commercial clients that I investigate. So yeah, I mean, the fact that you had a range of 500 to 680 in this very competitive market, I'd say that's about right. And remember, they're going to try to add stuff on afterwards. But also remember that if those home inspectors miss something, you might come back and sue them. They may have made 600 off of you, but then if they miss structural cracks and stuff like that, you potentially could sue them for tens of thousands of dollars. And that is why the prices continue to keep creeping up.
They also kind of wanted to make me sign an agreement before, them doing the inspection.
Of course. Absolutely. I'm not walking into the house unless I know I've already been paid.
So does the agreement include stuff like, things that would protect them and,
of
for
course,
them not to get sued in future?
Everybody always says that everybody says you can't sue me for anything. Every contract and every aspect of the real estate, construction, et cetera industry. But you can always sue them if they're negligent. But more importantly, nobody wants to get sued. Everybody wants to just try to do an honorable job, make some money, and get out. And if you worry too much about getting sued, you're never going to be a good home inspector. And conversely, if you have a client, I mean, I have a rule that if in a conversation the client even mentions the word lawyer, I quit. I walk away immediately. So, I don't even want to hear the word lawyer when I'm discussing an architectural issue. Although I say that because but I'm also a expert witness in city, state, and federal courts. So I see both sides of the law. But if somebody, before I even go out to the house, I mean, I expect to be paid whether I, if I go, I don't care whether it's raining or snowing. I still going to get paid. You told me to be there at 2 o'clock on Wednesday. You told me on my website that, that's what I got to do. I expect to be paid in full when my report is submitted. In fact, I expect to be paid, uh, at least half immediately, but definitely 100% at the time I turn you the report. It's not, I'm not gonna write a report and then sit and have you negotiate it with me. I'm gonna have a contract in advance and lay out all those conditions, right?
That's right.
There you go. So actually, you should save all those contracts as good boilerplates. In fact,
Right.
they probably are boilerplates from Internachi or any number of organizations. Again, don't reinvent the wheel. This is one of the good arguments, although I'm not advising you to join any of them, but one of the arguments to join a trade organization is contracts. The architects have the same thing. The architects have, the American Institute of Architects has become very, very politically uninteresting to me. But what they do is they do great contracts. So while I don't like the fact that their money is being put to things I disagree with, I do like the fact that their contracts protect me, and that's true of any organization.
Yeah, and I think the guy had all of his things done through Internachi. He had like several of those stamps that said Dick Inspector and all those badges.
There you go. And
so I think his contract was also probably from there.
And again, the days of doing deals on a handshake are, a little risky. You run the risk. I had a client once tell me, my old boss he designed skyscrapers in Midtown Manhattan. He was my mentor, and I learned a lot from him. And one day we're sitting around the table with a client, and he was always a handshake guy. He literally would design skyscrapers on the handshake, and he'd send him the bill. He'd expect it to be paid. So one client was in the office one day. He says, you're like an architect. Well, you've done all these buildings for me, and we loved them. They're wonderful, but you got to remember, in good times, you architects, you're a cost center. I got to pay you. In bad times, you architects are a profit center. I'm going to come back and sue you. And we kind of laughed at it. My boss said, "Oh, don't worry, Donald. You don't pay us anyway." Again, not to be political, this was literally a conversation we had in my office 20 years ago. And yes, that Donald was one that you may know. The point is, and that's not a political statement one way or the other. It's a reminder that that in the world we live in, contracts have their place. And in fact, if you, for instance, some of these guys on their websites, you set it up, you'll sign the contract right online before you book a time for them to come inspect your house, for you
That's
to come
right.
inspect their house. And so again, that's the future. Okay. So learn it, adapt to it, build your model, make it happen. I have several websites I'm developing right now, not for the home inspection industry, but for my overseas consulting. And again, the goal is, there are a lot of guys that their goal is to probably not pay. So you got to make sure you get your check. And ideally, in home inspection, you're gonna really have a very small transaction. You're gonna go there, you're gonna inspect, you're gonna give a report, and you're done. And if all goes well, you never hear from it again. And you're not, I mean, I hate to say, but $500 is not a lot of money. So if, again, maybe in residential it is, but commercial, that's chump change. When I go out on site, it starts at 5,000. So it's a little different. The point, again, I'm not saying that in a negative way. It's just the cost of doing business is great. The cost of houses has gone from, I don't have to tell you, if you're buying a house today, you're paying in Nassau, you're paying 20 to 30% more than you would have paid 1 year ago. Is that fair? It doesn't matter whether it's fair. It's what the market will bear. Anyway, just quick observations. Let's get back to structures. So I'm sorry, Mintu, did I answer your question? Your original question was, how much do you charge? The answer is whatever you can get. Right? Does anybody else have any open questions as we jump back into this? Okay, walls, ceilings, and floors. Like I said, as we did that little room tour, we talk about, you're going to visually scan every room. Are you going to poke holes in and stuff? I'm showing you currently an image of an area of a house being framed out. You might be smart and notice the OSB paneling, the TJI trusses up above, the PVC plumbing, the vent stacks, and probably the chimney stack as well running in the walls. Of course, you can't see any of that when you're doing a home inspection. What you can do is infer. Um, if the walls are up and they got paint, okay, there's not much you can say. But if you see sagging of the joists, by the way, they use these TGI joists because they don't sag and they're pretty good. However, any firefighter will tell you they scare the living hell out of firefighters because they collapse very nastily. In fact, in New York City, if you use these TGI joists, you actually have to certify to the city, and the fire department will mark your building as a no enter. So you might love having this wood type joist. It's not allowed in most of New York City in fire districts. But when it is allowed, the fire department will put a note on their truck saying, "Do not enter this house," because in a fire, these floor joists collapse very fast. Food for thought, huh? Isn't it nice to know that you won't get rescued because of the construction type of your house? And why? Because once again, the Staten Island collapsed 10, 15, about 20 years ago. These joists failed. A lot of guys got hurt. I dealt with one years ago. 26 guys got injured on one fire. Okay, here we go. Again, walls and ceilings. As we look at a wall, again, you're not always going to see it open, but sometimes as you're walking around and doing your inspection, you'll come across parts of the house that are open and unfinished. You'll also see things like this, where sometimes at an unfinished door, you'll be able to look in and see the construction, what's underneath the construction, and in this case, a drywall, a mineral wool panel, and then and of course this is at the electrical box. So this is a great example. The electrical box is a great example when poorly installed, like this one is, where you can kind of see the construction underneath. Of course, wallpaper, wall ceilings, and floors. Now, you're not going to be a carpenter. You're not going to do too much fancy testing, but let your eye know. Your eye over 8 feet, which is a typical height of a room, over 8 feet, you can see, your eye can spot a differentiation of about 1/8 of an inch. Your eye is a lot better than you think it is. With that said, you also, one of the great tools of inspection is the 4-foot level. 3 or 4 foot level is fantastic. You may have bulges in different directions of the walls. This is from older walls or masonry walls, or a lot of different times when this will happen. This guy's gone, posted a basic string. Again, you can even put a sticker on, a removable sticker on the wall and do a plumb string to see how out of whack a wall is. Another picture here on the right is a nice image of a wall that's bowing. As you can see, he's holding it vertically, showing, if you look at that gap there at the top of the, you can see my pointer. If you can see the gap at the top of the level, this wall is pretty considerably out of plumb and bowing. It's more common, obviously, in concrete and cellars. You can see the crack here from the lateral force that we talked about in the cellar, but lots of different opportunities within the bowing of the walls to show deflection. Is this a good thing? If it is on a bearing wall, or what I call de facto bearing walls, which is in older houses, over time as the house settles, walls that weren't bearing walls kind of become bearing walls over time. And I have dealt with walls that are as much as 12 inches out of plumb, bowing so much that we actually, had to vacate the buildings. I showed some of these to you last time, where the very big bow in the brick, and hey, brick is not supposed to bow. Bowing wood, okay, I can kind of understand that. Wood still works structurally when it bends. Bricks, anybody ever see a brick bend? No, they don't bend. Brick has, as we see here with this crack, it simply has a yield point, and that's where you don't want to be. Again, wallpapers, as we walk around every room, particularly wallpapers at different times were fashionable. You don't care about in your report. You're not going to put, oh, the wallpaper's ugly. No, but you will where you can. This guy pulled up the wallpaper and saw lots and lots of mold in the bathroom. The vinyl wall covering is a waterproof penetration. The downside is if the water gets behind the wall, it has nowhere to go and it becomes very bad molding. Usually over time, because the glue of wallpaper was made of very often plaster of Paris, which is basically flour. That's another way of saying food. So a lot of the glue for wallpaper became food for the mold. The mold ate it and the glue failed. And sometimes you can just lift the wallpaper up and see the mold damage like this. Again, wallpaper can be made of vinyl. In olden days, they were made of paper or linen. If you don't know linen, by the way, it's not just a paper. Linen is actually a cloth made out of a material called flax. And linen is amazing. It lasts forever. It literally, I mean, I have seen drawings, 150-year-old, 200-year-old drawings and documents, really good condition. Oh, yeah, they're brown and yellowed, but they are still viable. Whereas today's paper, of course, in 20 or 30 years, paper just falls apart, or pulp paper does. Of course, vinyl wasn't used until the 1940s for wallpaper and stuff. While vinyl is a fantastic material, but it is completely, of course, water. Because it's waterproof, you got to ask yourself, just like the vapor barrier in a house, you got to ask, where's the water? If the water's in the bathroom side, hey, that's great. You're keeping the wall from getting wet. But if that wall gets wet, that water has nowhere to go. So again, wallpaper in your report, you're only going to make an issue of the wallpaper if you can see mold behind it with zero intrusion. You're not going to rip this stuff up. You're going to, if it lifts up voluntarily and you see mold behind it, clearly that is a potentially very big cost issue. And you want to put that in your report or repair or replace mold on the walls of bathroom number 2. Plaster. Now, I could go for days about plaster. I was a trustee of the Lathers and Plasterers Union in New York City when I had to negotiate with the construction union. It's called Local 46. They're actually iron workers, but for some reason they do plaster. Go figure. But Local 46 is, I think, the only union in the country, the only local that does plaster officially as its primary purpose. And with that, this is the way buildings were built up until about 1940. Drywall hasn't been here forever. They really didn't come up with it, I think, till like the late 1930s, maybe 1940s. Plaster is the way most old buildings are built, whether it be the wood lath here that we see. These plaster walls have many interesting behaviors when they get wet, when they get stressed structurally, or any number of other things. In this case, this is a plaster ceiling, a diagonal ceiling, and the plaster over a very long period of time fell off. On the right side, this is a review of how plaster is made. And one of the reasons, if anybody's ever done drywall, a good human can put roughly 1,000 square feet up a drywall. I don't want to say an hour, but a really good guy can do it a couple thousand square feet a day. But don't feel bad. They've got robots that do it now and are scarily good. They can't do corners, but give them time. But before all of that, plaster, to build a wall, exterior or interior, the 3-coat plaster system, lath, and then 3 coats to plaster, was an art and is an art. It is, ironically, becoming appreciated again, as a lot of people, as we see an old plaster house. Look at this house with the wood lath like this. You can assume the house is at least 100 years old. And in this case, the guy is adding some outlets, so he not rips off the plaster, puts in his new outlet behind the lath, and then he replasters really kind of this way afterwards. I should actually have these slides backwards. Now on the right side is another type of plaster. This is called metal lath. The metal lath is many interior walls and ceilings in older houses, and the metal was wood was used in most older houses, in some area, critical areas, and in multifamily buildings that had rated enclosures. So if you have a rated enclosure between two apartments, you would want to use metal lath. Why? Because in a fire, the metal lath doesn't burn. Uh, in effect, when you think about buildings, you think about what's called combustible separations. This is the plaster is good protection, but it's still wood, so it could burn. Okay, so in structural elements, your areas around structural separations, fire rated separations, this metal lath is just an expanded lath they've been using for over 100 years. And you press the plaster into the lath. It makes good, when it dries, makes a very good mechanical connection. You can do the first layer, then the second and third layers. And by the time you get the third layer, you get a nice smooth coat over the metal lath. Again, wood or metal lath, still there's a lot of value. Now, the metal lath has become quite popular recently for another interesting reason. First of all, you can bend it and make some really neat corners with it and shapes. But second of all, a lot of high-end clients are asking, or a lot of high-end architects are using plaster, metal lath plaster again in houses. I think I explained this in the last class. It's a rather interesting one. Why do they do that? Because of cell phones. Well, here's to any of you guys who know a little about physics. If you know about physics, you know that there's a thing called a Faraday cage. Now, the Faraday cage is where if you try to pass an electrical signal or radio signal through a metal grid like this, the metal grid disrupts the signal. So very, very high-end owners today are asking, at restaurants especially, why would a restaurant want people want to have why would a restaurant want to have a lath, a metal lath ceiling and a metal lath walls in the restaurant? What is the worst thing in a restaurant? The worst thing in a restaurant is when, well, if we can remember the time when we used to go to restaurants, although in New York City the restaurants are open today finally, the worst thing in the world is people who came to the restaurant, sat down and started using their smartphones. And a person using a smartphone would stay longer, tip less, and generally be a waste of money to the restaurant. So the restaurants we're all adding the metal lath to block people from using cell phones in their restaurants. This is actually a good and a bad of older buildings, in that it's very often hard to get a good Wi-Fi signal. But with a lot of the 5G, some people are worried about that, and they're actually excited about the fact that, and this is a residential thing, particularly in Europe right now, the Europeans are really screaming to have things like metal lath, and believe it or not, they're even, there's a stealth market for lead paint and lead panels because people want to block the Wi-Fi signals from their houses. I had when I was in Brooklyn, I had this lady call me up once, absolutely crying like crazy. She had a apartment on Eastern Parkway in Brooklyn, and right across the parkway, somebody had just put a cell phone antenna up, and the cell phone antenna was pointed right at her 8 children's bedroom. And she was crying on the phone. I said, "Look, sorry, ma'am, cell phone towers are not regulated by the United States, by the local city government. They're regulated by the federal government, and they're not regulated." So that guy was allowed to put his tower up all he wanted. Today, people are responding by putting blocking devices like metal lath walls in apartments. I would also remind, again, especially in the high end of markets in New York City, you'll also come across metal lath in things like, I talked about panic rooms before. I was advising on a panic room recently that was basically armored. I won't go too much detail on that one, but I will tell you there's quite a market on that right now. Again, paneling. another, as we're looking at the room, we're looking at the walls and ceilings. Paneling is kind of a catch-22. Again, there's many kinds of paneling. There's the cheap wood paneling that comes in 4x8 sheets that's just pressed OSB with a veneer surface on top. This was very common in the 1970s and very fashionable. However, it was by the 90s. I don't think anybody uses it anymore. So it's a great way to date interiors. Um, but if you do come across it, just like that vinyl sheeting we saw a minute ago in the bathroom, that paneling can also frequently hide things. Now, what are you going to report on the paneling? Are you going to say paneling bad, get rid of it? No. The buyers can see that it's paneling. They only want to know if there's some potential hidden defect. Obviously, crack paneling up here, this is bad. This has got to be replaced. So, your repair replace, the report would say exterior paneling in living room, uh, large areas of paneling broken, veneer broken off, repair or replace. Or um, again, although you're not necessarily going to be able to pull up the rug unless the owner's there to let you, in this case, you pull up the rug, you kind of smell some mold. And you pull up the rug just a little bit, take it off its tacks, and chances are it's loose already because underneath you smelled it. You didn't know where it was, but sure enough, you pull up the carpet and there's a lot of black mold in the corner. And in this case, it's often because water that was trapped in the wall that you would have seen otherwise if there weren't this wood paneling here. The water has been working all the way down the wall and it's all black on the floor here. That tells me this black mold on the floor tells me the entire wall here behind this panel might be rotten, and that can happen, particularly with vapor barrier issues and things like EFIS issues. Absolutely can happen. Back to inspecting plaster. This is again plaster in process. The frames are off, and they're in the process of adding the finish coat. You see some of the coats have been torn off. Again, and the other aspect, this isn't plaster as much. This is in a bathtub. Again, this is where the tile has been taken off, and behind the tile, you have the drywall, and the drywall has suffered water damage. And again, this is compromised and a pretty expensive repair. Now, of course, you're not going to rip that. You're not going to rip the tile work off in the bathroom to find this out, but very often, and I can't stress this enough, a large amount of the time you might be inspecting a house that is to be bought, especially now because there's very little inventory on the market. Buildings that owners might have had to fix up before they sold, today they're selling as is. So these houses are bigger and bigger messes. Now, a lot of the buyers are even waiving their contingencies and saying, I don't care about a home inspection. I'll just take it as it is. Or conversely, they get committed and then they try to catch up and add the home inspection later to a house that maybe was halfway built, or not halfway built, but halfway renovated. And people walk away. Sadly, sometimes they walk away because they passed away or any number of other reasons. Taryn, we usually, the way I'm doing the class, we're usually leaving the video and mic off just to preserve the bandwidth. Oh, so yeah, you already turned your stuff off. That's fine. Again, everybody's welcome to please take your mic off at any time and ask questions. But generally, when you're not, try to keep it off so we can, I don't want to crash Zoom. As we saw a minute ago, I was trying to stream a video, and you might have noticed the video is streaming very, very badly. So because of that, I'm trying to preserve bandwidth as much as possible. I do think the upside is that we're streaming at a pretty high screen size, but I'm not getting very good. I do want to make sure we don't abuse the bandwidth capacity. And if everybody had their video on, although that's great for chatting, it does suck up time. So again, plaster, we talk about, in this case, he's ripped the finish coat off. You've come to a room, you're inspecting it, and hey, the finish coat's off. He's down to the scratch coat. He's taken off the wood frame, and clearly that's a repair issue. Does the owner know that it's in the middle of repair? Sometimes. Now, as you're inspecting the plaster, again, we talk about the wood wood lath or metal lath, and then 3 coats of plaster. Now the downside is, of course, this is a lath that has been exposed to water for decades. You know, the wood is just the plaster has literally dissolved off of the rotting wood, and obviously this is shot, but it's a reminder of what the lath or a typical plaster wall looks like. One of the interesting things about plaster walls, though, is they can actually be very, very thin. A typical interior partition with a stud wall would be, at the very least, for non-bearing interior, would be a 2x3 and, you know, 2 half-inch layers of drywall. That's, of course, 3.5 inches minimum in width. Excuse me. With plaster, you can actually do walls as thin as 2 inches. Again, as you're inspecting a house, look up. We looked at the walls. With make sure you go all the way to the ceiling with the walls. In this case, kind of a small image, but you can see the plaster damage around this very once ornate ceiling. And, you know, this is for your report. You're just going to say repair, replace, plaster damage observed at the arch of the vaulted ceiling. Um, you know, unable to get close enough to check water permeation, but the panel or the plaster appears to continue to be wet towards the outside of the building. Now, this is this is what plaster looks like. I'm just scraping it off. This guy's obviously wearing his mask. Good. Glasses better. Are you gonna have? Are you gonna carry gloves, a mask, and eye protection on your inspection? Yeah. You're going to have that for the electrical inspections. No, as an inspector, you're not going to be peeling plaster at all. But if you're, particularly if you're electrical, you want to have PPE with you. Again, if you have not taken the OSHA 10 or OSHA 30 site safety courses for construction, I'd actually suggest you do so. There's a lot that applies to the things that a home inspector does. And it'll also give you a little leg up when it comes to being on a construction site in New York City. I know, by the way, a broker that I know has gotten her OSHA 30 and her other total 40-hour safety because she frequently goes on construction sites to look at buildings. And these days, the insurance of the contractors will not let anybody on site unless they're a building official, an owner, or a licensed architect or engineer. Those are the only people who are allowed on site without training. And again, that's just a reminder to you that your safety is pretty important. As this guy's using this PPE to do a demolition or renovation, you need to have this equipment with you. So I talked about the clipboard and the screwdriver earlier. Again, particularly for electrical inspection, it's important to have this stuff. Here we go. There's a better diagram of the plaster. I know I'm doing a lot of plaster slides because it's so important. Now, the left side is actually, I apologize, this is like plaster. This is a type of EFIS coating. But again, there's an example of the complexity of the types of coatings you may have on a building today. Actually, this isn't EFIS. This is just a plaster coat. Again, you see the waterproofing, the exterior sheething on a wooden house, tar paper for waterproofing, the grid, the base for the plaster, which is screwed in all the way through to the plywood, and then the three coats that go on top of it, scratch, green, and finish coats that will make that plaster anchor to the wall. Now, the problem with these assemblies is breathability. Once this plaster is there and it dries, it's really attached to the wall with no breathing. So today, with things like EFIS systems, you're introducing a little bit of a gap in between to let the water move away from the building. Again, there's the backside of a metal lath wall where you can see they press the rough plaster right through the wall. Now, the good news is all plaster is not dirty and nasty. Sometimes it's very beautiful. This is what's referred to as a Venetian plaster, where it is not dirty. This is the aesthetic look. So you do have to, I don't want to sound dumb, but don't call something ugly or don't call something defective when it's actually an architectural style. A, pictures help for this, but B, this is an example of what is considered very, very high fashion in what's referred to as Venetian plaster. Again, when inspecting the plaster, again, another images of a nice plaster work. A lot of things that look like plaster aren't. There are a lot of textured paints that are out there today. But generally, as we saw with the structural aspects of plaster versus drywall, you do want to think about how it will react over time. One of the great things about plaster is that it's pretty good at acoustics. And that's one of the reasons I know a lot of very high-end clients love plaster, because it really shuts down sound between rooms. Excuse me. And actually, sound insulation, while not in a typical home inspection, can be a very big deal for clients. In fact, there are acoustic consultants that do quite well doing houses. And it's safe to say that if you got, I don't know if Internachi has a certification for acoustical consultants, but it is definitely a interesting challenge today. Plaster after fire. There's a building I inspected. Actually, a private sector. I was there. It's in the Bronx in 2018 and no 2015 actually. And this is a reminder of what the plaster looks like behind the walls. Why do I know that? Because of course this was a 24 family building, and some drug user lit his mattress up on the first floor. Now the absolute miracle is that the first floor door this is what we called a new law tenement. The stairway for the entire building, everybody on the upstairs of this building had to come down this one stair to get out of the building safely. And this fire happened at the base of the stair. So luckily it was early morning, or not early morning, but mid morning. And everybody was able, because the fire started at the base of the stairway became a chimney. And not good. Clearly there was a lot of fire damage. There's a little image, a couple of pictures I took. That, by the way, was a kitchen once. By the way, in older kitchens, guess what else was in the kitchen? The gas meter. This building could have blown like you wouldn't believe. That was a typical design 100 years ago. Now, the reason why I took this image was two things. One, this building had what's called a dumbwaiter. It actually had an elevator between floors, because believe it or I know it's hard to believe, but these buildings in the Bronx in 1920s, when they were built, these were high fashion. And you would have a dumbwaiter because you'd have a restaurant on the ground floor and they would send food up to you, up in your fancy dinner parties or something. So in this case, this apartment had a dumbwaiter which had been blocked off. But you can also see very accurately the wood lath construction. Now you're probably saying, why is all the wood lath exposed here? Well, the answer is, in a fire in a building like this, the fire gets in the walls. So the fire department had literally ripped off all of the plaster in this room because they were checking for, again, fires below, above, in the walls, and in the ceilings. So it's very instructive, as a reminder, how fire spreads and where this fire is, again, similarly, water damage. And after a fire, I don't have to tell you, that's quite a bit of damage as well. Anyway, I show you these images as a reminder of what wood lath structure looks below. You can also notice, by the way, some of the charring, the relatively minimum charring on the interior stuff, because quite honestly, this building got helped out pretty fast. Now, in new buildings in the future, this would have probably not happened because the sprinklers would have gone off and knocked this fire down pretty well. I don't know what happened to the crackhead, but who knows? But don't laugh, because one time I had I talked about the guy losing his Halligan in a fire. In that fire, I was inspecting it afterwards to see if I had ordered the building demolished. In that case, the building was okay, but the sad part was a man had died in the fire. The man had once been one of the biggest players on the New York Knicks. And unfortunately, he had become a Bronx crack addict, not, a decade, 2 decades later. So kind of sad, a reminder that, people do things that aren't necessarily in their best interest, like smoke crack cocaine in their bedrooms, or and again, those are some of the challenges you're going to come across. Hopefully, not that draconian, but quite real. Uh, in a fire damage. The interesting thing, by the way, again, a good image of the plaster. As you can see, the fire department had ripped off the plaster. What you also will see here, you may notice this building was built to 1910s, and because it was built as a multifamily, there it does show you things like the wiring. They used BX cable even back then, the wiring, which is good, and exactly why, because there was a fire. Now, what would happen if plaster coated plastic coated wiring? It would have melted. Of course, this is 100-year-old building, fire damage, and the wiring system was protected and intact. Again, here in the ceilings, again, I don't want to get too forensic about this, but I just want you to see and get an understanding of kind of what's under a wall. I showed you in construction, which is pretty, but I also want to show you the not pretty stuff. Why? Because quite honestly, if this scares you, get out. You're in the wrong business. You're going to see some tough stuff in houses. I know a friend. I went to a house once that had not been touched for about 3 years. The owner had died, and they literally everything kept running. They kept paying the bills, but the water from the roof. I and a lady who's now a deputy commissioner for Manhattan, she and I inspected the building, and it looked like nothing was wrong. I opened the fridge, it looked like it was full, and everything was, but everything was frozen. Everything was completely frozen. And again, the reason why I mention this is that you never know when you're inspecting a house what you might come across. Again, fire signs of fire damage are pretty common. Inspecting drywall. Now, we've talked about plaster a lot. Now, let's think about drywall. Drywall is, again, used pretty much since the 1940s. And as we go through, we look at typical damage that might be visible in a drywall house. The typical one where somebody kicked the wall in, got mad, young kid had a tantrum, bam, 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 kicks the wall in. This can happen on walls, floors, ceilings, etc. On the right side, the plaster damage where somebody recently patched a ceiling. If you see plaster patching like this, what do you expect? Chances are there's a water leak underneath here, and they just quickly tried to patch it up so we wouldn't notice. Idiots. Clearly, I'm going to go directly above this as quickly as possible and see if there's other signs of water damage. Because if there is, this is a very expensive water damage that a new owner would have to deal with. And then inspecting drywall like this, okay, wall repair or replace. You just say, hey, you got some holes in the walls, fix them. If you don't know if anybody's ever done a drywall patch, it's not that hard. Paneling, as we talked about earlier, there are many types of paneling, ranging from this sheet MDF with a veneer coat on top to real paneling made of, high quality woods. And each of them has their problems. The key thing is the question you have to ask with paneling: does it breathe or not? I was working on a office on Wall Street. I was renovating an office on Wall Street for Deutsche Bank many years ago, and we were going to rip the whole area out. I walk into this one room, and it was floor to ceiling, about 11-foot tall ceiling of the most unbelievably beautiful mahogany wall paneling I've ever seen. Now, it was from the office, you literally looked right out the window, right at the front door of the New York Stock Exchange. So clearly, whoever had been here had been an incredibly powerful man. In fact, I was told later it was the office of the old CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase, or its predecessor, J.P. Morgan and Company. But the big picture was that wall, mahogany wall, was real wood, and it breathed well and had lasted almost 100 years. These vinyl coverings, again, because they block water flow, can be dangerous. Now, do you grade ugly? Well, this is a very, very high grade kitchen, and it's in beautiful shape. It's a showroom. This is, I probably should show it a little better. Um, Again, the paneling is pretty wild. I think it's pretty ugly, but that's just my taste. This is what we call, now, again, paneling is an art. Paneling used to be splitting wood very, very carefully into veneers. And from that veneer, you would do many things. This is what we call bookmarking, where it appears as if, you know, the veneer is literally a split in the wood. And in this case, very thin veneers of the wood together have all created what's called a bookmark. Because again, you left, right, connect them. Again, not my architectural style, but what if a couple of these doors are bashed up? What if, you got this beautiful sequence of 30 panels and a couple of the doors are broken and, the veneer is torn up? Well, that's not good. That can add cost. And mind you, let's be clear, those are millwork doors here. Those are all cabinets. So again, this is an extremely expensive piece of stuff. And if it's damaged, it's a big deal. I mean, obviously they can afford to put a $3,000 coffee machine in there. So you get the idea. Um, from a quick review of a space like this, the ceilings, again, first thing you check, is it lit? Yeah, it has plenty of lighting built in. Is there any sign of water damage? No. Is there any sign of leakage of any kind? No. Any craftsman damage, cracks? No, everything's perfectly fine. By the way, you got a sprinkler head. That's a good thing. That little flat panel, if you don't know, of course, is a recessed sprinkler head. You'll probably know that a house has a sprinkler when you go in, because when you did it in the basement, the sprinkler usually has a separate water supply, unless in certain buildings it uses the same as the house. But the again, sprinkler heads, different kinds of lights, can lights down, a lot of lighting. Again, I talked earlier about how many technologies have changed in the last 5 years. I would say lighting is probably one of the biggest ones. We have gone from incandescent lighting, which is very hot, not very efficient, a lot of heat, to compact fluorescents, which were very efficient, but they had their downsides, mercury and various other challenges. Uh, and then, of course, today we've gone to LED. LED is spectacular in its long life, like compact fluorescent sometimes. However, LED does have its own risks if you don't know about the blue shift light, but that's for another story. The big picture is from your inspection, you're going to say, one of the things I look for in lighting, this is 4 lights in a row. I would look for, these are probably long 4-inch fluorescent, probably T8 or T5 tubes. And I would look for things like, are the lights flickering? Are the, what else would you look for? Are the colors matching? Fluorescent and LED and compact fluorescent lights over time will shift in color. One of the worst things in the world is to have like a low, what's lights are measured in K. 2700K is like what's called warm light. 6500K is called cool light. One of the worst things in a space like this, although it's relatively just a maintenance issue, again, if lights are flickering, that means you got to repair the ballast. We'll talk about more of this in electric chapter. But the key thing is you want to make sure all the electric is consistent, undamaged, and set. On the walls, you are looking, again, the main focus of this image was to look at the paneling, but you're also going to look at the trim, the intersections of all these different appliances, etc., and for potential damage. One of the simple things like cabinets that are used a lot really get beaten up. And like I said here, these pieces are not easy to replace. So this kitchen over 10, 15 years is going to take some punishment. Okay, inspecting walls. Again, 3 enemies: water, water, water. And this is a case where water can be a potential problem with a building. This is where water has been running down by a chimney and condensing because of the hot chimney, cold air, hot chimney, cold air, hot chimney, cold air. And that condensation has made the wood rot around this chimney. there's a talk about fire. This is a good image. Again, sorry to go too much on the fire stuff, but it's really important when you do your inspection. Again, this is a fire rated door. And this is actually from a test picture where they literally, the room had been on fire, but the door stayed and did its job. And that is, again, if apartment 1 is on fire, you want apartment 2 to be able to get out safely. Okay, window types. Quickly paging through some of the windows. We talked about this on the exteriors already. The interiors are the same, obviously window types, but you always want to ask that question: where is the window going to fail? What type of rot or wood damage are you going to come across? And on the indoor frame of each one, whether it be a fixed picture window or and its problems perhaps with vapor, the um, the dual pane, the air getting out in between, or single hung windows, do they open properly? These are relatively, each window, as you're walking around each room, you're going to be testing some of the windows, as many as you can. Do they open properly? Do they close properly? um, you know are the balancing counterweights there to properly let the window go down without cutting somebody's hand off? We call that a guillotine window. um, Again, double hungs, do they work? Are they leaking? Are the gaskets all there? From the outside, you've looked at it, and now from the inside. And why do you care about the inside? Same reason as the outside. Different times a year, you're going to get what? You're going to get a temperature gradient. What is that? What's that fancy crap mean? You're talking about it's really cold outside. If it's cold, it's dry, and it's really warm inside. So it's warm, it's wet, moisture, unless you're in the desert. Um, and that moisture is where you have potential issues. Now, again, anytime you're on the warm side, you run the risk of coming across water damage from a rotten sill. Now, windows are made of many materials over the years, wood and vinyl. Again, areas that are resistant to water damage. You don't see these window types anymore. I think they're illegal because of the energy code now. Pretty popular in some climates. This is popular in upstate New York. You'll see a lot of these in the summer cabins, but not in real houses, because obviously they can't shut up very well in the wintertime. Buildings that aren't winterized, you'll see this kind of window. On the left side, of course, that's a pretty good window for last week, right? I think I've been harping on my classes all this time. When we talked about the exterior part, we talked about, imagine you're building with 2 feet of snow on the outside. Well, I think we could have done that pretty well last week, right? Did anybody get a good laugh out of my lecture when they saw the snow last week, thinking about my harping about the 2 feet of snow? I hope you considered that as you looked around and you ask yourself, wow, what's that show? What is that snow going to do to the buildings, right? Snow is going to be piled up against the side of buildings for weeks now. And that
I was,
wood is, what's that, Tanya?
I was thinking that too.
Oh, yeah. So this type of damage is going to be quite extensive on buildings. And again, this window I think was really cool, and it's super protected. Again, inspecting windows, you want to look at all the different places where that water is going to end up. The water frame, actually, sometimes the water comes from inside the wall and then gets in and rots the window. Now, vinyl windows have become popular over the last 20, 30 years. Newer windows now, the fiberglass windows are really interesting. There were vinyl covered wood windows. The fiberglass windows today are perhaps the best I've seen because they really they have some interesting thermal properties, but most importantly, fiberglass doesn't rot. So and it's structurally more sound than vinyl, which is a big plus. Again, there's lots of technologies out there, and windows are evolving really, really fast. Again, because of these energy codes. Windows are the biggest place where the energy leaves the building. So therefore, the building, that moisture connection is what you're going to be inspecting. As we saw on the outside, as you're walking around the inside, one of the most important things is does the window is the window supposed to operate, and does it operate properly? I intimated this on the last class. Um, Not only should you have windows operating properly, but in 3-family and above. Okay, everybody knows there's in a house there's probably a couple windows that don't open anymore. As a home inspector, you want to try to find those windows. The current homeowner says, "Oh yeah, I never opened that window," or the air conditioner's been in that window for 20 years, so no big deal. Um, However, if you're dealing with handicapped people, the Americans with Disabilities Act, 3-family or 4-family, those windows legally have to open. Not only do they have to open with a maximum of 5 pounds of force. Wow. So uh, inoperable, bad operable windows can actually, believe it or not, in a multifamily, 3 and 4 family, can actually set the owner up for a potential lawsuit. Is that crazy? Absolutely crazy. Is it the law? Yes, absolutely the law. Um, I looked at a lot of federal AD. By the way, when you have an ADA violation, Americans with Disabilities Act violation, you don't get sued by the plaintiff. The plaintiff is not the person in the wheelchair. The plaintiff is you're going to get sued by the United States Department of Justice. So homeowners and building owners generally are extremely sensitive to ADA issues these days because it can cost you one hell of a lot of money if it's not working properly. On the right side, again, the typical wood rot you come across with an older window. Here we get the wood rot on the frame. You also get some deterioration of the glazing on the glass. Outside the windows, we saw this similar picture before. Again, this is where water is running down the outside, but water can also be running inside, and it will get in the frame, soak around the frame, and you'll never even see it. And these are clues when you see wood rot like this on the windows that you may have to say, look, repair or replace these windows, and inspect the frame for potential damage within the frame. Again, walls and ceilings. As we walk around a room, again, like to throw some nice things up there once in a while. This is a beautiful room, freshly renovated, right out of the pages of a glamour book. But what would this look like 20 years from now? Where are potential failure points? What are things that I'd be looking at in a room like this? I come into this. First, I start at the ceiling. I look at these probably fake painted structural beams, make sure they are not bowing, sagging, cracked. I'm looking for water damage because most of the time these are fake and they're literally just a box down of drywall sometimes. So I'm looking for crackings, etc. I'm looking at the can lights. Do they have any water damage around them, etc. I'm looking at the vents. I don't see any sprinklers heads. It looks like there's a sprinkler head over there. Today, you might have a lot of stuff in the ceiling. You might have speakers, not part of your inspection generally, or electric sensors, seeing eyes, cameras, all kinds of stuff. You're not responsible for that. Can you say I'll inspect your camera system for another $300? You may, but quite honestly, you may not know where it is. And again, like many other systems, like your boiler or your garage door opener or your air conditioning system, these are specialized components that they will probably have to get a vendor for. And so again, electrical systems, there's probably for things like the camera system, there's probably a central panel. The central panel probably has a sticker of the company that does it. Okay, let's keep moving on. By the way, if you haven't yet, although I am keeping an eye on the attendance, please make sure in the chat room to put your name. So I have your name here. Although I'm tracking who's in the class, but please at some point put your name in the chat room so I can prove to John that you've been in attendance. In fact, I'd ask you guys to do that right now. It's at 12, so this way I can certify you've been here for at least 3 hours. Okay. I know everybody's in and out, but that's good. Thomas, thank you, etc. So everybody, Jim Shade, good. And so anyway, make sure everybody please do that. So again, we talk about this building. What's another potential problem here up on the ceiling? The ceiling fan. Okay, ceiling fans are a pain in the butt. Why? One, they're an electrical device, potential problem. Two, they are a penetration in the ceiling, which means they are exposed above with a very, perhaps a powerful motor or an electric box. And if they're not attached properly, they can do damage. Three, uh, electric fans over time get damaged from uh, imbalance, when the thing rotates improperly. And as you probably know, if you don't have a perfectly balanced fan, the fan will shake, and the shaking can do damage. Another more appropriate example of that, of course, is people hanging off of them, or signs of that. Anyway, for many reasons, the fan can be a problem. So keep an eye on that. So I've done the ceiling, and then I do the walls. I'm walking around the walls. Can I lift up the curtains to look behind the walls? Yeah, that's probably okay. Can I move the furniture out of the way? You got to be careful about that. Again, if it's a big pile of boxes, you probably don't want to touch it. If you can look around it somehow, that's perfectly fine. I would be wondering, of course, why just from an architectural standpoint, why the furniture is in front of a door, but hey, we're not going to worry about that. So again, part of the inspection, the walls are okay. The stone walls, the stone veneer around the fireplace, that's okay. Floors, wide board floors, again, okay. Can you lift up the carpet? Use your discretion. This kind of carpet obviously could be lifted up. Sometimes if you lift it up and you feel it's taped down, leave it alone. But non-intrusive inspection is the mantra. So again, walls, ceilings, floors, outlets. I'm looking for loose wires. I'm sure all the wires are tight. I turn the fan on to see it working properly. Hopefully by now I've got some air coming out of the duct, because I turned on the HVAC unit a little while ago. I wouldn't keep that on for more than 5 or 10 minutes, but you want to feel that some air is coming out. Okay, back to walls and ceilings. We think about popping nails. This is a pretty common thing in 1970s, 1980s houses. Why? Because if your house was built in the 50s or 60s or 70s, when they put the drywall up, they put it in with nails. Okay, well, the nail, they had a pretty simple system. You pound the nail in, you use the drywall hammer, which had a grid. You'd dimple it, and then you put plaster on top, and you'd pretty much never know the nail was there. But over time, a house may settle, and as it settles, the nails will pop through. Now, many would say, hey, stupid, use a drywall screw. Hey, you're right. Up until the 70s, they didn't really have, till the 80s, they didn't really have drywall screws. Now, a nail has, depending on the type of wood and the type of nail, let's say it's 1,000 pounds of pulling strength on a typical drywall nail. A screw, because of the screw the screw threads anchoring the screw in there, this type of drywall screw has about 3 or 4 thousandths. What does it say? It says 3,000, 3 times better than nails. So again, screws, very often they'll rip the top of the drywall off if the wall starts moving. In this case, the wall moves in and out and in and out, so the nails will pop out a bit. And in this case, the guy was doing an inspection, and he saw recent patches. And the recent patches were where, again, that the nail pops had been there, and the owner had kind of cleaned it up a little bit before the inspection, but he wasn't smart enough to paint. More fun things up in the ceilings and cracks. Now, by the way, when I talk about the nail pulls, these can be on walls and ceilings. Most commonly on ceilings where they didn't put enough nails in or screws in to hold the drywall up in the ceiling, or that happens when the trusses of a ceiling flex a lot. For instance, right now, a lot of houses, the bottom chord of a truss is the ceiling joist of a room. So if you have a day like last week where, 18 inches of snow was on the roof, the trusses can buckle and bend a little bit. They're designed to bend a little bit. But in that bending, they may tear the drywall in the ceiling of a room. Again, little diagram, a couple types of holes you might see. Again, active water damage on the top right with the ceiling tiles. Now, these are drop ceiling tiles. You'll often come across ceiling tiles glued right to the underside of the structure. Keep a heads up for them because very often those are loaded with asbestos. Now, the left side, again, drywall, again, the water has built up behind the drywall and literally the plaster in the seam has dissolved and you have a lateral thing like this. This tells me there was a lot of water up here, a lot of damage, and this is not good. This is another typical one. This is where an out. This is actually, I believe this was a ceiling fan that had fallen out of the ceiling, and it again did a lot of structural damage on the way out. If you choose, the thermal inspection is not necessarily part of your report because you're looking behind the walls and you can't certify what's behind the walls. Because if you do try to certify it, you're really beyond your scope of inspection. But if you choose to add, charge more, you might see some interesting things like this. In this case, thermal has a lot of value because it'll show you all the areas that aren't insulated. In this case, the temperature gradient in the house at the bottom of the wall, rather than not being insulated, it's probably telling me there's a water buildup in the walls. Now, this is a thermal gun looking at temperature differential. Another one is the moisture meter. It's very similar, and it will, again, help you to identify how much moisture is in these walls. Sometimes it may look fine, but the paint hides the fact that the drywall is soaked. Very similarly here, this is a ceiling, again, where in a corner where somebody's put a lot of plaster a couple times to try to hide the holes, but the mold still just keeps coming through because there's water in the ceiling somewhere. Another good reasons for thermal imaging. This is on the left is a house that basically has no or very minimum roof insulation or ceiling insulation between the attic space and the living space, the conditioned space versus the attic, the unconditioned space. So a huge amount, the attic is hot as heck, and that heat is coming down. Now, obviously that can be a great thing in the wintertime, but in the summertime, it's probably going to cost you a lot more electricity. This is a better image. I love this because this happens all the time. And this is particularly important. If you look closely here on the right side, this is a cathedral ceiling, and the door is usually, how tall is a typical residential door? Does anybody know? Anybody know? It's
8 feet.
80 inches or 6'8"
Sorry,
tall,
yeah,
right?
80.
And so what we got here is this is 80 inches and there's about 2 feet beyond it. So what's happened here is this is about a 10-foot ceiling. And the insulating guys, when they built this building years before, what's the typical length of an insulating bat? Does anybody know? Very often insulation comes in 8-foot lengths. So these guys put the 8-foot insulation in and didn't bother insulating the top up here. That's actually a great image because it shows how lazy somebody was years ago. And that laziness is actually two things. One, it's a lot of energy lost from lack of insulation above the 8-foot mark, but it's also actually the heat is compounded because it appears there might be a return duct here as well. So there's a return duct running nearby the wall that might be part of the heat, but again, with a lack of insulation there as well, you're creating a heat differential, which is a good probability there's going to be moisture in the walls.
Hey, Brian, are these
Yeah.
going to be a deal breaker for the buyer? Issues like this?
No, but it could be a negotiating point for the buyer. If I see that image on the right, man, I just got a $10,000 discount on my house. If I see that image, I'm saying, dude, now remember, every seller can just say, drop dead. I'm not negotiating, as is. And hey, that's the market today. If you're buying out of Nassau County right there, right now, you try to do the home inspection negotiation, and the seller's going to tell you to drop dead. I got 20 other buyers, right? People, I mean, remember, you guys may not know it, but in April, May, June, people were buying houses. They were getting out of the city, New York City, so fast they were buying houses sight unseen. They were waiving all contingencies, all inspections, and they were just buying them. And I am being told that they're now trying to come back and kind of sue the sellers, and the sellers are like, "Sorry, dude, you took it as is." But things like this, if I'm looking at a house and I'm able to show that, for instance, although I wasn't able to get up into the attic in this area, I can see that there's a huge thermal differential, which means there's no insulation up there. You know, I might ask for a discount. The one on the right, this is just shoddy workmanship. This tells me the insulation didn't run all the way up past 8 feet. And this tells me there's probably lots of other shoddy workmanship issues in what looks like a fancy house. They spent the time to have a fancy 10-foot tall cathedral ceiling, but they didn't insulate it properly. So again, these are the reasons why a home inspector does stuff. Now, these infrared images are an opinion. You don't really know there's a void up there until you start poking holes. Are you going to start poking holes? Hell no, because it's not your house. But again, this image, I love this image on the right because this is a really good negotiating image when it comes to saying, look, you know, I've got to open up areas of this house to add insulation after I buy it to make it come up to modern standards. One more time, though, I can't stress enough, I'm showing you these thermal images to show you the types of problems you want to try to detect. You can detect them by water damage. You might be able to detect them by a moisture meter, just touching the walls on the outside. But generally, the thermal camera has really come into its own as a tool. I've got one on my phone, and they even make phones, believe it or not, with a thermal camera built in. Caterpillar actually makes a pretty amazing phone that has one literally built into the phone. And I have an independent one that is very, very reliable, and I can smash the crap out of it, and it still works. Anyway, so we think about these images further on. This image, again, the ceiling, the gypsum board, as we talked about, often usually used in ceilings. It'll often have a coat on top, and it might look like plaster. It's often referred to as a popcorn ceiling. Older popcorn ceilings, you got to be a little careful of, because the popcorn the textured ceiling that you might see is it's a great tool. Textured ceilings are good because they kind of hide water damage and sagging. They kind of create an optical illusion, so they're light for that. In this case, though, it was really bad. This one had a popcorn ceiling of plaster, but I don't know if you can see this, but this is actually water pouring through a downlight, a can light. Now, we'll look at details of a can light later. I think I showed some last time. But those can lights are a penetration from the unconditioned attic to the conditioned living room. And in this case, there's so much water pouring through the ceiling. First of all, you can see the color differential in the drywall, which means the whole drywall in this area is soaked. And second, it's so soaked that the water is actually pouring through the can. I came home from work one day in dressed in one of my best suits, and I go into the bathroom. That was in an apartment building in Manhattan, and the super and my wife are there in the bathroom, and in the ceiling there was this huge, what looked like a bubble. It was about a 5-gallon bubble. And what it was there was water was pouring in from the apartment above, and the vinyl paint of the bathroom had been keeping it and holding it and holding it. And it literally was like an inflating balloon. And of course, I step under the balloon to try to hold it in place as we try to figure out what to do with it in my nice fancy suit right off of work. And of course, the balloon of vinyl paint holding that 5 or 6 gallons of really dirty, filthy, nasty water burst and made one hell of a mess of my suit. My suit was never the same again, but the vinyl paint had actually kind of hidden the water damage where the water was only able to come through in certain points. And in this case, we see the water coming through it in the thing. You're going to be looking for ceiling tiles. Think about exposed repairs where they appear, and ask yourself, why did they make that repair? Was it a fix for damage, or is it a symptom, or just a problem? And the symptom ones we want to work on. Again, types of ceilings. We talk about exposed ceilings, obviously, suspended ceilings like this on the left. Sometimes the ceiling tiles are actually attached to the underside of the floor, as I said. They could also be plaster or drywall ceilings. That tearing in. Oh man. Hold on for a second. Got it. Okay. So again, mold. Why would mold happen in a ceiling? Of course, the mold is happening because there's water up there. Like I said, the water builds up. Sometimes the water stays up there and you don't know it's there until it's too late. Areas like this, and I was just in my apartment building the other day. I was in the lobby. About a 5-foot section of ceiling just kind of fell down, and actually, it really wasn't the ceiling. It was the popcorn ceiling, and some plaster fell down, and because of the snow damage. And what it showed was that the water had been there for a very long time, and it took a long time for it to rot away the material so that the ceiling tile would fall. Again, one of the biggest problems you might come across in an inspection, you might be inspecting a house that's unoccupied. If you inspect a house that's unoccupied, in the summer, maybe the air conditioning wasn't left on, so the house gets hot and moldy. You go there for the inspection and the house is shot. Things to think about, or of course a pipe break or something like that. So these are typical types of damage. Again, very bad mold damage here. On the right side, this is the peeling paint of a popcorn ceiling, and you got to ask yourself, why is the paint peeling? And in asking that question, you find that again there's a water problem. Again, and do those cost money? Yes, they do. They're a really big impact on that buyer. So you do want to identify. Now, how would you check? If you can get one of these on a pole. This is a moisture meter. They range from being $10 little moisture meters to a couple $100 ones. And of course, they're good for not merely saying that water is observed in the ceiling, but being able to poke the two prongs up into the ceiling. That's pretty non-invasive. So the current owner can't complain too much. You poke it up in what looks like a wet area. And if it, instead of being, let's say 15 degrees or 15% moisture, all of a sudden it's 50% moisture up there, you got some water problems. In fact, I even saw once where somebody put the tines in, and again, they're basically needles. He put the needles through the drywall or through the paint, and then literally the water was pouring out through the pinhole holes. The water started squirting out because there was so much water up above. Again, you can see the stains. These matter, yes. Again, anytime you see a stain, you ask two questions. One, has the mold started yet? It will eventually. And two, where's the water coming from? As we look at ceilings, again, we look at structural issues like this bowing ceiling. That's pretty serious. You can't really see it in this image too much, but the ceiling was bowing about 3 or 4 inches. This is a very long span cellar. It was about 20 feet span, and they had done it without an intervening beam. So because of that, the ceiling had sagged quite a bit. I would also mention with the paneling here, although I'm focused on the ceiling, the paneling also was a challenge because, of course, if you look closely, the paneling is, it has a lot of markings on it. And so really this is a repair or replace as well, because it's got the stains of the shelving that was there for 25 years, you would say repair or replace there. Again, it doesn't sound like much, but that's a lot of money to rip off those panels. Again, back to the ceilings. This is interesting. Usually in residential buildings, residential apartments or houses, you're not going to see drop ceilings. If you do, it may very well be that it's hiding something. In this case, you see a drop ceiling that was kind of placed right on top of a very heavily deteriorated plaster and lath wall. Again, this is a diagonal of an attic, and attics can be very tricky because they don't vent properly. And in this case, the attic had a lot of moisture issues. So they tried to put these plaster tiles up, these plastic excuse me, acoustic tiles on top, but it wouldn't hide the fact that there was real water damage behind, because of course the water eventually goes through the tiles and still is a problem. Cathedral ceilings. The cathedral ceilings, long span, high angle ceilings have a bunch of problems. One, they because they're long span, they have deflection, and deflection can mean because it bows, the nails will pop. Also, particularly because the ceiling, there is the thermal shock of the roof on the outside, the heated roof, cooling roof, heating roof. If there is no venting on a cathedral ceiling, very often a lot of water and moisture will build up from condensation over the years. In this case, the water is so pronounced in this cathedral ceiling that you actually can see the joists underneath. And even worse, you could see around these, you can literally see the framing of these lights. And the reason why is so much moisture is in this ceiling that it's saturating the areas around these lights. Remember, the lights are almost a hole into the insulated space. So in this case, this whole area is really suffering some water damage. And quite honestly, that roof is shot. I mean, you don't just put another coat of paint on this. This roof shows a systemic problem. When we talked about the roof chapter, we talked about the importance of, by the way, I readjusted the slides, and all of the slides seem to have condensed, and now the images are on top of the text. I just noticed this today, but I did a setting that tried to make the slides more efficient. And I can't believe it, but it looks like it's reset the images on a lot of the slides. I'll try to fix that at the lunch break. But again, as we see here, water is literally coming right through the cathedral ceiling. That's a really big cost, and your report would say, living room, cathedral ceiling, evidence of water damage or water leakage or condensation in the ceiling above the drywall. In this case, you would say, suggest having an engineer or contractor look at how the ceiling can be reconfigured to allow proper venting so that moisture won't build up in the future. Now, again, drop ceilings, you shouldn't really have them when you do see them. In this case, it's a drop ceiling. And on top of the drop ceiling, on the underside of the other slab, is the stick-on tiles. Now, here's the interesting news. Very often they put the drop ceiling because there's lots of water staining and damage above. But this one has another problem in that the drop ceiling here often are the 9-inch size. Does anybody know what that means? The press-on tiles, the 9-inch press-on tiles. Anybody know the problem there? The 9-inch floor tiles, as well as the 9-inch ceiling tiles, as opposed to 12 inches, more common in vinyl tiles today or acoustics. They were very common in the 50s and 40s, and they also were very commonly loaded with asbestos. Okay, it was considered actually as a fire retardant, and it's very good at that, but it is considered potentially to be an asbestos material. And if you see the 9-inch tiles, particularly if you see a little flaking off of them, you may want to put a note that the house might want to have an asbestos investigation. Because again, asbestos is a big deal. Any house built prior to '88 is assumed to have asbestos, even though they stopped using it in the 60s. And it actually is a cost when you do renovations. Okay, we talked about ceiling fans before. I love this one on the right. Ceiling fans are great. They make good ventilation. That's a big thing. It's good thing in houses, and it's a lot cheaper than air conditioning. The real pros say they don't ever want to air condition a house. I think they're a little crazy, but I know these are European architects. I know they're like, oh, I hate air conditioning. The one on the right I love. If you look very closely, this is quite an amazing fan. Okay, well, the first one, let's go to this one, the easy one first. Now, this looks old, but it's actually a very new fixture. This is the ceiling part here is often referred to as a medallion. This looks really fancy, and if you look at it, it may be all smacked up. in which case, if it was real plaster, that damage could be considerable. But the good news is it's a relatively new fan, and most of the time these medallions are either plastic or fiberglass. So good news is they probably are okay. Bad news here is that over time, as I said earlier, this uh, fan is going to run out of its life. Hopefully, it's mounted well in the ceiling. It's got to be very rigidly mounted up above the ceiling. That's one of the key elements that a lot of people screw up. And then again, you think about vibration and imbalance over time, lack of oil, the paddles getting damaged, even simple things like paddles getting a lot of dust. That'll cause enough of an imbalance to make the thing shake. If you turn it on and it's shaking a little bit, automatic repair or replace. It better work perfect or not at all. Okay. And of course, what happens if you turn it on and it doesn't work? Well, that's a problem. Is that a cost issue? Hey, a fan's not that expensive, but a fan labor to replace, that gets expensive. Now, this baby, look at this old dinosaur. This is cool. Now, cast iron frames, uh, knob and tube electrical work. This baby's 100 years old. It's got a little alt AC current motor here, probably DC, probably, I don't know. Runs a belt, and that drives the fan. That fan, but most importantly, if you notice, the whole fan is mounted on a big plate. And that plate provides a lot of surface area to attach to the roof. So if it does vibrate, it doesn't destroy the structure. I think this is a very good detail in the sense that they, even 100 years ago, they thought about that gyrational moment. And that's the physics name for shaking. They thought about the shaking and they prevented it by having this big wooden frame. And again, why do I know it's 100 years old? A, it's kind of cool looking, and B, this knob and tube wire, this it's called knob and tube, is a type of wiring from the I guess 1920s they stopped using it, and so it's at least 100 years old. Pretty cool. Although the wood looks like it's nicely maintained. Johnny, I like that old fan. You never know what you're going to come across. A sample report. Again, don't go crazy with what you say. Don't go say, oh, I saw a nick in the floor. It's no good. No. Again, floors. Generally, the floors are okay. The time of inspection, no deficiencies were observed. Cosmetic defects are not noted except where a functional concern exists. He doesn't care about scrapes. He doesn't care about little stains, but he does care if it's a tripping hazard or it blocks a door from opening. So this is a CYA you see in a report. Walls and ceilings. At the time of inspections, no deficiencies were observed in the condition of the interior walls and ceilings. Again, it typically covers functional defects, not, I don't like the fact that it's painted orange. That's not part of my inspection. Okay. And again, generally okay. Doors, mostly okay. A few deficiencies were observed in interior doors, and they'll be listed later on in the report. And same thing with stairways and railings. We'll get to that. Again, deficiencies were observed in the interior stairs. So the key thing is he starts with okay and works down. And there's a lot to be said for that in your report. Don't exaggerate your report. Okay. If you exaggerate it, you lose credibility. So these are just literally text from a report. Again, you should have gotten the email with the sample reports, and they're very good, quick browse. I strongly suggest you go through them if you haven't already. Air ducts, as we've inspected the rooms, we'll talk about mechanical systems later, but ducts are an interesting nexus point in inspection. First of all, they're part of the interior. In this case, you can see the mold growing around a duct. What do you think that is? Air conditioning or heating? If it's mold, chances are it's probably where the air conditioning is coming out and creating mold. Where it's a hot room, the cold air comes out and gives it food for the mold. The mold starts growing on the panel. Now, there is a debate to where do you inspect to? Now, I would say that, the vent, the supply is, again, the air conditioning supply is moldy, appears moldy within the inside, and mold is forming around it. I wouldn't make comments on the further inside in the pipes. Now that said, you might want to, I know guys that will, a couple $100 extra, they'll do this. They will. I showed you my snake cam earlier in a previous class. Again, you may want to be able to provide pictures like this. You may, with permission, unscrew the plates, unscrew the cover, and maybe look further up into the ducts and see how dirty it is. But chances are the owner is not going to appreciate you doing that. So again, this is a type of intrusive inspection you're not going to be allowed to do. But if you can, with let's say a snake camera or something, see what's inside. This is pretty valuable information. My brother, my sister has 6 bunny rabbits, and bunny rabbits are incredibly loaded with uh, hair. So my brother actually went into my sister's house and cleaned out her ducts. And after 10 years of rabbits, she's a firefighter, so she's pretty tough and she's used to breathing bad air. She's a smoke eater, but she even she was having a little bit of problems. And my wife couldn't even enter the house because there was so much dust. And in fact, we looked in the ductwork, and it was literally like an inch of rabbit hair on the inside of the ducts. So my brother hired a specialist and they got the ducts cleaned out, and it's still a problem. But if you're a buyer, one of the things in particular, what this tells you is, did the previous owner have a dog? It may sound crazy, but if you're a buyer, I mean, if you have an allergy, my wife cannot be in a house more than half an hour if with cats or dogs. She literally will be sick. So again, that can be something that a new buyer might want to know. They might not know the guy had pets, but again, if you have a picture from the inside of the ductwork, hopefully without taking off the vent, that's a pretty valuable piece of information. Why? Because that duct may need $500 or $1,000 worth of cleaning to make it sanitary enough for the new owner to use it. Of course, sealing fails. As we go up in the ceiling, we look at cracks and settlement. When is it settling, just basic cracking plaster, and when is it a structural problem? That's the question you always have to ask yourself. This is an example of a nice crown molding done with plaster and metal lath. But conversely, the cracking, again, some cracking is significant and some's not. So we'll try to look at some of that. In this case, here's a bubble. I talked earlier about a bubble building up in the ceiling and popping right on my head and my suit. This is a great example of one. This is where the vinyl paint is literally creating a balloon of water. And this has, a couple of gallons of water that is built up from condensation probably from the outside of the house along the window. And this bubble is literally ready to burst. And that is a sign, a really, really bad sign. Not only, in your report, you're going to say, sign of exterior vinyl paint bubble indicating a large amount of water is built up in the structural system of the house. Repair or replace immediately. I mean, again, when this about the one I had was about 3 times the size of this, and it burst right on my head. Yeah, a lot of fun. Again, ceilings. This is an example of a ceiling that failed. New York City is the only place in the United States that will not allow wire ties for drop ceilings. And this is exactly why. In fact, the wire ties can fall out of their mountings above. And in this case, this is an image of an entire area of a ceiling that fell down about 200 square feet. It all fell down onto the ground because of the anchor wires coming out. In New York City, you're required to have a minimum 1/4 inch black iron instead of this. But again, this is a type of failure where water may damage the joists that the cables are tied on, the cables, and then fail. And in this case, it's catastrophic. And of course, in New York City, the law happened, and it's different in New York because, yes, those ceilings collapsed and killed, I believe, 8 firefighters on 23rd Street in the 1960s because the ceiling caved in on them and they could never get out. Again, another thing, ceiling fun. Yeah. As you're looking at the ceiling, keep an eye out for signs of termites. Yummy. This is an example of termites again had gotten up into the house. Look at the beautiful wood paneling. The paneling actually hid the termites because the termites had been able to run behind the wood paneling because it was not real wood. It was veneer, and they'd gone up and chewed up most of the ceiling. And as you can see here, it got so bad. By the time they realized there was a problem, they started pulling down the drywall, and the whole area was just shot by termites. Again, termites, you are not, if you see signs of termites, you're not going to say termite problem. That's not your goal. You're going to say, suspected termite issue, please have a New York State licensed, pest inspector come in and investigate the property. Sprinklers. Well, this is probably not the best diagram for this. Again, the graphics really got reset here. Sprinklers are not in your inspection. Why? Because they're a very specialized system. I actually treat them like plumbing. So when I look at them, I'm looking for very badly damaged ones. But you'll have sprinklers in newer houses. Almost all new houses have it today. Houses that are closer to other houses, particular row houses, they'll often have them. In New York City, there's an interesting rule that says if your street is less than 38 feet wide, you have to have sprinklers in your building when you do alterations. And of course, that sounds like a dumb number, but it's actually because they wanted everybody to retrofit sprinklers on streets where a fire truck may not be able to maneuver. Believe it or not, a lot of building code is actually predicated on the height of a fire ladder. A typical fire engine ladder was designed to go about 75 feet up. So anything above 75 feet in buildings is required to be non-combustible on the assumption that they can't necessarily get there and to recover it. Most of that does not apply to 1 to 4 family houses. However, in multifamily houses, a couple areas, even going back 100 years in New York City and most of the area around New York, where you do need sprinklers, you'll need them in the basements and cellars, below grade. All below grade floors would have to be fully sprinklered. And you'll frequently have sprinklers in the stairways. As I showed you earlier with an apartment building where a fire had happened in the base of an unprotected stairway. Again, in a miracle, everybody got out of that one. Unfortunately, about 2 months later, there was a similar fire in the Bronx, and I believe 12 people died because they couldn't get down the fire escapes and they couldn't get down the main stairs. The key thing is that you want to protect the means of egress on the way out. Fire escapes aren't good enough, and they're totally useless for old people, for instance. If you have bad mobility, if you're in a wheelchair, you're not getting down a fire escape. So sprinklers are there to protect. They'll often go off to protect the below grade spaces, and they're there to protect the stairways, if not the whole building. So do keep an eye out for them. There's a whole science to this, wet and dry systems. If you're interested, go to the FDNY website. There is an incredible amount of information. NFPA 13 is the technical official national code that I have to deal with all the time. And again, sprinklers are out there, but they're not part of the home inspection. You'll merely say there are sprinklers, and you'll put a note saying sprinkler systems must be examined by a certified and licensed fire protection contractor. Okay. Back to floors, we look at some of the issues of floors. When we talk to floors, I want to go below first. Again, hopefully you've got a crawl space or a basement. You're able to look underneath at the floors. Quick, anybody want to tell me what age is on the left? If you saw this, how old is that building? Anybody want to guess? What are the telltale signs? First of all, I got true 3x lumber. Not 2.5 inch, but 3-inch thick lumber. What's that? What's your guess?
1900?
I'd say about 1920, I think it is, because here's the telltales. First of all, you don't have plywood. You have 5/4-inch decking, standard size. So that tells you it's relatively in the 20th century. And then you, although it was probably added later, you see the electrical wiring in BX cable, in armored cable. So that tells me it was probably a little later. But so again, we're dealing with that decking has got a lot of issues. And as you can see with the subfloor, actually this one's pretty good. Exposed flooring is actually the best because if it gets wet or anything, it's going to dry out properly. I've actually been looking at this new construction system that it actually has all your beams exposed, like you're building in the 17th century, and all the insulation is completely on the outside. So that means your structure never gets a chance to get wet. But these older buildings, you clearly have that problem. Now, this is another detail. This is in a balloon frame. This is an old, about 100-year-old, 120-year-old joist sitting on the masonry wall, and then the structure on top of it. But the one of the things you're looking for is to make sure you have sound connections. These are old, but these are actually pretty good connections. I do see a little wood rot in between the joists, but that's okay. This one, it's dirty and a little moldy, but it's structurally sound. The worst case is when this area gets wet right here. Let's say the brick is very cold in the wintertime, and the wood will rot away here. So much so the wood joist will actually rot completely away and fall off of the brick sill. And that can get really, really ugly in terms of structural damage. In fact, I've ordered many buildings demolished because this is what's called this would be, although this is a seated joist where the joist is properly seated on the wall. If that rots away, it becomes unseated and there's nothing to hold it on. Okay, let's move on, keep moving. Again, more wood damage. What's going on there on the left? This kind of sucks, right? What happened here? This guy had a carpet on his floor for 20, 30 years, and it looks like he even finished it without taking the floor up. That's pretty crazy. But for whatever reason, whether it was a carpet or a piece of millwork or maybe a bed, the differential in finish is there. Is that a problem? Yeah, absolutely. You can tell the wood here is pretty seriously deteriorated in the unfinished area. Can you fix this? Yeah, you can. You can probably grind this down. If this is true, let's say 5/4 plywood or 5/4 strips of wood, you could sand this down and restain it. But again, you just spent $1,000. So these are things to think about in the cost and inspection. And again, here you're going to say, this is a repair replace. This is a significant problem. It's a cost issue, but it's not a safety issue. Okay, keep that in mind. So you're going to say, need repair, but you don't want to make like it's terrible. Now on the right side, this is just anything wrong with this room? Actually, no, there's nothing wrong here. I just want to show you some nice things once in a while. Architectural styles are, what they are. But what is the problem going forward? First of all, we have a full height curtain wall window, metal frame. Wintertime, it's going to get really cold. A lot of condensation is going to be there in the future on the window. It's going to all drop down on the floor. It's going to get underneath the tiles. It's going to loosen the tiles. The tiles are going to pop up once in a while. Those are things that might happen. Not will, but might. Do you care about the window treatments? No, not officially. I would say in the current designs today, in the last 5 years, there have been cases, a lot of buildings now are actually making these window shades an integral part of the mechanical system. And this is where I would say, yes, you do have to inspect them. It's a rare case where, for instance, the house is set to automatically drop the shades to reduce energy consumption on sunny days. So do keep in mind that if it is making an impact on the structural system and the mechanical systems, you want to have it in your inspection, especially if it's not working. Again, up here, you got to return the supply, depending on which time of year it is, nice and clean, no big problems. In the future, that might be all dirty and dusty, indicating the ducts might be dirty. On the floor, again, nice, beautiful tile work, no big problems. In the future, it might be chipped and damaged and maybe trip hazards or any number of other issues. It's on the mountains, so maybe you'll have some settlement in the future. And these are the types of things you're going to look for. Subfloors. The subfloor is usually you got the floor joists, and then you got the first structural subfloor above. Modern subfloors, we saw some 5/4 planks earlier on a pre-1940 subfloor. Um, oh, the OSB, the oriented strand board, has become pretty popular in recent years. It's cheap, and always remember, cheap has two meanings, right? Um, well, again, the OSB is good. It doesn't like staying wet. If you do have wet conditions, it will rot away. And but generally, it most of the time it's going to do a pretty good job. Again, carpets, we saw this one earlier. Carpet is not part of the inspection, but if it's readily accessible, you might want to pull it up and reveal that there's a lot of mold, which, as I said, was coming down from behind the panel, which told me that the carpet was actually showing me a wall problem. Floor materials, again, a lot of types of materials out there. Everybody likes Pergo and some of the artificial floors these days, and there are a lot of variations on these. There are flooring actually is quite a challenge. It actually has been for a while. It used to be a lot of modern materials are used in flooring. In the 1950s, they used that really modern material, asbestos. Why? Because it was fire resistant. It was really good with wear and tear. And oh, by the way, it got up in the air and killed you. No, just kidding. Well, not entirely kidding, of course. But floor materials are, out there today. You're going to look at types of damage. I showed you earlier a floor that had staining. Now, could you just grind down a 5/4 ply and restain it? Yes, you could. Can you grind down a vinyl flooring like this? No, you can't. That finish is what you got. If you don't like it, you got to put a new piece of finish on. Today, however, the new materials are really pretty strong. Again, they're designed to not ever have to grind down because they are so well protected. Today, the wood veneers, again, lots of different types of engineered wood. Some of them aren't even made of wood, but they look like wood. Again, it might be wood veneers or vinyl veneers, and then maybe um, a little bit of a wood core. It may actually be just a painted vinyl. I mean, there are a lot of them today that it looks like oak, but it's really just literally photolithographed onto a piece of vinyl with a cover on top. Alternately, an older style, you'd have a solid hardwood, uh, you know, beautiful piece of pine with a tongue and groove, and then a nice layer of lacquer on top. The you know this is the I like to say the past. The future, however, good or bad, is a lot of exotic materials. You have, just like you see in kitchen countertops, you are dealing today with floor materials that are um, composites. Materials. Sometimes they're partial stone, partial quartz, all compressed in with epoxies and stuff. Again, interesting stuff. Some of it will last forever, and but over time, you're going to look at an older house. You may get a little lesson on how houses change. This is an example of a house with 3 layers of flooring visible in like a back room. First of all, you want to comment on the mold that's clearly in the walls. That's not good. Second of all, again, the lower layer, the 9-inch tiles, those are um, almost certainly, uh, asbestos. These ones here are almost certainly asbestos. A 9-inch square versus the 12-inch square on top. And again, this is a reminder of sometimes you'll come across many layers. And you do want to advise the client, particularly if there's suspected asbestos tiles. Resilient floors you might come across these days, both in epoxy coated concrete, which I like, or also gyms and playrooms and stuff. People are actually putting rubber flooring down, and kind of cool, especially for kids. But of course, when you do with these panels, you always ask yourself, again, it's kind of a moisture barrier. Do you have a problem or cracking underneath? And in this case, if you have a rubber flooring, you're going to actually put something interesting. Because it's a resilient flooring, if it's modular, you're going to ask yourself, you got to actually say you were unable to inspect the concrete underneath because, for cracks, because any cracks that are in the concrete underneath would be unseen because of the rubber flooring. And in fact, this is one of the reasons why people put it in garages, is an interesting way of hiding cracks. and you can, and some of them you can actually pretty much drive a car on them. Again, floor materials, wood. Obviously wood has been used for millennia flooring. Um, Lots of good materials out there today. I could go on and on. The parquet floors of the past, the 9-inch squares, or this trim on the floor. I love it. Shows this was very popular in the 20s. It was really a sign of um, a really high standard of design. It was very popular in design in the past. Of course, other materials, wood has for floors and ceilings in this case, wood can have a lot of value. Um, in this case, the building has no insulation, so it would not be allowed to be built this way anymore. But again, it is beautifully maintained. And nothing wrong with this to say, but when you are doing the inspection, you are looking for deficiencies. Let's look at some of the deficiencies. Um, this is wear and tear. This is area of the wood. As we saw with the floors, you're going to say okay, mostly okay with the floor, using the method of that last report. And you put a general note saying, usually this is the entrance of a house where the lacquer has pretty much worn off, but the wood is in generally good shape. On the right side, this is an area where the wood, for whatever reason, has been removed and never put back. This is down in basements. You'll see this a lot where they're like on the concrete and they might have dug up to add a plumbing line and they never really fixed it. What else do we have? A quick reminder of everybody should make a point of understanding while you're not inspecting for style, you should have kind of a working knowledge just to not embarrass yourself. So understand the different types of materials that are out there, such as these just quick images of some of the different finishes. Again, these may be real wood in a house. They may also be just literally painted onto a vinyl sheet. As we see with wood doors, why does wood matter? Real wood does not like getting wet. Okay, so one of the areas you really keep an eye out for floors is any place where water might be systemic. This vent is putting out hot air in the wintertime. That hot air comes up, consolidates, and condenses on a cold window. It falls back, and the area around that door with a lot of traffic and snow, etc., gets a lot of rot. This one on the right is an example of wood that is cupped. And this is really bad, and there's no real way to fix this. This is usually you have to replace the floor at this point. And again, it's because there's a lot of leaking. Now, as I said, there's a lot of stuff out there that looks like wood, but there isn't a bit of wood in it. In this case, this is a nice section I found of one particular material, and it is literally vinyl, 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 vinyl. And this is all vinyl all the way through. Is that okay? Well, yeah, it is. The vinyl, if you don't mind the fact that you're stepping on vinyl, of course, you don't know it because it looks beautiful like wood. You are dealing with a layer of vinyl, literally with PVC printed film layer that looks like wood, and then a super thick coat on top. It's just to remind, and the good thing about this stuff is it's never going to bend and deflect like this. That's a plus. So this is an interesting thing. A lot of wood alternatives literally have no wood. Other types of floor, we talk about tiles. Different types of ceramic tiles, quarry tiles, cut stones like this, paver tiles. These are often referred to as Belgian block. But the funny part is I was just down on Wall Street the other day meeting a client. I might be doing some work with the United Nations, and they actually are putting this type of block. They're repaving Wall Street with this old 18th century Belgian block. I thought that was rather ironic. And of course, that's an exterior finish, which you can have very often. Interior and exterior finishes are interchangeable. I don't think anybody's going to use this inside of a house, but particularly in Spanish style houses, you'll definitely have kind of this coquina type rough tile. Also out there, you might have ceramic or highly polished tiles for floors, whether it be granite, stones, and there's an amazing amount of new ceramic materials out there that really can offer incredible design. But because they're ceramic, they do have that risk of cracking. Now, these are a couple of cracks example on a floor. Now the tiles aren't at fault here. The fault here is the structure below. So this, I don't know if you can see this, but let's look really close. Anybody see that crack? It's running through the tiles. That's a big no-no. It cracks the tile itself. It runs in the joint, cracks the tile again, joint, cracks the tile. So this crack is telling me that there's a structural condition underneath. Now, it may be a settlement and a relatively small condition, but this is something you want to report. There's another one, a similar one in a basement shower pan, and in this case, the plumbing underneath settled a little bit, which caused the tiles to crack. Again, floor materials, as we talked about, well, it's a wall there. Again, when you're dealing with floors, you're looking at the grout. The grout is, again, the material mixed in between the tiles, between the spaces. Why? Because the tiles need a little joint, a little bit of space to move in and out. Grout is rigid, but it does give a little bit of flexibility to tiles to keep it both in place as well as prevent it from cracking. On the right side, of course, on the bathrooms, the other type of material, not floor, but a wall material. And of course, this is just a shower that over time and improper cleaning or just attrition, water has gotten through, penetrated in the grout, gone into the wall behind, and is now causing rot behind the wall and pushing the tiles out. Let's see, floor materials, again, more materials that might be out there. As we inspect the floors, we're looking at, again, plumb. I saw a floor once that was 15 inches out of plumb over 10 feet. These people didn't care because they had a $200 a month 2-bedroom in Manhattan. No, it was actually in Brooklyn. Again, how much will you deal with? Anybody want to tell me what's wrong here? As you've inspected the floors you're underneath, this is a fire damaged joist. I think we talked about this similar in the structural thing. You will come across fire damaged buildings all the time. In this case, the joist had burned away. This is actually, I'll get a fresh picture of this in the building I'm repairing in the Bronx right now. But you've got the fire damage, and what do? They sister a joist next to it to keep it safe. Okay, in this case, it's hidden because it's painted white. Why did they spray paint it white? So you might not notice. But again, that's something you really want to be a heads up on. If if you see proof of previous fire in the building, well, that new buyer may want to know that. Well, it looks like they got a nice new living room, but hey, the ceiling joists or the floor joists underneath it show a lot of burnt stuff. There was a fire here. One of the particular ones I was just dealing with recently is people don't want to buy a building that had a fire. Why? People are afraid of ghosts. Go figure. Actually, I'm being told that that's a big deal right now in the island with houses, where a lot of 70 and 80-year-olds passed away on Long Island. And a few of the houses are being noted as, although brokers don't have to say it, people are saying, oh, that's a haunted house. And it's causing a hard time selling things. In this case, another type of floor damage, this is a very common one next to a bathtub, where the water, of course, is leaked in from the shower and is probably going into the floor and probably can be seen underneath. That water's probably penetrating. So that's a pretty bad one. Same thing here. This was water damage where they had a skylight above, and the condensation had come from the skylight and kind of dripped on the floor. It had dripped on the carpet, so nobody noticed over 10 years. And that water damage, the water leakage from the skylight had gone into the carpet and gone underneath to the floor and done quite a bit of damage to the floor itself. But you would have never known that if the carpet was still down. There's our inspecting the carpet again. Again, if you can lift it up, you might see some nasty stuff. Wow, look at that bowing. On the left side, this is a floor that got very wet, and the wood the wood expanded and cupped up, and again, it's pretty much shot. You can't sand this away. So this is one of the risks of poorly spaced wooden floors, as that expansion will do real damage. On the right side, this is an example of particle board or masonite boards that get wet. In this case, it looks like the water is actually running down the walls, and you have a very wet subfloor underneath. On top of the subfloor, they have a particle board. Sometimes the particle board is put here for soundproofing, which is quite good for. Sometimes it's put there because he was trying to do a repair of the floor that was already damaged. In this case, the water has run down the wall. It's soaked the structural plywood as well as the home is soaked. And this is a pretty big repair. You got to find out where that water is coming from. Ouch. Look at this. This one's so bad. The cupping of the wood floor has been so tragic that they were hardly able to open the door. And now they can't close the door because of the wood cupping. So again, that's a repair or replace. And don't think you're not going to see this stuff. You're going to come across houses that may not be occupied for 6 months or a year or 5 years, and you're going to walk through them. And especially now, because like I said, everything is finding a home. Buildings that haven't sold for 5 or 10 years are suddenly on the market, especially in around the DC Washington suburbs. Excuse me, the New York suburbs, Washington suburbs too. Particularly last or 2 years ago, I had a student that was doing a lot of work up in Poughkeepsie, and she was begging me, Brian, come look at these old houses in Poughkeepsie. They're wonderful. They need a lot of TLC. And I said, look, they're 2 hours from New York City. No way. Well, ironically, she was the smart one because the prices in Poughkeepsie in the last year have jumped between 30 and 50%. In fact, it was the highest increasing area in the entire United States, even above Florida. I was quite surprised. But again, this older houses, you might come across something like this. By the way, some of the clues here as to age. What do you got here? I'm looking at these baseboards. That's the kind of stuff that tells me this is a 100-year-old house. Let's keep moving on. Again, floor connections at joist. This is another sister joist. That tells me, somebody sistered it for a reason. What went wrong? In this case, it was rot underneath the bathroom. The good news is this is repair that we were, it was being looked at. Somebody had rot, and they said, no, we're going to do it right. We're going to sister underneath the existing joist. They fixed that. They replaced the floor, and yeah, pretty much was fixed. But it was something that the new owner should know about. Again, more floor details. We talk about that transit. Look at the snow out there, right? Perfect image for this week, right? Snow piling up against the house, and it just rots the wood right by the window. And as you can see, it's rotting it again, but it's rotted it before. It's already been replaced once. So we look at that interface between cold and warm, which creates moisture, which creates rotting floor. And in this case, a tripping hazard as well. Trim. Quickly, as we go around, not only the floor trim, but also the baseboards on the floorboards going around, you are dealing with again, expansion and contraction of wood. One of the issues here is the sill on every door. And in this case, the door has again, supply vent, and it's causing a humidity issue. Hello, what's going on there? This is, I came across, I've got some pictures of this I can't show you from a flood I dealt with from a 6-alarm fire in Brooklyn once. In this case, this is a flooded basement. Now, this basement was flooded by a storm, rain coming down a river. But one of the recent ones I dealt with was, or not recent, a long time ago. We had a bunch of people living in illegal cellar apartments next to a warehouse in Bushwick that caught on fire. And these people, they put a couple million gallons of something like 15 trucks, put a couple million gallons of water onto this 6-alarm fire for about 3 days. Because of that, all of the houses nearby, their cellars flooded. And ironic, the funny part about New York is if you live in a cellar apartment, it's probably illegal. And not only did these people get vacant, obviously they were flooded, and they were like, city, help us, give us lots of money. In fact, they got the opposite because, and the tenants were screwed because they got thrown out of their apartments. The landlord actually got a $10,000 fine for having them down there. And of course, luckily, nobody got killed. Actually, flooding can have a big impact on safety. A lot of people died during Sandy when the floods came up really fast. I had I was I used to live in a neighborhood called Garrettson Beach in Brooklyn, and it's about 5 feet above sea level. In fact, the old flood zone maps literally ran in the middle of the street in front of the house I was renting at the time. I didn't buy it, luckily, because 2 years later, the flood hit, and the illegal basement apartment that I hadn't been using, but was in that apartment, somebody was using, and the water level went from 0 to 8 feet, literally to the top of the ceiling in the cellar in 2 minutes. I say that as a reminder of A, why cellars can be a problem. B, uh, for you're probably never going to see this condition. But what you are going to see is the telltales of this condition. When this water goes away, the water is going to be in the walls. The water is going to be in the siding. There's going to be stains. All out in Coney Island, everybody proudly marks the high water mark on their buildings. They all paint it. In many cases, it's 6 or 8 feet above ground where the high water was. And ironically, everything below that has to be replaced. Let's talk about stairs for a second. As we talked about the interiors, floors and walls and ceilings, stairs are pretty important too. We talked about stairs on the porches and decks. Well, the interior is pretty much the same. The idea, very simply, is that any stair has to be strong. Has to be strong enough to hold the weight of somebody walking up and down, but also, maybe tripping and catching themselves and, oops, I fell. So these handrails got to be solid as a rock. Okay. 150-pound pressure should be able to be applied on these, or 200 in some cases, and not move. So if you're walking up and down and you're feeling the rails are moving, that's a big problem. Particularly with older houses with wood. The wood, the joint here, I don't know if you can see my arrow. Oh, you can't really see my arrow. The joint right here is a weak point. So again, these are areas that you're going to look for wiggle or a couple of other things. You're also going to look at spacing. You want to make sure nothing is more than 4 inches in between. Why? As we said on the outside, because kids like to stick their heads through it. Is that crazy? No, it happens all the time. Can it be deadly? Yeah, I'm afraid it can be. In this case, it probably wouldn't be a problem. Kid sticks his head through it. You break the baluster and you're okay. But hopefully you never have to deal with that. Again, my mantra is always, in a city of 8 million people, 1 in a million happens 8 times a day. So you kind of got to plan in design and home inspection for kind of that worst case. Again, this one on the right, nothing wrong here. It's beautiful, nicely balanced. The railings are, or the balusters are not allowing more than 2 inches. And the balusters are something very interesting. Here, they're anchored right down into the treads. So that's a really nice, strong anchor for the iron connections. Very elegant, and probably will last a long time. But if it wiggles, there may be bad screws and connections here, or the wood might rot on the treads over 1,500 years. So these things require maintenance. Remember, I'm going to say this again. What does a house do the day you buy it? It starts falling apart. Okay. Why does a person sell a house? Because A, he might want to move somewhere else, or B, he can't maintain it anymore. So very often you'll come across houses in a home inspection that just people have gotten tired of maintaining. I know the owner says, I know the railing's ready to fall up. I don't care. I hold on to the wall when I go down. This sounds crazy, but it's very real. Now, of course, the basic parts of the stair, which you should know very well, of course, the tread, the risers, the nosing, the open risers are not allowed in multifamily for the most part. The balusters, the vertical elements, the railing, the newel post on the front and end. I like this little curved. I forget what that's called. Maybe I can zoom in a little bit. I don't know. Let me see. Let's see. Zoom in is a volume. So go for that. Well, again, these are architectural styles. As I said earlier, in exteriors, architectural elements are a very important thing for you to learn. If you're inspecting 1870s Park Slope townhouses, there's a language of these parts. These things are literally bought in kits of parts from factories in Brooklyn and shipped all over the world. Brooklyn was a major industrial hub for this kind of stuff because we got so much. Upstate New York had an unlimited supply of lumber, so the millworking industries were very, very big at one time in New York City. But as you can see, the different parts, what are you looking for? I don't care about the architectural names and fancy stuff. What I care about is, where's it going to fail? Where has it failed? Where might it fail? Where is it a risk to my potential, to the potential owner? Those are the questions you want to ask. Again, wear and tear. I love this gold one. It's not about wear and tear. It's actually quite elegant. Again, very strong. But 100 years from now, maybe this might not be so tough. Again, another good image. Where is it going to wear and tear? Where is it going to damage here? The answer is at the bottom here, on the bottom of the newel posts. Typical construction here. Where's it going to wear and tear? A lot of different places. I should give you some more modern ones. How about, let's take a look at this next one. Well, there you go. What's going on there? Is that okay? Is that legal? There's no handrail. The answer is yes, it's legal. It's in a one-family house, so that's okay not to have a handrail on that side. Clearly, you got a handrail on the other side. Is that very safe for kids? Kids get used to it. Is it very safe for a 90-year-old lady? I wouldn't recommend it. Is it solidly built? Yes. Is the railing very well attached to the wall? I wiggled it and it moved. That's a problem. That railing has to be bone tight to the wall. Okay. Is the mounting height properly? 36 inches approximately. Is that good? Yeah. So again, these are things you look at when you're doing an inspection. Is that okay? Yeah, it's actually quite elegant. Not my type of design, but it may work in certain types of apartments. And then, of course, you may come across materials that aren't made of wood. Just a reminder. I thought this was you might do in a house. Can you see this in a home inspection? Absolutely. Welcome to Long Island or Westchester, right? Or Manhattan or any number of other places. This is actually, I don't think this is a stone. I think this is the Chinese company that I was looking at. And this is actually plastic, basically. Again, the question remains, no matter what your material, is it solid? Is the tread worn away? Are the treads even? Is it safe to walk on? Does it have wear and tear? Or in the case of stone, does it have cracks and chips? If you've ever walked at Grand Central Terminal or like on subways, you'll see where the granite stairs have just been worn away from tens of millions of footsteps over the decades. And in houses, that can be a real problem, just like it can be in public spaces. Stair towers, in this case, this is a complex set of turns and stairs, etc. Again, officially, you're not allowed to have open stairs more than 2 floors. In multifamily and single family, you can go a little higher. Again, nothing really wrong with these stairs. It's just a reminder that at midpoint between the stair levels, you might have, again, you always ask yourself at all points, is the structure sound? In this case, the newel posts look nice and strong. The steel goes down to the ground or down to the floor, nice and solid. It's probably pretty good shape. But I worry about it in the future because these steel points are so close to the edge, I worry about them cracking over time. And another important detail here is somebody's going to be going down this stair, rounding the corner, and going down the next stair. So interestingly, they bowed this out a little bit. And that's a nice detail as you remind yourself that people will, go circular down the stair. Which is funny because spiral staircases are almost always in multifamily. They're pretty much they're somewhat illegal, and they're definitely not allowed as egress. Now, this one on the left is from a very fancy 19th century building. So yes, they can have a spiral stair because their building code didn't care. Today, however, this would not be allowed as an egress stair. It might be an access stair, let's say up to an attic or something like that. It's actually quite beautiful. But this is not a very safe stair. to the gentleman who's a firefighter, would you like to try to go up that stair in full bunker gear? Or more importantly, would you like to try to bring
No,
somebody, would you like to try to go down that stair with somebody
Not-
over your shoulder in bunker gear?
no, not at all, Brian.
Yeah,
No.
so that's I show this as an example of now spirals. I actually just had to testify on this recently in New York State Supreme Court, where a two tenants were fighting. An owner had put in a spiral staircase. I said it's perfectly legal the way he did it, and the other tenant was trying to force him out and steal his apartment because he had used the spiral staircase, and because the building code says in most cases you're not allowed to use it. In this particular guy's case, he was, and in the end result was that A, my client won, B, the other guy looked like an idiot, and but C, I also admonished both the court and I advised the court and admonished the client that yes, you have this spiral stair, but please remember that in a real emergency you can't use this thing. Prefabricated, this is actually more like what the client had. These are again common, very popular today for getting into weird spaces. A lot, particularly in New York City, multi-height spaces, mezzanine spaces are used as a way of creating extra floor space illegally. They're actually you might use it for storage only, but people usually put a bedroom up there. Anyway, that's a zoning issue, not a building code issue. But again, you wouldn't want to be going down these stairs, with a bottle of Jack in you or whatever your comparison, or you wouldn't want a 90-year-old going up these stairs. Things to think about. But again, what are you looking for when you're doing inspection? You're not worried about whether it's legal or illegal. You're worried about whether it's firm. Is it properly mounted? Are there any signs of cracking, rusting, etc.? Is it damaged? Are the treads textured enough that you're not going to trip? These are the questions you want to put in your report. Take a look at this one for a minute. Does anybody see what's going on here? The right side is the front view. The left side is actually the view looking down the stairs. What do you guys think? Anybody? Is that insane or what? Is that legal? It's legal in a one-family house, yes. Is it smart? Well, actually, it's functioning like a ladder. It's called a ship's ladder. This is called an alternating tread stair. Again, probably not for a 90-year-old, but a very brilliant, for one, it's a brilliant piece of design. Safety, I don't know. I mean, I could see somebody falling off this real easy, but again, it was a choice of the designer to do this. What are you going to look for? You're going to look for, is there deterioration, rot, smoothness where the thing's been worn down? Is it dangerous? I'm going to put, no matter what, this is dangerous. I don't care. That'll be up for the owner to decide, though, or the potential buyer to decide.
For this kind of design, won't the tread length be a requirement?
Excellent question. There's a number of aspects to this. This is actually technically not a stair. It falls under a special category called ship's ladder. Similar to what you might see on a high angle of attack utility ladder. This guy got the building department to approve this. I can tell you from experience in New York City, there'd be no way in hell this would be approved. However, I think this was actually in Denmark. But again, this guy, remember, the laws for what is allowed to be built are determined locally. Okay. But that said, you as a home inspector can say what you believe. And in this case, your argument would be, at least my argument would be, ship's ladder type stair going up to upper level, no handrails, while potentially legal, it is of questionable safety. Could have a discussion with the owner about it. Remember, the buyer who's buying the house knows that it's there. So you're not telling me anything he doesn't already know. Now, if your buyer is running marathons every week and, in great shape, fine. But if it's an 80-year-old lady, chances are that upstairs isn't going to get used a whole lot.
So if we can have this type of staircase for a single family home, why can't we have the spiral staircase for a single family home?
I'm sorry. You can have the spiral staircase for a single family home. I apologize. Okay. You cannot have it in multifamily. Sorry if I said that wrong.
Okay,
Uh,
got it. Got it.
and again, the question is, I'm sorry, I made to be clear. You can have it, but it is not a means of egress. That's what I meant to say. Okay, which what that means is you could use it as an access point to get up there, but if there's a fire, officially this is only a storage area, so nobody's ever supposed to be sleeping up here. Okay, usually they sleep up here anyway illegally, and so in areas where you're sleeping, it's called habitable, in which case your egress wouldn't matter, and this would not be allowed. You need a straight run stair, or you
So,
need a stair that goes out at that level into a public stair. You'd have this, but then there's another stair somewhere else.
so if we have a cape house with a second story, then it won't be allowed, right? A spiral staircase.
A cape house, if it's 2 stories plus an attic, it would usually not be allowed up into the attic if the attic is habitable. If you're planning on living up in that attic, no matter what, if anybody's living up there, it's not allowed as a means of egress from a habitable space. So if you're talking about a cape, you're going to have the bedrooms upstairs, and yes, it would not be allowed. Something like this would not be allowed in most jurisdictions. A local building commissioner can approve anything in theory,
Okay.
but generally, for obvious safety reasons. Again, you always ask that question.
Mhm.
I joke with my sister. I always used to say, "What the hell are you doing?" Sorry, any ladies, I'm going to tick you off for a second. I tell her, Kathy, you're amazing, but what the hell are you doing as a woman as a firefighter? And I say, you can't carry. Can you carry your partner out? And very simple test. And of course, the answer is my sister's a triathlete. So she kind of like says, Brian, you're the one who's got to worry about that. I'm in better shape than you. And she also benches 2.25. So yes, she can carry her partner out. The point being there that the question fundamentally is, can they get people out in a fire, and can you get out on your own power? That's kind of the question you should always ask yourself. And sadly, and I mentioned this in the last class, a very great tragedy in Brooklyn. A guy had his boys were, it was a religious family in Brooklyn, and the boys got to sleep on the ground floor. The girls got to sleep in the attic. They had to go upstairs to the attic to sleep. And it wasn't legally an attic, but the guy had set it up so the girls could sleep up there. He had 7 girls and quite a few boys as well. But unfortunately, his girls were up in the attic, and a fire struck from the heater because they didn't even have proper heating up there. I'm sorry, I don't know the nuances of it. I'll leave that for the fire reports. He lost 7 daughters in the fire because they were in a space that didn't have adequate way out. When I say lost, as in he buried them. So again, that's a little perspective to when you think about spaces that can't have a safe way out. Pretty amazing. So insulation is such an exciting topic that we're going to deal with it after lunch. It is now 1:36. I'm going to start back up at 2:06, and we'll keep pushing on. Okay. So everybody got any questions before we go to lunch? Once, twice? I'll take that as a no. I'm going to pause the video and pause the recording, and we will trying to pass on the knowledge that I can, but make it perfectly clear. You guys are going to be in charge. You're going to be masters or mistresses of your own destiny, in the sense that a lot of what we're dealing with, you're going to have to be spending a lot of time continually learning. There are, of course, continuing education requirements every couple of years in this business. But I will tell you, if you think you know everything about this business, you're probably an idiot or a liar. I'm the first one to say, and I've been doing this for 30 plus years, there's a lot that is always changing and to be learned. Again, hopefully we can feel comfortable walking through a room, trying to think about how we're going to track through a plan of the interior of a house, try to be methodical. We want to talk about being, have a method that is a duplicatable method as we go through each time. And that duplication is what will make you deliver a consistent product. A consistent product is going to let you be profitable and, more importantly, risk tolerant as a home inspector. You may deal with people that are stubborn. You may deal with people that are trying to set you up. I know that sounds a little paranoid, but it's actually, unfortunately, very real. And those are the challenges you're going to have in your business. Um, Again, with the stuff we go through, the idea of methodical stuff is to inspect many things at a time. Again, you want to do each room, you know, ceiling to floor, electrical to windows, to all these different things as you go door to door or room to room. Try not to miss rooms, but also then connecting the dots as you figure out how buildings connect. Yes, you can walk through every house in 5 minutes. Yes, as you go to each room, you're going to be snapping a 360-degree camera shot of each room so you can go back and remember what you saw. Yes, you're going to be careful not to um, you're going to remember to bring your tools with you properly, and you're going to do the best you can. Again, class introductions, you guys, we won't do that again, but we get the idea. As we go through, again, that those interior inspection issues, the general standards, industry standards are very important. Your slides are a little behind me. The general thing of the day, again, stairs, steps, garages. Anybody questions on the stairs in particular so far? We talked to garage doors. We're going to cover that more later as well. Talk about a typical inspection. Excuse me for the coughing. I'm sorry. Again, with each inspection, you think about covering each room efficiently and consistently. Checklist, make it happen. Software makes it happen better. Learn to look at some of the software out there, whether you like it or not. Home Inspector Pro, for instance, is free online to test. A lot of previous students have been using Home Gauge to quite success, and those are all valid assets for you at different costs. Some of them are a by use cost, and some of them are a by a fixed fee cost. So as we talked about pathways through buildings, we want to think about a rational way that we can move through a building. And so we consistently cover all the different points and problems that we might run across. Excuse me for the coffee. Again, your toolkits and tools of the trade, you're going to be choosing a range from very few items to a very sophisticated list of equipment. If you show up with a screwdriver and a thing, they'll know it. And if you show up with 4 ladders and a truck full of equipment for testing, they'll respect that too. Guess which one I'm going to hire? We talked about doors, garage doors, another implication. Again, anything that opens and closes gets you out of the building. That's going to be part of your inspection. Each one, whether it be an interior door or a garage door here, you think about all the mechanical parts and are they working safely? We'll go through this more later. Excuse me. As we talked about walls and ceilings, plaster in particular is an important one. This metal lath is one of the 2 types, either wood or metal lath, that is used in walls. The metal is considered to be more fire resistant, so more popular in the 20th century, but 19th century buildings use these woods. Again, plaster, we look at fire damage. Excuse me, windows. Different types of windows we think about. I probably haven't spent enough time on these. Let's take a quick look. Why would you use different types? Picture windows, fixed windows that you don't expect to open. Single hungs, ones where you need ventilation. A hopper window, a window that operates just vertically rather than horizontally. This is or just goes forward out. This is one that you might find in particularly in basements. It's where you want to let a little fresh air into basements. Excuse me. Again, different types of windows have different uses and different architectural styles. Insulation, movement or lack of movement, cleaning ability, maintenance. These are all factors that go with windows. So an example of this casement here, where there's probably a hopper window on the inside. This Jalousie window, this is typical for Again, more tropical climates, not so much allowed today. Windows, walls, and ceilings. We talked about one of the things we talk about is popping nails. Now, popping nail, a couple of popping nails. You got a 50-year-old house, some nails are going to pop. That's okay. What you worry about is large amounts of them popping. I mean, there's always a little bit of settlement in every house, but when you start seeing, especially in the ceilings, I worry about the ceilings the most. When there's a lot of pop ceilings, that's when I start worrying. Excuse me. Again, more ceiling tiles. Let's just quickly move ahead. We've gone through a lot of this already. Inspecting, trying to find damage. This one I think really important to think about how, if you can barely notice it, those gray areas, that's where the water is going to be making some real head problems in this ceiling, not too distant future. So I've gone through a lot of this stuff. Subfloors and floors, again, look for water damage, structural damage, wear and tear. These are all parts. Wear and tear is normal. Water damage is not. A lot of materials today, tiles, plastics, resilient floors, or natural woods, different kinds of natural woods. Again, there's some stones. The tiles we see on the floors often we'll see in the walls, of course, in areas like the bathroom. And those areas will have similar problems. It all comes down to the big three, right? Water, water, and water. Of course, this is probably the worst. That's really nasty water damage. Again, watermarks on the walls are not a good sight. Stairs, we talked about stairs. Again, inspecting, making sure they're safe, understanding different parts, the treads, risers, nosing, the newel posts, the handrails, the balusters in between, the stringer, the structural stringer underneath, and the need to have a no more than 4-inch opening to protect from kids sticking their heads. So we think about different types of materials, give a little perspectives on things. And now we're at insulation. I just did 4 hours in 2 minutes. So let's try to do the next 4 hours in 2 minutes, right? Wrong. We got to spend some time. Insulation and vapor barriers. This is important stuff. But very often this is stuff you can't see. Now, this is also stuff that people have been adding and subtracting to their houses after the house was built. So, like as I said in many classes, one of the key elements to architecture is to understand, excuse me, that every building is like a little investigation. You want to try to understand and figure out what they were thinking and why they did that. Why do you take a 100-year-old house and spray open cell insulation into it? Well, the answer is if you know the roof is dry, it provides a lot of good insulation. But it also might create a moisture nightmare up here in this attic that used to breathe a lot and now doesn't breathe anymore. And now it's going to trap moisture and rot like hell. And this roof's going to collapse in 5 years. Is that something you want to tell your client? Ooh, uh, think about that carefully. That's probably above your pay grade as a home inspector. Uh, as an architect, I don't usually touch that either. That's really in the realm of some of the engineers. But it comes down to this. Does a building breathe? Does the building dry out? What you don't want is water plus wood plus time. That combination is very bad. Like wood, water plus paper, which is drywall, is pretty bad too. The mold on the right side is, hold on. Testing 1, 2, 3. Is everybody still having problem with the sound? I see chat. I'm not sure if that's a new chat. No, it looks like it's old. I'm sorry. How are we on sound? No, it is right now. Are people having a hard time hearing me right now? Testing 1, 2. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, I had a couple people posting the audio. It was muffled. I hope I fixed that. Mike, are you okay? Mike, good now. Okay, good. Okay, moving on. Insulation. Why do we care? We care because, again, insulation is an attempt to stop moisture and heat from moving from your building. Now, is keeping heat in a good thing? Yeah, in the wintertime. Is keeping heat in the summertime a good thing? Not so much. Depends on where you are. Again, understanding the mix and remembering that New York State is Again, we're part Middle Atlantic, we're part New England, and much of the climate of New York, officially, the building codes list us ranging from area type 4 to area 7. Upstate New York is basically the same weather format as, the tundra. um, Tehran, you say you cannot hear. Is that testing? What is? I hope, Tehran, I don't know what to say if you can't hear. Everybody else has a good signal. If anybody cannot hear me, let me know. Okay, you're good now. Okay, great. Thank you, Taryn. Again, insulation as a interesting dilemma. We can't see insulation sometimes. In an attic inspection, we can see insulation. On the underside of a crawl space, we can see insulation, but in the walls, we might not be able to. Well, of course, the thermal camera has changed all that, right? This is a a thermal image of the studs of a wall, and as you can see, they kind of left some insulation out. They got a little lazy, right? And here they left 2 feet out outright. Perhaps. I mean, this is what I am surmising by looking at thermal imaging. Officially, you'd have to uh, investigate this. And for your report, if you use thermal imaging, you would say something like, thermal imaging on this wall appears to indicate some discrepancies in insulation value, suggest probing and opening the wall to see if there are voids in the insulation, and or using repair spray in insulation to uh, fill in the open area. There are a lot of great materials in insulation that you can spray in to kind of fill in a wall without tearing it apart. I had a guy once that did that, and it actually was a disaster. His building was completely soaked from the Hurricane Sandy, and he sprayed the insulation in, thinking he was an architect. He thought he was an architect. He spent $3,000 on the spray and insulation, and I told him we got to rip it all out because it's going to make the wood rot. It wasn't a pretty conversation. Again, insulation and vapor barriers. Like I said, I apologize. The images have, because I resized the slides, some of the images got larger. So I am going to be covering up some text at sometimes. I will eventually fix that. It's going to take a long time. Excuse me. So again, this graph, this image is a very simple one, and it tells so much about the importance of that vapor barrier, if there is one. At 100-year-old houses, the vapor barrier was a coat, a wax paper, believe it or not. Don't laugh. It actually worked pretty well. Wasn't as good as some of the Tyvek and, air barrier and house wrap products that we have today. But we got to ask the question, what do we want to do with water? The answer is, well, of course, we want to keep it away from the wood, or we can't keep it away from the wood. A house is not waterproof, whether it be by vapor or dripping or water or hurricane or whatever. Water's going to get on a frame. The trick is, does the house have a system by which the water can evaporate away? So here, as we said, this is an example of a summer house. The house is air conditioned on the inside, right? Cold on the inside. If you don't know, cold air at 50 degrees Fahrenheit contains approximately half of the moisture, called the dry bulb, of air at 90 degrees Fahrenheit. For you metric heads, that's 10 and 35 degrees. So, excuse me. So as I say that, what happens is, and this goes over and over, and it goes in both directions. Hot, warm, humid air comes in and touches the wall. And somewhere in through this wall, whether on the outside or the inside, you're probably not heating or cooling the wall, but the air is moving through the layers of moisture. And as it does, it cools. And as it cools, as it moves towards the cool wall, the water falls out of the air. So water is being shed. Now, if your vapor barrier is on the inside wall, that water is going to shed the condense on the condensing surface, which in this case is either a vapor barrier of plastic or the inner layer of drywall. Well, if it's the inner layer of drywall, that drywall, if you don't remember, drywall is made of paper and gypsum. The gypsum isn't going to rot, but the paper is. In fact, there's a mold resistant gypsum these days that's a newer product. It's required for flood zone design. I'm pretty much telling my clients I want them to use it for everything. But if you guys haven't been at a Home Depot lately, the cost of plywood and drywall has absolutely gone through the roof in the last 6 months. So long story short, that warm air comes through, the water condenses on that inner wall. Well, that water is going to drip down to the sill, and it's going to sit on that sill and it's going to rot. You might remember some of the EFIS details I showed you a couple 2 weeks ago, where the water had been dripping down, sitting on the structure for just a couple of years, and the structure was completely shot just after 2 years, much less 100. Same thing happens in the wintertime. So it's cold outside, right? You got your 78 degrees inside, nice and toasty warm, and you're pumping lots of humidity into the house with your humidifier in your air conditioning system, and of course your air from your body, etc. The moisture from your body's out in the air, so it's all humid inside, and that humidity also starts tracking outside, and it gets the outside of your house, your outside of the stud frame, and it's going to condense there. Now, that is creating water on the inside of the structure. And that, again, if it doesn't drain properly, it's going to be a nightmare. Okay. So, this on a house, one of the things they'll do, again, a solid vapor barrier on the inside. On the outside, you're going to use a house wrap, which is a breathable material. So, the water, if it's building up in the wall from either there or there, it is going to, need to go out. So if you have a house wrap in modern construction, it's going to evaporate outwards, and hopefully you'll be okay. This is the importance of vapor barriers. On the left side, again, we look at a typical uh, vapor barrier being added on the inside of a house, and hopefully it's going to do its job. Okay, um, where does the air leak out of a house? Well, depending on the architecture, obviously every building's a little different, but this is the numbers the state or the EPA, not US EPA, gives. The EPA.gov has some really great websites regarding energy efficiency, and you should kind of browse through them, because energy auditing is going to be as important as home inspection in the future. And being able to add that as a potential additional service is something to think about. But no matter what, you have to think about how the moisture builds up in a building to think about efficiency. Okay. Obviously, again, water, water, water. Plumbing and its entry points are one place where a lot of energy loses a building. Air leaks or energy waste. When you take a shower, you're dumping 20 gallons, let's say, or 30 gallons of water outside the house. So you heated that water up to 110 degrees, and it is going outside at 110 degrees. Today, newer systems are going to allow you to capture some of that 110 degrees in a heat exchanger. We'll talk about this more in the plumbing section. And that heat exchanger is going to use some of that heat from that shower to, perhaps pump back into the house as for heat. Or sometimes you want to get rid of the heat. Different places, electric outlets are probably one of the worst. It seems pretty harmless, but a lot of energy. They're like a hole in the wall. Insulating around them is important. Ductwork and vents really work both ways in terms of losing energy. Fireplaces are one of the worst. A chimney is basically a vertical stack that lets air go out of the building. And if you're running a fireplace, that's good. But if that air keeps going out of the building in the nice warm house and the cold outside, you're basically pressing high pressure air right up the chimney. So obviously chimney baffles are important. Fans and vents, we talked about, again, lots of different roof penetrations. Here we see a cathedral ceiling with some vents up in the ridges of the cathedral. Of course, we like those vents because those are the ones that prevent that cathedral ceiling from having moisture build up behind the walls. Of course, windows, they say 10% of air leaks. I'd say a lot more than that. Again, depending on the quality of the windows. And of course, they're blaming the ceilings and the attics for most of the energy leak. And that's, something to think about. The goal, of course, we're coming now to what's called net zero and passive house. That's HAUS, passive house. Again, a European concept that the goal is to let basically very little energy pass through the house. I attended a meeting at the Austrian consulate about 10 years ago in Manhattan, and they were talking about how this passive house standard could really save a lot of energy. It was, and they were right. I mean, hey, it's Austria. I mean, they don't have any oil. They import all their energy. So, and it's cold as heck. So they have to manage energy costs because it's in the national interest. Because if you can't supply energy, you're hating life. So by making their buildings more efficient, they actually are solving a strategic interest of the country. Many a war, of course, has been fought over energy resources, and many will still, unfortunately. So interesting chart. Vapor barriers. Now, the different types of materials. I'm sorry, anybody got a question?
Um, I have a question.
Yes.
I think you're going to explain more about vapor barriers, but I guess my question is, I didn't exactly understand how they work and how we're going to inspect them.
Great question. Working, the general vapor barriers are many different types on roofs and ceilings and walls. First and foremost is proper insulation. Second of all is today, vapor barriers are literally a plastic sheet you're putting on the inside of your framing before you're putting the new drywall on. In older buildings, they may have included sheets of wax paper. Again, the building I'm working on in the Bronx, 120-year-old building, and it's got a rigid wax paper on the uh, uh, inside of the exterior sheathing. And while very simple from 120 years ago, it actually is still a pretty good seal of the air coming through the building. So, I mean, they've known about this for years. Obviously, air leaks are wasted energy, but there's a balance. They could never get to nearly 100% uh, leak prevention. Today, we can. And whether it be triple pane windows or a complete plastic vapor barrier all the way around the structure, roof, floor, ceiling, walls, everything, right? But around the conditioned space. This building you're looking at, for instance, doesn't have an attic. Sometimes there are spaces in a house that are not conditioned. They don't, especially attics, they don't have any heating and cooling. Just treat that as the outside. Your only job is to waterproof that one. But the rest of the house, actually, they don't call it waterproofing anymore. They call it rain screen. Your job, they know they can't keep the water out. Their goal is to prevent the direct import of water because they know the vapor is still going to come in. So the answer is today's houses. I'll give you a perfect example. Flying an airplane lately, right? Do you think there's like a 5 square foot leak in an airplane to get fresh air? Nope. Perfectly hermetically sealed, right? And they only let air in that they want to let in. Are there a few microns of air popping through some of the seals? Maybe, but not many. Clearly, they know how to build airplanes pretty well. Well, in fact, building in the future I like to compare this from biplanes, which is where we are now, to jets, where the newer, more efficient buildings are literally becoming, really airtight. Now, you ask the most important question, which I'm advising on a lot these days, which is how do you test it, and how do you make it actually happen? Um, there's what's called a blower door test. The blower door test is literally that you're putting a fan on your front door of your house, and you're measuring. You're blowing in a pressure. Let's say you blow up the pressure of I don't know, 1.1 atmospheres, and you hold it there. And the amount of air that let's say you're pumping in 100 cubic feet of air per minute, and it stays at 1.1. So that means you're losing 100 cubic feet of air per minute. Okay. So this is a test today. Houses, instead of 100 or 200 square feet per minute loss, you're dealing, or cubic feet of air loss per minute. You're dealing with houses that have been hermetically sealed with plastic. And then they even have this new type of spray on that goes into all the cracks. And once you've done that, your house is, you might lose, you know, very small amount of air. The passive house, the current standards for New York City is your house is supposed to be equivalent of having about a 4 square foot opening for the entire house for leaks. Okay. Would have in the past, it would have been basically, a 400 square foot opening. Today, you're required to have only a maximum of basically one window, 4 square feet of opening. With the passive house standards, you get that down to so little air leakage that it's equivalent to a 6 by 6 hole in the entire house. This sounds rather odd, but in fact, the technology's there. Again, I use the ship or the airplane metaphor because buildings are literally becoming that. Your doors, when you go out the front door, there's a hermetic, a seal, a gasket seal that's closing that door. Your windows, gasketed seals. Your walls, vapor barrier plastic sheeting all the way around. And the testing process is actually a building code issue. And if you really want to read it, 1704 in the New York City Building Code, feel free to browse through it. It's called air blower tests. And that is, it's a pretty important concept. I think I have some pictures of it. Now, two parts to it. One is insulation, and the other part is air pressure and vapor barrier. They're related, but R factor is resistance to heat transfer, not air transfer. The R factor of different types of insulation is varies. In building codes, it used to be, hey, you put some insulation in a 2 by 4 wall. Today, that's not good enough. Today, you have to have with an R19 insulation, you're going to have, a 6-inch thickness of fiberglass or rock wool, and or you might have spray on cellulose is put into the wall, or vermiculite, that's asbestos, or you might even have rigid boards. Ooh, look at that, urethane. You do some of the closed cells and you're going to get within a 6-inch wall, you might start having some really impressive insulating values. Some of the closed cell foams today are just really spectacular insulators. I love them, but I'm afraid I hate them because they can burn. And living in a plastic house scares the hell out of me. So I do have some problems with that. My preference, by the way, is although it's one of the most expensive, rock wool is becoming much more popular today, where it's essentially incinerated granite. Fiberglass is good too, but unfortunately, fiberglass is no good once it gets wet, and rock wool does dry out pretty well. So these are some of the materials that are used to calculate the R factor, the resistance to heat loss and heat transfer. Again, that's different from the vapor barrier, which job is to keep the moisture out. And here we see a picture of both. We see a beautiful, huge cathedral ceiling, and we see 10 inches of R38 insulation in here, fiberglass insulation. And then we see that plastic sheet. And this plastic sheet is a vapor barrier. It's very consistently applied. Every time you turn a corner, you have to use some special tape to keep it secured. You got to make sure everything's dry underneath. You got to make sure it stays dry. Because again, once moisture gets into this vapor barrier, it's got to find a way back out, or you've got a nightmare on your hands. So this particular detail of the cathedral ceiling is actually wonderful, but it's got to have a ventilated space above the roof, because you do not want the 200-degree heat of the shingle tiles to really cause condensation issues in the insulation. So again, this is your answer in terms of the vapor barrier. This is 10-inch of bad insulation, bad fiberglass insulation with vapor barrier on top. Here's there are a lot of different types over the years, different choices, different values, different ways of putting in. different levels of greenness. Some people consider green choices, what they consider to be green, as to be better. For instance, in structure, wood, pine from upstate New York somehow is not as green as bamboo that's imported all the way from the Philippines. So a lot of the so-called green logic is really stupid. And I actually had the pleasure of telling one of the people who created the LEED standards that her system was completely idiotic. And she actually agreed. But they keep revising it. But their goal is the same, which is let's find ways to build buildings that are more energy efficient. These different types of insulation, again, in a wall, you might have spray in or roll in insulation. You might have fixed styrofoam. You can have this fixed styrofoam, right? But then the air's just going to go around the styrofoam. So when you talk about things like this, you think about the tape. Actually, with a wall, where's the energy going out the most? Actually, it's going out the wood. The wood is a terrible insulator. So that's another thing to think about. Where are you being energy inefficient? Today, again, typical bad insulation we see of the pink, which is usually Owens Corning fiberglass. Um, I mentioned styrofoam, but they'll generally term rigid board because just like fiberglass is a material, but the Owens Corning pink fiberglass is a brand name, and styrofoam is also a brand name of Dow. But there's lots of different types of rigid insulating board. Actually, one of the most interesting ones these days is a hempcrete. Yes, you got it. People are actually finding new and exciting, or new and I don't know, humorous ways to use things like hemp in insulation. I would, kind of laugh at their snarkiness about drugs, but in reality, materials like hemp provide some fantastic insulating value, and these are things that are going to be important in the future. Also, with this insulation, we'll see insulation tacked on the outside of a house. This is interesting as long as we think about where the vapor barrier is going to be. Is this insulation and a rain screen, or is it uh, a vapor barrier? Because if it is, the moisture might come through the wall and collect on the inside of the ephes and rot the floorboards out. Now, here's some good views of the attics up. Blanket insulation. This is really nice stuff. They're just rolling it right out in the attic, and it's pretty thick, right? That's two bats. I think those are 8-inch bats. That's 16 inches of insulation. That's pretty healthy. Now, what doesn't necessarily work as well as is just kind of placing the bats up there, not really thinking about how to place them. So, for instance, you can see the bats here are on top of the wood, but here you can't see it in this picture, but the wood more or less is exposed. So the wood acts pretty much like a channel to let the cold air or hot air down through uninsulated or with a low R value into the public space. Here's some more vapor barriers. This is an area where they had some mold in one part of the house. So they cut it out to the studs. They put a vapor barrier in, and they put some new insulation in, and they're ready to move forward. Now, in this case, they used fiberglass insulation. If I already had a water problem, I'd think twice about using fiberglass. Um, yeah, I'm not sure whether this was a fill-in window and door, or I believe it was water damage that they were fixing. So again, you okay?
Just a quick question.
Sure.
Just to be clear, do we need to have insulation in the indoor walls as well?
Interior walls? No, absolutely not.
Yeah,
They don't. Now, why do they do that in offices in particular? Why do they put mineral wool and bat insulation in the walls? Do you know?
I don't know.
Well, it's actually a pretty simple answer. It's sound isolation.
Okay.
Now, have you ever been in a conference room and you could hear everybody right next to you?
Right.
Right. So actually, that's a big issue on interior walls. But no, of course, the thing you're thinking about is what is the conditioned space of the building?
Mhm.
Again, the attic is not conditioned, so you put your insulation on the ceiling joists. This attic is going to be cold as hell in the winter and hot as hell in the summer, right? So
Right.
the conditioned space is below, and that's the only purpose of thermal insulation. But again, the secondary value of sound absorption, particularly with rock wool, is something one of the reason why you'll see it a lot in commercial insulations and very high end residential. I know a friend of mine is very clear that he does not want his young children to hear the noise from the master bedroom. Thus, thus making other little young children, but whatever. I don't know. The point is that that was one thing that was very uh, a big issue for a particular client. Um,
So most of the interior walls, in a typical
I would say all.
yeah,
I
yeah,
would say
okay.
all. Yeah, there's no need to insulate them at all, other than soundproofing. And of course, it's good not to insulate them because what does happen in there?
Mhm.
Again, you might want to insulate, say, the living room. Um, you The openness of that cavity, although you don't want air moving, let's say from the cellar, you do want to make sure there's isolation from you want to make sure there's a proper insulation from an unconditioned space in the cellar. But the more open the walls are, the more easily you can reconfigure your electric or things like that.
What about the the floor between the first floor and the second floor, the ceiling? Um,
Great question.
mm,
If it's the same house, excuse me, if
mm,
it's the same dwelling unit, if it's a single family house, again, why would you add insulation? And I told you a minute ago, sound reduction.
right.
One of the things you saw earlier was a plywood deck that also had a coating of particle board on top. Floor, it's very common that a homosote material or a particle board is put on as a secondary layer to in building codes. It's called the IIC, and it's called the impact coefficient. We call it the high heels factor. The idea is you don't want to hear footsteps between floors, but that is usually not a code issue. It is, however, a code issue when you're dealing with space between um, two different apartments. Now, the two different apartments, the insulation is not required, but a fire rating is required.
Got it.
But again, it's honestly it's good design. If you're smart, particularly with tenants these days, I don't know if you know, but like about 50% of the calls to NYPD are for noisy neighbors. So I've been very fortunate to design some very high end apartments in New York City. And actually, most importantly, I used to be one of the head designers for a hotel chain. And you can imagine the single biggest complaint of hotels is what? Uh,
Noise.
right. It's the noise between the walls. Now, the law actually says you're supposed to put pretty good sound insulation, but nobody ever does, or it never works properly. Because all you need, for instance, is one outlet in a wall, and the entire uh, sound insulation of the entire wall is pretty much canceled out. And that actually pretty much goes with insulation as well. You always look at the weakest link, and sound is really a challenge. Uh, some of my clients recently have been some of the buildings I've looked at recently are building right next to highways. And you know something? I looked at one once. It was 50 feet from the Manhattan Bridge, literally right across the street from the Manhattan Bridge, 10 stories up, and this guy was literally looking right onto the deck of the bridge. And all I could think of is, well, if you're an exhibitionist, it's perfect. But other than that, it was, who the hell would want to live here? And then he closed the windows, and when he closed the windows, you couldn't hear a thing. It was triple pane windows, and in fact, the law, the environmental restriction of the site was you had to put triple pane windows to keep insulation. The problem, though, was this was an early building that was so well insulated and so well soundproofed and so well vapor proofed that literally a pinhole leak in a child's bedroom allowed an immense amount of carbon monoxide to come into this young kid's room and almost killed him. In fact, when I went in with the fire chief, the assistant chief of Brooklyn to look at this building, I had to vacate the building temporarily, a 22-story apartment building. And it was what happened was somebody hadn't extended their chimney. So they didn't notice in the summertime. In the winter, when they turned on the chimney, a huge boiler from a 250,000 square foot building suddenly started spewing carbon monoxide. And that carbon monoxide wasn't going directly into the building. It was actually getting sucked in at a pressure point about 50 feet away from the chimney. And that young boy, um, carbon monoxide at 25 parts per million is dangerous. The FDNY equipment was measuring 550 parts per million in this young boy's bedroom. Luckily, the young boy went to his mommy and said, "Mommy, I'm not feeling very good." And somehow the mother was smart enough to call, and apparently a couple of carbon monoxide detectors, even better, started tripping off. And we found it, because if not, a lot of people would have died. And so the balance of vapor sealing is fine. It's great as long as nothing bad is coming in. And these are things to think about. Again, back to our insulation and R factors. This is the gentleman's putting on some fiberglass on the left side. This is unfaced fiberglass going in between wall joints. As you see here, he's actually installing it on an interior wall here, but that's just for demonstration. Loosely putting it in to make sure you get maximum insulation value and filling the cracks, but not crushing it in. On the right side are problems that you might have with insulation. Again, as you can see here in this section, older insulation, the UFFI from the past shrunk. And once it shrinks, there's no gap. I mean, you can see you get the gap at the top and bottom. You create convective layers, and bam, there's no insulation anymore. Effectively, the air just goes around the shrunken block of urea formaldehyde foam, and really provides very little insulation. Another type of failure is sometimes a big thing these days is loose fill insulation, like cellulose, where you're basically spraying newspaper into your wall. Sounds crazy, but no, it actually kind of works. The key thing is to create voids, and this loose fill cellulose newspaper with fire retardant added does a pretty good job of insulation. The problem is, over time, just like a stack of newspapers, it'll settle, and you fill it up to the top, and then over a year or two it settles down. You got a 6-inch void. This particular detail cost a guy I know a couple $100,000, because he built a super energy efficient house, but the insulation settled, so the new owner sued him, saying the building wasn't as efficient as they said, which he was right, because of this settlement. And he actually had to go in and put new insulation in to the tune of about $300,000. But luckily, he had taken my course, and about 3 months before that, 3 months after he took my course, he sold a single family house in Manhattan for 29 million bucks. Yeah, nice. So he actually had the money to make the repair. But it's a reminder of things that can go wrong. Another one, a lot of insulation, again, because it wasn't put in originally. Uh, Insulation where they inject it in through holes in the building. Sometimes they'll have voids, things like electrical wiring or pipes that might be in the walls. They'll create a void. That void effectively just creates convective loop. And again, this is where thermal cameras are fun today. You don't have to totally rip off the drywall. You can just drill a 1/4-inch hole at each point where you see a void and fix it. Okay, up in the attic again, we saw bad insulation. Here's some loose fill. On the top is, in the 1920s. I've seen houses 1920s, 1930s. They would put a bunch of this. They would put a whole bunch of this vermiculite. It's just a rock. Um, Vermiculite rock would be used as an insulation. It is a spectacular, a natural rock, natural material, great insulator. They just put it up between the joists, and you'll see this in old houses all the time. This one has got a lot of gray gook. Why? Because it's been up there for 100 years, and it literally, dust is literally settled by the inches. At a certain point, it actually becomes a little bit of a flame risk. But there's an even bigger risk with vermiculite, of course, that the citizens of Vermiculite, Wyoming, apparently had the highest death rate from asbestosis of any place in the United States, because the rock, vermiculite rock, which is light and fantastically cool volcanic ash, basically also frequently contained a lot of asbestos. So again, be aware of this, particularly when you're inspecting older houses. When you see this up in the attics, it's loose fill. Do not disturb. Assume that this vermiculite's been here for 100 years. Most of the dust is settled. Don't kick the dust up. You'll pay for it. And if you do have to take it out, you got to treat it as asbestos and pay a lot of money to have it disposed properly. On the left side, again, loose fiberglass. On the right side, spray on cellulose. This guy's wearing a mask. This lady's, wearing comfy gear, no mask. Why? Because it's newspaper. It's not too harmful. Again, what's the difference? Me, hey, fiberglass really doesn't really burn. I'm just too used to living in skyscrapers because I don't like to live in a house that can burn. Reality is the wood's going to burn anyway, so the insulation can burn. By the way, the vermiculite ain't going to burn, but so this was a fireproofer and an insulator. This is just an insulator, and although it's fire resistant, in theory it could catch on fire. Spray on insulation. If anybody wants to see a great video, go to YouTube and Google the 2015, a building called, I think, the Addition or the Torch. Actually, it was 1,200 feet tall, and it had styrofoam insulation on the outside, EFIS insulation on the outside of the building. 1,200 feet tall, 350 meters. The entire building went up in flames just on the outside, burning off the plastic in 2 minutes. 1,200 feet straight up fire. Why? Because spray on insulation is great, but it is flammable. Now, spray on insulation, it's not soft. Actually, it may look like it's foamy, but it's not. It's actually both open and closed cell are they're rigid. Closed cell is just really hard. These are great insulators. Again, what do? They have they basically create an air barrier of foam, and the energy cannot really transfer through barrier, foam bubble, foam bubble, foam bubble, foam bubble, foam bubble 50 times through a wall. So by the time it's done that, the energy is dissipated considerably. By the way, most energy is lost when you go from material to material. Air to wood, you lose some. Wood back to air, you lose some. Air to sheet metal or air barrier, you lose a little bit. And then air to, energy or heat from air barrier to insulation, you prevent a lot of insulation. But as that energy is released on the vapor barrier, of course, it releases water. And when it releases water, as it gets cold, that is where we have moisture that we got to manage. And that moisture risk is the problem of insulation. Oops, forgot that one. Just a little reminder, I show this in my other class as well. Why does this matter? You're inspecting attics, okay? You're inspecting crawl spaces. I've heard stories of a home inspector that he was inspecting a crawl space in, I think, like Colorado, and he found a bear in the crawl space, hibernating. Whoa! Well, this is a real thing. I had 7 raccoons and 2 possums in Brooklyn. This is Marine Park, Brooklyn, in my house. I took care of them, and I was, at least the possums I catch and release in a cage or let them out at Floyd Bennett, which is apparently teeming with possums and raccoons now. The raccoons, you don't need to know. The little girl, well, the little girl is there because, in fact, this is an insulation. A lot of people are worried about vapor and chemicals, and this insulation is actually made of cotton. Cotton is an amazing material in so many ways. The fibers of cotton are the same thing, really, as the fibers of asbestos, except they really won't kill you. So in this case, a lot of shredded cotton becomes insulation. It's not cheap, but it's a lot of people you have kids with allergies. I know one friend of mine asked for it or tried to find some, he couldn't find it because his daughter's asthmatic. And I thought, that can be a big factor. Again, raccoons, these are mamas too, and they want to. If you look closely, you see the possum there. If you've never seen an opossum, they got a snarl here that'll wake you up. But this opossum, she's not mean until her babies are there. Once you see the babies, you get out of the way, and you got to call a professional person to maintain it. And what do you do in your home inspection? Attic, unable to inspect. Raccoons and possums appear to be living currently in the attic, unable to inspect. Suggest contact a animal control uh, company to remove them. By the way, if you guys don't know, and ladies, um, can you call New York City or Nassau County to get rid of an animal? Nope. To get rid of animals like this, it usually you have to call a private company to do it. Why? Because the government can't do everything. As a reminder, when we talk about insulation, we think about all of the different parts. To Mintu's question earlier, how do you seal a building? The answer is it's not one thing, it's a system of things. It's thinking about where that vapor barrier, where that condensation line is going to be. It's about thinking first a rain screen to keep the rain away, and then the moisture management, the the cracks in the walls that let the moisture drain out. It's making sure you don't have any leaks that cause moisture in the first place. And all of these factors go together to create a house, a system of a house, a vapor barrier, the insulation, the structural, external air barrier, the rain screen, also known as the exterior finish, proper windows, proper sealing of the windows, but also the foundation as well. Today, new buildings are actually putting insulation under the foundation. I kind of have mixed opinions on this because if you're putting 6 inches of insulation under my building, I'm kind of worried about the slab cracking in the future. But again, these are some of the many things you're thinking about. Much of in New York City in particular, it's very common to have a full basement or full cellar under a building. Why? Because it's free heat. If you're 5 feet down in the ground in New York City, the ground is 55 degrees. It's 55 degrees in the winter. It's 55 degrees in the summer. Now, when I got up this morning, it was 22 degrees. So that means air. If I were in a house, I was in an apartment, so I'm not so lucky. If I were in a house, that house would be getting a boost from that 55 minus 22, 33 degrees plus of natural, freely generated heat. And in the summertime, the opposite as well. If it's 100 degrees outside and 55 degrees in the cellar, as you know, that cellar is the place you want to be if you don't have the air conditioning. So again, this is where building design from the past suddenly starts to make sense. And with the building envelope, all the different parts, you work on energy. So, as I said earlier, I mentioned vermiculite. This is again another view of what you might see in the attic of an old house from the 1920s. These pictures actually were, I believe, I took these when I was working with the fire department in Brooklyn. We had, and you can actually look this up. It's on YouTube. We had a ABC Channel 7 helicopter was chasing a couple of drug guys up Flatbush Avenue. 3 news helicopters were chasing, but the ABC helicopter crashed. It lost control, and the other helicopters filmed it crashing actually, and it went down and crashed, hit one building, and smashed into another building. And the great news is it landed on the roof of a building that used 3 by joists, very strong wooden joists. The house had been kept dry and well maintained for 90 years. It was an older house. And this helicopter bounced off one building, damaging the fire escapes, causing a vacate. And then it actually landed on the roof of the next building. And the building, the 3 bys actually worked as a spring. It was a miracle. Again, a helicopter crash with four people on board, a couple tons of metal, and more importantly, 86 pounds of gas crashes on 86 gallons, crashed on top of a building, and the spring bounced up. Now, when we did do it, we had to go up on the roof. We worked to shore up the building with the fire department while the helicopter was still up there until we could get a crane to take the helicopter, first the fuel off and then the helicopter off. But to do that, I had to pass through this area that was loaded with vermiculite insulation. And the fire department guys were lucky. They had bunker gear so they could put on their masks to go past this stuff. I had to breathe the dust.
But being that I was at, given my 9/11 experience, I think I've already got enough crap in my lungs to not worry about it. But the key thing is you do want to pay attention to your personal protection when you're dealing with vermiculite. And don't let a helicopter bounce off your house, your building. Um, let's see what's next. Insulation, mineral wool. This is another type of there's a couple of different types of mineral wool. Sometimes they'll literally put cotton up in the roof, excess cotton, but the mineral wool or is in particular rock wool is actually heated granite that is then liquid spun together to make a fiber. Fantastic insulation. But one of the worst things that happens up in the attic over time is loose fill insulation can get dirty. Now, for instance, for some reason, they don't vent the dryer or something correctly. And we'll see a case where the dryer vent is venting up in the attic for 10 years. And all that lint creates an absolute fire hazard. Ironically, the lint is probably good for insulation, but it doesn't really matter if somebody lights a match up there, the whole place goes boom. Again, rigid insulation, here we go. These are a quick view of some of the types of insulations. Now, the white one, of course, is an expanded polystyrene, usually referred to as styrofoam. The yellow ones are polyisocyanurates. These are a little better. And if you notice also, this one is even better because it has because it comes in sheets, it comes with a foil coat. So that foil is a thermal break. It's a reflective break. It's not just, it reflects light, but also heat. Of course, light just being a different frequency of energy from heat. And then, of course, these extruded polystyrenes, the pinks, sometimes they're rigid sheets, but this particular one is extruded because it creates vents. In this case, it creates little cups, and those cups allow water or air to travel in one direction while still maintaining a lot of water resistance and heat resistance. Other types of insulation, accordion insulation is mentioned in the book. I have not really ever seen this in practice. I have understood they use it in Florida, again, because of resistance to mold. And it's good for certain uses, but this was another thing that came out of the aeronautics industry in the 1940s. And really, as you can see by the nailing, it just went up and again creates a vapor barrier. And at the same time, these air pockets create a little bit of insulation. In the end, what's good about this is that it does create that air pocket and the vapor barrier, or the penetration barrier, which helps. But the downside is, again, potential buildup of water on the other side. And, it's not quite as good as the fiberglass. This is stuff that came out in the 1940s. I haven't really seen it since. Blown in insulation, as we saw earlier, you might blow in your insulation. This is a guy that very sloppily blows in some fiberglass. On the right side, again, another fiberglass blow in. Now, the funny part is he blew in the fiberglass and then he put the wood boards down to walk on it. Really, by crushing down the fiberglass, you've wiped out the insulating value of it. So you do want to minimize the pathways you put in the fiberglass or try to elevate them so you maintain the thickness of the fiberglass as much as possible. Let's make it clear. If you take 20 inches of fiberglass and compress it to 10, it's not the same. You lose the 20 inches is what gets you the insulation, not the material. So this guy basically in a thermal reading, you would see a ton of energy coming through here while much less through there. On the right side, this is a, again, another attic. And in this attic, we are, really, we're not insulated enough. It's got, you can literally see the top of the ceiling, pretty much see the top of the ceiling because there's so little insulation. Again, 2x10s. You should have today, by modern standards, although, hey, this averages 4 to 6 inches, okay? It's better than nothing, definitely. But it's not as good as what's required. There's some there's good starts here. He did the wire properly. All the electrical wiring is properly sealed. Yay, I like that. But he really needs to blow in a lot more. Can you blow more on top of this? Yeah, you can. Again, the challenge is to make sure that hopefully it's clean enough. What you really don't want to do is blow insulation on top of dirty insulation. We'll see some in a minute where, you know, if the insulation is contaminated by dirt or debris, it actually becomes more risky. Okay, more insulation types. Again, expanding rolls. These can just be rolled in the attic. You're not going to use these in walls, right? Unless you want to cut them all up all the time. That kind of be a pain. Usually for things like walls, you're going to buy them in 14 and a half or 22 and a half inch wide bats. Why? Because of course that's a 24-inch wall or a 16-inch wall minus the 1.5 inches for the stud. On the right side again, what is being shown here is the styrofoam or the fiberglass in the inside, the vapor barrier taped in, and the yellow is not actual, but it's a diagram of where you would put the tape to make sure the vapor barrier is adequately and permanently sealed. Because even a tiny gap in the tape will let an immense amount of moisture in over time. UFFI, we talked about this. This is a foam that was used in the 1970s. And as you can see, it very frequently shrunk. And this shrinkage was really, as I said earlier, if it shrinks 20%, the air is just going to go right around it. So that's not a whole lot of insulating value. And oh, by the way, it also makes you sick from formaldehyde, supposedly poisoning. And as you also see, the walls here are torn off because it also wasn't a vapor barrier and the water did a lot of damage to the wall. So once your barrier, vapor and insulation barriers are compromised, you start having really ugly moisture problems. Now this house, you can see the exterior board right here, right through the UFFI. So these guys, maybe 40 years ago, they sprayed this stuff in to try to make the house better. But 40 years later, again, the styrofoam's gone. What they would have, in some older houses, they would have, like I say, right where this wood is here, they would have a wax paper sheet as a halfway method of creating some vapor barrier. Now, this is down in a basement or cellar for vapor barrier. This is some interesting things to see. Now, is your cellar, are you going to heat and cool the cellar? Nope. So the cellar, where is the conditioned space? The conditioned space is the floor above. The cellar is not conditioned at all. Now, the good news is, as I said, the cellar is kept a little above freezing by that 55 degree, so hopefully the pipes don't burst. But water from above, in this case, condensation from a big flexible duct, insulated duct. This is kind of gross. This is a good vapor barrier on the underside of the joist in the crawl space, but the water has pooled down there and become really nasty and moldy. So that's kind of gross. What do you do here? Well, you probably want to cut this open, throw some bleach in, and then tape it back up. But the real problem is that there's condensation happening, and you got to figure out how to solve it. On the right side, now this guy knows this is an interesting strategy. He's 15 years old. This guy did his best. He's got a new house. You see the TGI joist up on the floor joist, so it's a relatively new house. He spent a lot of time and money putting a vapor barrier in the cellar. And you know, what's he got? He's probably got an 8-inch concrete block, very bad insulator. So he said, hey, okay, I'm going to add 8 inches of insulation. And rather than create a new wall on the inside, I'm just going to keep it as an open sheet. And well, it's not a bad idea. The downside is, of course, you are keeping this area a lot warmer, but you still got to manage moisture. So one of the solutions to manage moisture is actually put a control on the floor. Well, back to vapor barriers. As I said, older houses would have, you very often will see houses with, or insulation with what's called craft paper barrier. Now, craft paper I have a mixed opinion on it. Simple fact is it's made of paper. It is mold resistant, but in the end, paper is food. Some paper is food for mold. But for the most part, cellulose isn't really food for mold, so you're kind of good on that. The idea, yes.
I have a question. In the previous slide, the white stuff, the white sheet, I guess, is it also a vapor barrier? The right side?
On the right side, yeah, this
Yeah.
is actually a wall-based barrier. This guy's got a cold exterior, so he's saying, look, I'm going to prevent a lot of super cold coming in the wintertime through these walls. So I've added this sheet. I'm still getting that 55 cool heat from the floor, and I can't stop that. But by doing this, I am reducing the moisture, I'm reducing the temperature. I'm spending a lot of money to do this. It's not a perfect solution, but it's a pretty good solution. And one of the reasons why he did this, by the way, he did this because he was afraid to put insulation between the TGI joists. Some people think it's bad to put insulation between the TGI joists because if the TGI joists ever get mold, you're dead. These things are only a TGI web in between is only 3/8 of an inch thick. So if that stuff gets moldy, you're in trouble. So rather than insulating the underside floor, he's chosen to insulate the walls. So again, 8 inches of insulation plus a vapor barrier on the outside. As you can see, he tucked it in by the windows. He didn't want to lose the windows. It's not a habitable space, so it's like a halfway measure. But a pretty good one. Again, because he's afraid to insulate his floor, this is a good solution. So typical inexpensive houses, basic spec houses in the last 50 years have been using a lot of fiberglass, better than using asbestos, right? And again, fiberglass does have its pains as well. If anybody's ever gotten a lung full of fiberglass or ripped up your hands with fiberglass, it's not terribly comfortable. The newer fiberglass, by the way, they don't have as many glass shards, so it's a little easier on your hands and your lungs. But the idea, of course, is the spun fibers of the glass or the spun fibers of rock, like in rock wool, create a lot of voids and holes, and those holes create an insulating value. Again, very simply, 8 feet tall, 14.5 inches wide, stick it in between two joists, tack it in really gently, fold it up, and voila, you get some decent insulation. As we saw earlier, sometimes if you have a 10-foot wall, people forget to add that extra 2 feet. Quote, forget. There's some pretty good videos on YouTube on installation, and I'd actually suggest you watch them. I'll put some links up in the follow-up email today. You'll learn a lot about how insulation and vapor barriers work together. Again, back to vapor barriers, there's another case in a cellar. The guys, again, they didn't want to put the insulation on the joists, so they put insulation and a foil-backed vapor barrier in the cellar. Good start, not bad. Again, it's not going to be perfect insulation because this is not a conditioned space, but it does, if you can make this cellar go from, 20 to 35 in the winter, you're going to save yourself a lot of headaches and pipe breaks, etc. On the right side, again, here's another image of a closed cell. The yellow one is usually a closed cell foam. The white one is usually an open cell foam. These are the spray-on foams. Again, really fantastic insulating values, but again, I have some worry about them with flames. Attics, let's jump up to the attics for a minute. Again, getting into the attic, we saw those little critters up there. As a reminder, insulation, wiring, ventilation, attic insulation, and general inspection. So we got the attic inspection itself. You're going up there, the ladder. Now, sometimes this is one of the reasons why you normally should, especially in the suburbs, you want to bring a ladder. This attic is a open truss. Actually, it's more like a rafters, but it's a unconditioned space. The insulation is on the ground because the conditioned space is below. But to get up there, you got to be careful. And sometimes you may not be able to get up into an attic. I was looking at one recently where it only had about 2 feet clear up in the attic, and you had to go through a really tiny crawl space to get up, or access panel to get into it, not even a ladder. So I just stuck a camera on a pole up, and I got to see what I needed to see. So I'll get a young 20-year-old 140-pound kid to put the insulation in when I need to put the new insulation in. But big me ain't going to do that. Again, when we talk about the attic insulation generally, and with all parts of inspection, think about your personal safety. If you don't feel safe going somewhere, do not do it. I don't care. Just don't be stupid. Now, this attic has a couple things. One is you can see the spray on insulation. That's pretty good. But oops, look here. We got a vent that terminates in the attic. That's not good. Sometimes this can be allowed for things like the pressure gradient for a toilet in with an AAV valve, but I generally want to see any valve extended up to the roof. One of the worst is dryers. I've seen a dryer, and I think I have a picture coming up, a dryer venting into the attic for years, and all the lint from the dryer completely lined the attic, and that just made the whole thing ready to blow up. If you guys don't know if you've never used lint, if you've ever done survival courses, you know that lint is one of the greatest materials in the world as a fire starter. It is because it has a very high surface area ratio, it burns really fast. And so actually, if you see an area, let's say the dryer vent has been venting into the house somewhere for a long period of time, you actually kind of recommend to have the insulation replaced because it's an open fire hazard. Now, if you've never gone up a fold down attic ladder, this is a common attic ladder you might see. You might have to bring your own ladder, but these are pretty harmless. And if you've never activated one, again, you pull down a string, let the doors down. It gets to the floor at the landing. You get it at a proper angle. It gets nice and solid, and then you climb on up. Once you're up there, again, a good flashlight is probably your most valuable tool. Again, you don't want to bring too many tools, but a flashlight is definitely one of the ones. And don't plan on using your phone. It's not strong enough. Get a big, honking, powerful flashlight. I have one that's a flashlight and a laser. And the laser can burn holes in wood, so it's not a bad laser. Don't try that very often, by the way. But again, getting up there, having the right tools will keep you safe. This guy's standing on a piece of wood. Are you comfortable doing that? If he tries to step on that insulation, he's going to go right through the ceiling into the room below. Don't forget that. Safety is really important. Okay, this guy's he knows what he's doing. He's balanced, but one false step, he's obviously up there with somebody else taking the picture. What if you're on your own in an inspection and you get hurt? Who's going to get you out? That's a reminder to you of the buddy system. As I said last class, make sure you are in contact with other people. This is a reminder of the attic. And you see this attic ladder, it's got insulation on top. And what if there's no insulation? Let's see, it's really warm down here and really cold up there. Okay, what's that mean? That means in the whole attic, this is the warmest spot in the attic. So, remember that raccoon I showed you about? Guess where that raccoon's going to build her nest? Right on top of this ladder. Okay? You're going to pull down the ladder, a raccoon and her babies are going to fall on your head. Am I being crazy? A little bit. But again, this is the kind of things you got to, plan for the worst. And thermal differential causes a lot of funky things. It might mean there's a raccoon up there. It might mean you're just wasting a little energy. Who knows? But be aware of these things. There's the attic insulation again. We saw this picture already with the inadequate insulation on the right. On the left, this is something a little more severe. And notice this guy's wearing a respirator. Yet another thing you want for your toolkit. He's got a super heavy flashlight and a respirator. Why? Because that is bat guano. Okay? Bats had been living up in this attic. And those bats are, the guano is really toxic. It can have incredibly deadly bacteria. Pigeons as well. Pigeons actually are the worst. The bacteria from pigeon dung can be very lethal to humans. So again, I'm being gross, but I want you to understand these real risks. They're not kidding. And again, you literally see wildlife has made a nest in this attic. Other things, as we talk about electric wiring up in the attic, I like to say that you'll learn the most about the craftsmanship of the builder, whether it was 10 or 100 years ago, by how neat he is in areas that nobody will ever see. A guy or lady that built something knowing that nobody would ever see it again in his lifetime, perhaps, he might get sloppy. But a real professional will do it right. There's an example of some electrical wiring that had been rerun, and the guy probably figured nobody'd ever be up here. But he still did a pretty good job. He neatly sorted his wires. He separated them as necessary so they would never heat. And you can see the electrical come up the main chase. And of course, what's on the other end of that chase? The panel, the electrical panel. Comes up into the attic and then drops back down into areas where it's needed. That's a good way to do circulation. On the right side, this is another thing you might see up in the attic. This is an old knob and tube wiring, usually hot neutral. This is a pretty powerful two 120s and a neutral, but they didn't have a ground. Again, they call it a knob because it was literally a ceramic knob where the wire would be wrapped around and then go through. The problem with this wire, A, it's usually 100 years old. B, the insulation was either rubber or Bakelite or horsehair or paper. Your house might have paper wrapping the electricity coming out of the house. Well, guess what? That can be okay. In fact, I have found New York City was one of the first places in the world to be electrified, and I found buildings in Brooklyn Heights where we estimated the wiring was probably done in about 1895, and the wiring was actually running through old gas pipes that had previously powered gas lanterns inside the house. And the funny part was the insulation was paper and horsehair wrapped up, and that's how they insulated the wire. Good news is it was nice thick wire, and even 100 years later, it was actually still malleable for copper. It's good. Now, the scary news is that wire was running through a gas pipe, and 120 years later, my inspector called me because the gas pipe appeared to still have a little gas in it. It appeared to be still leaking some gas. We had for 120 years, we had old wiring running through a gas pipe that had gas in it. Talk about a recipe for disaster. Again, you'll see crazy stuff. And understanding the history, what electricity looked like 100 years ago, what good but simple electricity looks like today, these are things to think about. Why isn't he insulating the attic here? This is not the conditioned space. The purpose of this attic, the purpose of this roof is what? Is it to insulate the house? Nope. The purpose of this roof is to be a rain screen. The purpose of this roof is to keep water off of the insulation doing the job. So we got waterproofing from rain, vapor proofing from vapor barriers and house wraps, and we have insulation from mass and insulation, etc. So you've got to think about, as you look through building, these systems and how they're going to work together. I want to look at this roof. It's not insulated. Okay. Do I see water damage? Do I see, rot or anything like that? I mean, the great part is wood fully exposed like this, if it's kept dry, it's going to last for a very long time. This wood is, well, it's probably like 30 or 40 years old. You can really tell by the color, the oxidation. This one on the right, again, you got sawn boards. You've got true 2x3 verticals. This is probably 100 years old, and you can tell by the oxidation of the wood. This is, again, this is relatively new, but not fresh, probably about 30 years old. You can literally tell, or maybe not 20 years old. You can tell by the color. You'll get good at that over time. Up in the attic, again, be careful in the attic. Loose wiring. What I worry about the most in the attic is shoddy wiring. As you saw a minute ago, good stuff. Now, later on, Joe wanted to add an extra outlet to his bedroom for his new computer. And so what does he do? He goes up in the attic, he splices a line, he opens up the conduit, takes a splice out, and runs a wire down into his bedroom. Does it work? Yeah. Is it a fire hazard and a safety hazard up there? You better believe it. This is a similar example. This is a house originally with, again, knob and tube construction from 100 years ago. And the knob and tubes are spliced here. He just, trimmed out a chunk from the wire, broke it up, and then ran a modern wire from it. Again, at least give me a junction box, okay? It just screams. If somebody steps on that orange cap falls away, and you got a fire. So these are things you want to look at and try to warn the owner of and buying. Home ventilation, attics. Now the key with attics is to make sure they ventilate. a lot of attics will have an automatic fan that'll turn on. Let's say when it's more than 100 degrees upstairs in the attic, picks up a thermostat, turns on, and blows the air out. It's pretty harmless. Another system I love, but energy code people hate it because it's like a big hole in the house. But my sister has one of these in her building. In the 1940s and 50s, they did this a lot. This is a whole house fan. And this is a huge honking fan. It's basically a jet engine or airplane engine. And when this thing turns on, okay, it sucks like a couple thousand CFM of air from the house per minute. So if you have like let's say the air conditioning is not on in the summer, it's 100 degrees inside, it might be 120 degrees. You turn this thing on and it just sucks all the air out of the house. Here's the good news. It usually will bring all the cool air up from the basement. Voila, instant air conditioning. The downside though, of course, this is like a big hole in in your house. If you don't cover this in the wintertime, you get two problems. One, in the wintertime, a lot of cold air from up this attic is going to go straight down and the insulation is going to be useless. And two, with the loose insulation up here, when this fan blows, it's so powerful, it blew away all the insulation. So you kind of got a worst case. It's such a good fan that it destroyed your insulation up here. But they're still good. I love them. And although I'd want to make sure that you use not rigid, but roll insulation around this so it doesn't get blown out of the way. And in the wintertime, you put an 8-inch blanket of insulation on top of this. Attics, as we showed. Yeah.
Sorry. In the last slide, yeah, I've actually seen a home with such a fan.
I love them.
And so what would be the best way to see the attic in such houses? Do you have to like take out the fan to actually see it? I mean, of course, we're not gonna do
That's
it,
not
but
your entry. There's a separate entry to the attic. There's a separate hatch to get up into the attic. When you have one of these, all you're going to tell the owner is, in this case, you would say, look, you have a whole house fan, which is good, but the insulation around it is being blown away, which is bad. So you would suggest to the owner that, or the potential buyer, that if you get this, that one, you have a seasonal cover put on this, whether it just be an 8-inch mat of insulation or a specific cover that goes with it, to prevent energy loss as much as possible. And most importantly, you would want to have the owner get rid of some of the loose insulation around this, replace it with fixed or roll insulation so it can't get blown around. Again, ventilating an attic is absolutely necessary. Nothing wrong with it. Ventilating the house through the attic is okay too, but you just got to make sure in this case you don't blow the other insulation out of the way, thus kind of defeating the purpose. I'm sorry, did I answer your question fully?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, in the house that I actually went, they didn't have a separate entrance for the attic,
Oh, okay.
and I think in that case, we wouldn't need to inspect the attic.
That's weird. Well, yeah, obviously, if you can't, you're not gonna go through the fan. You should look around because chances are that house probably has a little access panel in one of the. Often where you'll find it in the closet of the bedrooms.
Mm-hmm.
You'll go in the closet, you look up, and you say, "Oh, there's the attic entrance." And
Probably.
now the funny part there is sometimes you got to spend a half an hour moving the shelves out of the way. And at that point, you basically say you would be correct in saying access panel is inside of a closet. The closet is filled with stuff. We're not able to inspect the attic because of that.
Okay.
So yes, again, A, there's probably a panel somewhere, but B, if you have to move stuff to get into it, you're not going to be able to. So these are things to think about. Again, attic ventilation. We showed earlier that understanding that vapor barrier, that we are trying to protect the conditioned space. This attic is not conditioned. So what are we doing to get rid of the heat? I showed you a end of the house thing. Another common one in houses is a ridge vent or these roof vents here. These are good ways to, again, a huge amount of heat from the sun in the summertime heats it up, the air flows upwards and goes out. What you don't want it to do is obviously linger in here. It'll increase the pressure, and the pressure then will push the air down into the primary space. And you can see here, older insulation, not as much, newer insulation, a lot more batting, and the insulation covers the stud or the ceiling joists, because actually the ceiling joists are one of the biggest areas where the energy passes through. Then there's the idiot factor, of course. A guy wanted to save some money, so he grabs a $20 fan, rigs it up with some wires, and hey, I got attic ventilation. Fail. On the right side, this is a more typical attic vent. It might be a passive vent, or sometimes it'll have a fan inside. Bottom picture is just a nice set of a nicely insulated space, but look carefully. There's a lot of dust on that. Now that dust is, maybe it's not so bad. I don't know, but I'd be a little leery when I see that much dust up in the attic, and I'd be looking around to see if there's like a dryer vent or something that's putting the dust up in the attic. Again, the conditioned space below, non-conditioned space up here. Is the dust coming from an animal? Is it coming from pollen from trees being sucked in the winter? Whatever it is, you got to manage that dust. Because again, I considered, when I see dust most of the time, a lot of fibrous dust is also known as, kindling. And that's what we don't want to be dealing with. Again, there's attic ventilation again. Now, we talked about a cathedral ceiling that was improperly insulated and has moisture problems earlier. So this is the right way to do it. You've got the insulation, yay, but above the studs, you've created a cavity, and you got to look about this in 3 dimensions. This is just a 2D diagram, but the idea is to create in that 3rd dimension an ability for air, even if it's only a 2-inch or 1-inch tall section, to be able to move up and through out to a vent, to allow that 150-degree air here to pretty quickly move to the vent. Here, if you have just insulation, you're going to eventually start having moisture problems. Okay. Now, on the right side, a very important type of vent in some areas is a continuous ridge vent. This is where the hot air just goes up and just leaks out the roof. Again, for a non-conditioned space, this is a pretty good idea. Attics, as you're up in the attic, you look at inspection. Again, a very old attic with old cut lumber. It's got some places where, it's the only thing between the attic and the outside is the tar paper and the tar paper and the shingles. Is that okay? No, it's not perfect, but it's not impossible. Again, wood does deteriorate over time, and it's, again, you might want to raise the issue of roofing. Luckily, there's no, it doesn't appear to be much water damage here, as much as discoloration. Looks like they almost used painted wood in this area. On the right side, again, you see the mildew of the attic. This, when I see mildew like this, I'm saying to myself that you need to probably vent this attic a little better, and that'd be on my report. This is a reminder of, there are many types of different strategies for attics. This is one for air conditioning, for instance, where you're putting the air conditioning up in the attic and blowing it down most of the year. Usually for heating systems, you want them in a cellar and rise up, but you can do it either way. Air conditioning actually throws off a lot of heat, so it's perfectly smart to put it in the attic. And again, as you can see here, lots of different holes in the attic will allow ventilation to, just little bits of air flow to peek through. And something as simple as an attic hatch, which may just be a piece of wood, with a passive house, for instance, you'd have a neoprene gasket around the outside to make sure there's no heat loss. With things like your vents, you're gonna again put sealant around each penetration, and the vents themselves are actually going to have heat exchangers to try to catch as much heat as you can. There's more spray, as I said, I showed a minute ago, where you might have a very narrow, like 1-inch gap between the insulation and the roof. This extruded polystyrene sheets right here, this is how they do that. If you've never seen these in Home Depot, they weigh about a pound, or they weigh about an ounce. And of course, if you put them in place, they just naturally create a small, like a 1-inch gap between the plywood and, in this case, the spray foam insulation that's being put in. Because what you don't want is, you don't want the insulation to fall outside the house. So here you are just creating a natural, a basic control of the airflow. And this, after good spraying, that's what it looks like. You got 12 inches of the spray foam. And if you notice, it's actually on top of the existing probably 10 inches of fiberglass. So this is a seriously warm roof. Okay, garages. Let's kind of browse through the garages. But first, I'm taking a 5-minute break. So everybody, take a chill pill. Let's make it 10 minutes. I'll see you again at 4 o'clock. We'll go back. So 13 minutes. Take a break. We're going to go through the garage issues and some fireplaces, and then we'll be wrapped up for the day. We've already covered these somewhat, and we'll just go through one more pass and try to make sure we get all the different factors involved with them. The garage is actually an important part of the house for a reason that you wouldn't normally think. I kind of intimated earlier to explain to you that actually, when when a broker sees a garage, he says, "Wow, that's a great investment asset." When, however, from a building code perspective, a garage is basically a bomb shelter, as in a shelter for a bomb, which is your car. And because of that, the building codes considered garages, as I said, to be quite important. So this is going to be a little repeat. Let's kind of browse through it. Again, this is the gobbledygook. Attached garage versus detached. We're going to talk about the operators in the garage itself. We're going to talk about the garage door openers and the doors from the door to the house. Let's take a look. Well, a home inspection, by most of the standards, requires you to not do outside buildings, except a detached garage. As an example of a detached garage in Brooklyn, on the left side, this is a typical, these 1920s garages were all built to block, very simply, quick and dirty, but over time they've suffered. Uh,
ground has settled where the cars have put weight on the soil in front of the building. And very typical crack you'll see in the garages that still stand. A lot of people tore down their garages over the years because they incorrectly and illegally parked in the front yards or out on the street, which when this house was built in the 1920s, you weren't allowed to park in the street, believe it or not. So you had to park in your garage. But over time, the city had to be a little more real because, of course, that garage was designed for a Model T. It's not so good for a Ford Escalade, so or any type of very large vehicle. So the garages in the rear yards in New York City, at least, are in the outer boroughs, failing over time. And this is a typical crack you'll see. You are required to inspect it. Up all over the rest of the state, a detached garage is a very common sight to see. And in this case, this is the typical detail on the right of something you might see in Queens, in higher density R5 type zoning districts of Queens, where you are looking at a garage that is, again, in the backyard through a shared driveway into the back. Um, Again, it looks good, but anybody want to maneuver an Escalade down that crack? Yeah, little interesting. So the garage sites, out on the sites, we look at the house, I mean the garage, as part of your inspection. If it's a detached garage, treat it as a almost like a separate building. You're going to look at as part of your overall site report. You're going to address the garage in terms of, in this case, structural stability. The damage is ongoing and clearly it's been patched several times, but it's still there. I love this picture just as a reminder of in the rest of the country, the perception of garages is very different. In New York, everybody up until recently wanted to get rid of their cars and not have well. I first saw this, I thought it was a joke, but they're actually real and they're apparently quite popular. I was watching one of the real estate shows and I recently took a trip out to Arizona to look at some projects out there. And I noticed that everybody had an RV. Everybody. This is a rather extreme, but really quite cool garage that serves the purpose of opening up so much that it'll accommodate an RV. Obviously, this is quite a big piece of structure, so this is a pretty expensive door. And in fact, I think these are like 30,000 bucks just for all the hardware that goes with the door. So, an interesting perspective on what's out there. I don't know if I'm talking. You guys may not have seen that until just now. So again, these crazy doors like this, an attached garage. If it's attached, it may be lower than the house, so that's actually not appropriate. The text isn't appropriate for the picture, but I like the picture anyway. A detached garage, again, very often the detached garage, of course, is not heated or cooled, so the wood takes a punishment. This is a long span garage. It's got probably 25-foot span. It's got a wooden truss, which was probably perfectly fine in 1921 when it was built. But look at that bowing. Over time, this truss has settled. Remember that roof, that truss was probably okay until, hey, last week it got 18 inches of heavy snow on it. Ooh, that's not good. And in fact, that snow loads eventually, do bow, bow the trusses, and eventually they snap them if not properly maintained. So clearly, this is an example of I would say repair or replace. The structure of this garage is heavily deflected and subject to failure, um, and should be investigated. I put a note, should be investigated by engineer in the report. By the way, the real problem is when this thing bows like this, it's also pushing the walls outwards. It's pushing down, the walls are being pushed outwards. And that actually is what makes it dangerous, that the exterior walls are being pushed out and could potentially fail. Now, we looked at this picture again, and yet again, the text is up above. This is a typical garage door opener. The difference here is it is swung open, where it's swung down so you get access to the light bulbs. You know, we forget incandescent light bulbs, right? This is garage is an unconditioned space. It's cold down here. So it might be 20 degrees in here. So the light bulbs could break. Usually use refrigerator style light bulbs. Of course, today you can use LED and they'll last for 50,000 hours. But this older model has a flip down that you can change light bulbs every year or two. And again, you're not responsible for changing the light bulbs. You're only responsible to see whether it works or not. Now, in the garage, you might have some hardware as well. It's very common, and we'll talk about this more in the mechanical section, that you might have a furnace out here. You can the cover of the furnace is open up, and you can see the gas heating units right here. There's an older system probably. Again, you see the cutoff valve and you see the venting that goes through. And why would you want to put your gas furnace in your garage? Well, same reason I talked earlier about the passing away of that building commissioner. A gas furnace, if something goes wrong, will fill the garage with carbon monoxide, and that's okay. And more importantly, it takes cold air from the garage, which you haven't paid to heat, and burns it as fuel. So again, you are saving a little money. It's a good location, both for fuel as well as heat energy. But the downside is, of course, you are heating air from a lower temperature and passing it into your house. But I think that's good because you're actually getting fresher air. Although you don't, the problem with this is, of course, you pull your car up and the car's running in the garage, and that smell and the carbon monoxide and the fumes is going to work its way into your combustion chamber and up into your house. Not the best. Okay. Another thing you might see in garages, it's pretty common to see, again, you can see here the boiler with the boiler cover off and the water heater are also in the garage. Now, these are combustion units. The water heater actually looks like it's electric. And in fact, so therefore they don't worry about fumes. Yay. But for whatever reason, they rip the insulation up. And you should never rip the insulation up, but you should, however, when you are inspecting these things, you absolutely do want to take a picture of the serial number and the model number of the plaque. So I need to know that this is a Rheem water heater, 40, what's that, 50 gallon maybe, and I get a serial number, which then lets me figure out that it was made in 2014. 6-year-old water heater. That's actually okay. Probably no problems. Am I worried about the insulation being ripped off? No. In fact, ideally, you don't even need the insulation because it's insulated on the inside. But hey, usually can't hurt to put an extra layer on. Garage. We talk about the site work. We talked about the importance of making sure that your garage, the water never drains into your garage. The implication here is that ideally, if you've added a couple layers of asphalt over the years, you want to make sure that there's some kind of drainage so that melting snow doesn't wash into the garage, sink in your foundation, and crack your foundation. Again, these are called zipper drains or trench drains that are in front of the garage, and that's good design. Bad design would be this one on the left where the water could, again, drain into the cellar. The detached garage, as we saw earlier, in this case, this one's got a little bit going on here. This one actually has an apartment above it, right? So in looking at the detached garage, you're going to look at the interior of the unconditioned garage space, right? You're going to look at fire separations when attached to a house. In this case, there appears to be a chauffeur flat up above the garage. Now, this sounds rather elitist, but actually this was very common in the 1910s and 20s when a lot of New York houses were built. And I still know a couple of houses in Manhattan Beach, Brooklyn, that have chauffeurs apartments. And why do they do that? Because a car used to be a full-time job. Maintaining, oiling, starting, keeping it running, keeping the tires inflated, all that stuff, that was a full-time job. And because of that, it was very common for wealthy people to have a chauffeur on staff, just as they had previously to have their horses. In fact, I saw a C of O for garage of 1905 in the Greenwich Village. It actually was designed a very modern garage, very modern stable in the middle of Greenwich Village with nice fancy it's a high-rise stable for horses. Of course, the high-rise stable for horses is now a high-rise stable 120 years later for cars. And it's actually a landmark. But again, buildings will get reused and purposes are there. But in this case, what am I going to do? Am I going to inspect this apartment above? Yeah, I'm actually going to charge more because I consider this a separate dwelling unit. So I would add, again, it's very small. So I'd add maybe 50% or 30 to 50% of a typical fee to add inspection space if I'm allowed to get in it. Usually, by the way, in a place like this, it would be locked. So you would simply say, chauffeur apartment above garage, locked, unable to access. And bam, you're done. Although from the outside, by the way, I would take note because when you're inspecting an exterior and outside building, you do have to pay attention. And one of the things I do see here is something I'm very concerned about. Again, from a long distance, I'm looking at some uplift here where there should be better flashing. And I actually think that's a really big problem. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I'd want it to be investigated. So what else? Detached garages, of course. This is a simple one in Brooklyn. Um, Pretty basic, right? Again, too small almost for today's cars. Too small period for today's cars. They don't even. He doesn't use it. He uses that as a exterior shed. Um, Again, you'll see stuff like this. Non-conditioned. What type of damage would this do? Again, it's a very narrow span. It's only about a 12-foot span. So wood joist wise, unlike that big truss we saw earlier, the shorter the span, the longer the life. So it's probably going to last a little longer. But you are, as we talked in the site chapter, we're thinking about um, the cracks in the building, which aren't really any. B, it's a flat roof, so you do want to try to get up and look down on the roof where you can. And C, the sidewalk cracks. It's pretty good condition, but you would note already, of course, the sidewalk has some missing flags and damaged flags that would need to be repaired. What's wrong with this picture? Now, in New York City, when these buildings were designed in the 1930s, you were given a garage, and you were given a garage for a reason, because you weren't allowed to park your car in the front yard. In fact, today you're still not. This guy would actually get $1,000 violation. I know you see him all over the city. You get $1,000 violation for parking his car in the front. I actually saw a guy the other day. I was looking at a violation. A guy got a violation for $6,000 because he parked the car in his front yard. Wow. Well, this one's even worse. Not only does he get a violation for $6,000 for the car in the front yard, he's going to get another $10,000 violation because he has converted his garage illegally into an apartment. Again, this is a really, again, you're not a code enforcement official, as a home inspector, but you're not allowed to just convert a garage into an apartment. A, it's an illegal new apartment, and B, it is removing you're no longer able to park inside like you're legally required to do. So they will really pound in New York City. They'll pound you for this. You may want to put that as a warning to the owners when you see a garage. You simply put in your report. You may just want to simply put in your report interior attached garage converted into dwelling portion of or a new dwelling unit, and then you might add a comment to the effect of car no longer able to park inside the building may be a zoning violation. Let's look at the garage door quickly itself. Why? Because again, it's a big device that moves, and when it moves wrong, it breaks. When it breaks, it costs a lot of money to fix. It's pretty simple. It's a typical metal door of maybe 10 years ago. Today, when you make these actually have to be insulated. Even the garage door has got to be insulated these days. The concept is pretty simple. A long door is going to be pulled from the center up on a track driven by a motor. Okay, that track is going to be activated by a remote control. Or if you live in Seattle, it will be activated accidentally by naval ships. That's a long story. a couple of years ago, actually pretty frequently in areas of Seattle, Washington, near Seattle, Washington, almost randomly, probably related to the launching of nuclear submarines, by the way, at Kings Bay. The thousands of people all over Seattle, their garage doors open and close, and nobody knows why. Anyway, needless to say, there's some security issues there, but that's for another day. You are not responsible for the security of the remote. You are, however, responsible to know in your inspection, does this door open smoothly? Does it close smoothly? When using it, do you have a manual release so you can get out in case the power failed? While you're looking at it, if it's closing and somebody puts their bike or walks underneath, is it going to stop and go backwards? That's the safety features. An electronic safety eye will do it, as well as sometimes a bar across the bottom of the garage. The key thing is this is a really big, heavy door, controlled and pushed by a motor. If you are underneath this door at the wrong time, you're going to be in a world of pain unless the safety devices are properly working. So let's take a look. The key with a garage door is balance. It's a very heavy door, but it needs to be balanced and supported by springs so that when you have to open it, you don't have to put 200 pounds of force. You only have to do the manual release cord, and because there's a spring balance to help you lift it, it may be 20 or 50 pounds of force. The ADA doesn't apply here, so you're off the hook on that. But a relatively limited amount of force is there because of a set of springs up top, the torsion springs, that helps make this happen. And also make sure the door doesn't close too fast or too slowly. The torsion springs are one thing that fails a lot in garages, and you'll see them up above. They are, again, there to help the garage to just close properly. These springs right there, they're pretty big, right? But they do go back and forth and get cold in a cellar, so they can break over time. All steel has memory capacity, but it eventually does fail. And again, this snap spring will suddenly mean that you can still open the door, but it's a lot harder to do because that spring is no longer helping you. Is that a problem? Yes, that is a problem. That would be a repair or replace. What if again, we talked about loose wires earlier, and there's the garage image again. The garage door, again, we see this is a double garage, so two different doors. It's a lot better than that big, huge single door. Sorry for the police. I'm on 34th Street right now, and the heroin addicts are having a party, I guess, as they do every Monday through Sunday in New York in 34th Street. But nonetheless, we are we're getting a good look here of each door. Again, we see the tracks on either side to help it roll smoothly. Hopefully the tracks are not busted. We see a central bar that is the primary screw that the motor turns to move the door open. However, the screw can be disengaged by the pull of that red thing, and that will allow you to manually control it or open it when maybe the motor's busted. Why do we have the safety devices? Again, the photoelectric eye is there very simply, roughly at 6 inches off the ground. It's there to keep anybody from getting hurt. Believe it or not, something like a couple hundred kids a year were getting killed by these doors. Sounds crazy, but it's a lot of grief. Again, building codes and laws are written usually on coffins, and this is unfortunately one of them. They used to have like a sensor bar at the bottom here, but now they do a photoelectric sensor. When you see it, you're going to look at the sensor, make sure it works. You're going to, manually or electrically close the door, and then hopefully electrically press the button and open it back up again. Again, doesn't hurt to have a tape with you to know it's no more than 6 inches above. Why? Because that's not where you want to be. On the left side is, somebody going to a funeral. On the right side, again, big door. This is a very wide door. It's like a double wide door but single frame. So these, to me, the wider the door, the more fragile it is. But again, these are pretty structurally strong, and as long as the mechanism is well maintained, well oiled, it's going to be fine. Um, Now, if it isn't, that device is almost going to destroy itself. And this is a good example of that, where that big double wide door, um, it was activated to pull open the door, and something went wrong and trapped it. And of course, it split the door. So that door is now shut, and there's a lot of money to be paid. On the right side is a example of a door installer that got really stupid, and he drilled right through a major beam in the building in the garage. And yes, he's created a structural nightmare. It's more than 1/3 of the diameter and very close to the lower flange, which is the weakest flange, and therefore he is an idiot. And of course, the other one, this one would be pretty popular these days, right? Nobody goes to movie theaters anymore, so this guy had done something quite humorous. He screwed um, a projector to the underside of his um, garage door opener, which was kind of cute because now he and his wife could sit in the garage and watch a movie. You know, I guess the old drive-through movies, and I guess they're pretty popular these days. So there's your COVID defense fund right there. Watch your movies from inside your own garage. Guaranteed to be COVID free. As you're inspecting the door, like I said, you need to know that the door is going to move up and down smoothly and efficiently and frictionless, minimum friction, not frictionless. One of the things you're looking at in particular is the hardware of the tracks okay. There's a friend's place where the hardware was actually snapped. It had gone down, up and down a bunch of times. But if you notice, there's dirt building up everywhere. And that dirt got in the tracks. And cumulatively, it wore down the grease, and the grease wore down the Teflon. And, instead of spending $10 to fix these pieces, he went and went. And as you can see, the torque in closing the door was so powerful that it actually snapped the I don't know if you can see that. It actually snapped the brace that was holding the wheel in place. So that shows you just how much force was involved and why the garage door can be quite expensive. The key thing is you need to know, you got to test the door. It shouldn't take more than a minute or two. You test the door, press the button. There's always an inside button or hopefully a remote. And door opens up. Yay, no problem. And you press close down, and the door goes down, and you try to stop it. You walk in front of it while it's maybe 5 feet off the ground. And hopefully you'll be able to, the optical sensor or the tab sensor on the bottom of the thing will activate, and it will reverse and not cut the little kid in half. So that's what we want. But again, this is what happens when the gears and the things are not all in sync and they're lined up. They're going to actually physically just rip the door apart. This is one of the reasons why I don't like double wide doors, because again, the thing can just snap in half. The door ends up being a structural system unto itself. Now, in the garage and the slabs and stuff, it's pretty common. It's an unconditioned space, right? Or partially heated. It might get some radiant heat from the house, but a car is sitting on it. Obviously, we've got fume issues. We want to make sure that there's no fumes going to the house. I was like, with an interior garage, I'd probably put about 4 carbon monoxide detectors around the house. But again, when the concrete settles from heaving, the ground underneath this concrete might crack or settle because of the weight of the car. It might also crack or settle because of the heaving of wintertime freezing, where that garage is freezing in the wintertime. Ground underneath freezes, heaves, and cracks the slab. So there's a time where you're going to see a lot of crack slabs. Now, you're not the one doing the repairs, but you will look for signs of repairs, whether it be just a bunch of tar put in or some of the more newfangled concrete patching protecting devices. Now, this one is actually heaved up. So if you're really smart, they're going to cut it around and pour a new chunk of slab in here. But you may not want to go to that effort. The owner may just want to just kind of, again, add a little waterproofing and live with it. In the garage area, we talk about, again, conditioned versus unconditioned space. Just as in the attic, Really, it's the same thing here. This indoor garage, there's a couple of bedrooms up above this garage. This is 20 degrees in wintertime. So the ductwork passing through the garage needs to be insulated. Okay. Now, again, because in very, very cold times, this is one of the reasons why you will rarely see the furnace and hot water heater, especially out in a garage. You will see them in warmer climates. It's pretty common to put them in a garage. I don't think I've ever seen it in New York where somebody does it. I'm not even sure if it's I have to check to see whether it's per code. Okay, again, you got an attached garage. And as I said earlier, your garage is housing a bomb. Okay, so what do you need to do? You need to make sure that the framing of the structure is either fire rated or fire resistant, depending on the building codes. You need to have some protection. Today, you might use Type X drywall, which is a type of what's called fire code drywall. If it's put in properly and properly sealed and gasketed and screwed on, it gives a pretty good fire rating. Or conversely, older houses, you might just see a tin roof. It was very common to just put a sheet of tin up, and it actually worked pretty good. Tin sheet would not fireproof, but it would deflect and reflect the energy of a fire to keep the house above open long enough for everybody to get out. Again, your biggest fear would be carbon monoxide from a garage slowly leaking up into the bedrooms above. Good news is carbon monoxide doesn't like to rise too much. Well, when it's warm, it does. But there's, by the way, a myth that says carbon monoxide always sinks to the ground. I actually talked to the chief scientist of KIDA, the guys who make probably the most carbon monoxide detectors in the United States. And he told me, no, that's a myth. You don't want your carbon monoxide detectors low. Anywhere in the room should be fine. Obviously, if you had a carbon monoxide detector in the garage, it'd go off all the time. But it wouldn't be such a bad idea to put one in the bedroom below and the dwelling space beside. Again, you can see because it's in a conditioned space, this insulation is passing through to go to the vents in the floor of the bedrooms above. You got to make sure those aren't damaged or torn, or also that they don't bump into the door motion. And just a little reminder of alternate ways to make a garage. What do you guys think? This is a reminder of A, garage protection, B, stupidity, and C, the fact that over time, stupidity will be very visible in garages. On the right side is a garage in a guy's house. And he, as I said earlier, he had taken his garage and converted it into like a dining room. Is that okay? As long as you don't call it a dining room in your report, you say, look, garage converted to dining room. Okay, that's pretty simple. Again, if the garage door was taken out, you would ask, you might want to put in your report, verify that alteration was done with permits. Because one of the worst things of all is when you buy a house and you find out it's illegal. I dealt with a guy the other day. He was screaming, I didn't do this illegal work. Somebody before me did. And I said, yes, sir, but you bought it. And when you bought it, according to building departments, if you buy a building that's damaged, you own it. Is that fair? Doesn't matter whether it's fair, it's the law. And that's kind of a mantra when dealing with buildings. Don't try to get ethical or moral unless you want to go to try to change the laws. Just accept what it is. And this is true with all professionals. We have to operate within the laws that we're given. And again, in this case, someone accelerated a little too much in the garage, ended up in the living room. So this just happened to somebody recently as well. Somebody got a car through his front living room window. Again, other areas around the house, similar to the garage, the laundry area. This is another interesting area, kind of a gray area. While this is probably in the conditioned space, it is kind of accessory, what we call non-habitable but occupiable space, usually in the basements or the cellar. Although lately, in high-end houses, the washer and dryer is actually a feature of the master bedroom. I have seen that recently, and that's actually kind of cool. I was looking at a house, a 4-story house, and very big house in Brooklyn. And they actually put the washer, they put the whole laundry room up off the master bedroom. No, I don't think that was to enslave the wife, but it was more about the fact that she had 4 little babies and was still a very beautiful lady and liked to go out with her husband frequently. So she was able to manage her laundry as well as her kids, and it was a good design choice. And not exactly something a person who uh, wants to. Again, it was a design choice. It was interesting, but most frequently because it's water. Where's the best place to put a water source? Of course, down in the basement. Why? Because if anything goes wrong, the water will leak on the basement floor as opposed to on the third floor. Oh, by the way, that beautiful house that had the master bedroom laundry room, yes, the washing machine did break and overflow one day, and yes, about 50 gallons of water poured through and did a lot of damage to the house. So again, we look at the laundry room. What are we going to inspect here? Well, I want to know that we talked a lot earlier about vents, like the dryer vents. Now, your first question is, what's your material? What are you using? Are you dealing with an electric dryer or a gas dryer? I don't think I've ever seen an oil-based dryer. Maybe they have them. I doubt it. But pretty much electric and gas are your only choices. Although,
Excuse me, Brian. I
yes,
think that your speaker is touching your face, your microphone, because it's getting staticky again.
my microphone's getting static again. Is that any better?
That's much better.
Okay. Thanks for the heads up. Um, anyway, continuing, the laundry room is a number of plumbing fixtures. Now, the trick is to understand the difference between a piece of the building and an appliance. Now, a washer and dryer are appliances. You may get paid to inspect them, but they're usually not part of a basic inspection. Why? Because it's like an air conditioner and like a a lot of other things. If it's not really completely attached to the building, although you could argue this is attached to the building, then it's not part of the inspection. The washer, for instance, obviously the tub, the sink, that's going to be part of the inspection. Um, the dryer, while I'm not inspecting the dryer itself, I am making sure the dryer vent is properly terminating outside the building. I talked earlier about how a dryer vent going up into the attic created a lot of lint in a very dangerous condition. The washing machine is an appliance, but clearly it's hooked up to the plumbing. It, making in terms of the inspection, you're not going to certify the washing machine in any way because you can't certify the motor. It could die at any time, right? So you don't want to say anything positive about the washing machine, but you will make sure the connections behind it don't appear to be leaking or and appear to be draining properly. You will make comments on that. You would want to not make comments on, hey, the washing machine works great. Somebody buys the place with the washing machine and the washing machine dies, costs $500 to repair, and they send you a bill and they say, hey, you told me the washing machine was okay. Yes, that's crazy owners, but here's the secret. When you buy a house, that's pretty much insanity. And people act a little crazy, especially because they're out usually off on the financial edge of their abilities. So when something goes wrong, they look for somebody to blame. So again, you're not required to inspect the dryer and the washing machine. You are required to inspect the venting attached to it and maybe the plumbing that goes with it. Know that it drains properly. This slop sink, yeah, that's part of the house. You got to look at that, even though it costs 1/10 of what the washing machine costs. On the left side is a rather nice washing sink. Well, you don't do the washing machine here, but yes, the sinks are millwork and have to be inspected. What else? Utilities outside of the house. We have, of course, many utilities might come into a house these days. On the left side, we have a typical gas meter. Um, this gas meter's got some problems because it's down low and got leaves all over it. Now, these are really, really strong materials, so they're not gonna fall apart, but they can actually. You got to keep the overflow vent clear. Sometimes the pressure gets too high. The pressure relief valve might light vent a little gas, and that gas does have to have a place to go. And again, being this close to leaves, it might actually caught a fire. I had a student a couple of years ago. She was inspecting a house for an insurance company, and literally she found the house was on, there was a piece of ground right next to the house that was on fire. And she believes it was a loose gas line, but it literally was burning away. She called the owner, and the owner was trying to blame her. And that's what I mean about people blaming. And luckily, she had some pictures, and she actually called the fire department, which was the right thing to do. And it was quite interesting because the lady was literally trying to blame her for it. Okay, my screen just went blank. Hold on, let me get it back, please. Oh gosh. Okay, back to the fun. So again, we talk about utilities, the electric utilities. This is a very badly located electrical panel inside a garage. I really laughed at my friend who had this, but you also, of course, can see the coaxial cable wiring. And one of the reasons why I don't like this is if the cable gets struck by lightning, you could really have some safety issues here. But again, that, and of course, it's so close to the garage door opener in snow and rain, it really, the panel starts to be exposed, which I had the bigger problem with. So what other types? Gas, water, electric, cable. Um, some of you might remember copper phone lines. Um, Today, satellites, in some cases, satellites were out and now they're coming back in again. If anybody knows what Tesla's Starlink is, you might be getting a satellite link again. Probably not in the cities, though. Inspecting the cellar. Down again, we have talked about this structurally already. This is why do we go to the cellar? Because it is a great place to look at the insulation above, also the structure of the building. In this case, this is what we call an underpinned cellar, where they took an old 1900 masonry cellar and they added a layer of concrete underneath called underpinning, and they actually made it a deeper cellar. However, as I probably told you before, if they do this wrong, the building will literally be broken and fall apart. Basement or cellar, this is a very important question. What are you calling the lower level? The answer is, if this floor, the midpoint of the floor to ceiling, okay, which in this case, there's the ceiling, there's the floor right there. If it is below grade, if less than 50% above grade, it is a cellar. Now this one has a nicely terraced window, very nicely done. So that terrace isn't by accident. This terrace is to protect snow and water. And as you can see, not only the surface, but the drainage underneath is very, very important. This window ends up being very, very expensive because look how much work you've got to do to keep the water from, uh, blowing right through the walls. But anyway, this is a very well done detail nonetheless. And this is, and you can see there's quite a bit of sunlight that's going to come in. However, at least in New York City, this is a cellar, not a basement. These are very distinct legal terms in New York State. Okay. A cellar is more than 50% below grade. The basement is less than 50% below grade. Again, this is another cellar. They keep calling it a basement, but no, it's a cellar. It's almost 100% below grade. Again, the distance from the wood truss to the floor, half point. That's where we determine it. Okay. Now, down in the cellars, of course, we have a lot of things we look at. First of all, we talked structure and potential damage on the walls. Second, the stairs coming down into the cellar. Are they safe? Third, the sump pumps. That'll be more of the plumbing discussion later. Fourth, the overall condition of the slab, if there is a slab. In parts of Brooklyn and Queens and the South Shore of Long Island, it is very common that rather than a concrete slab, because you can get water so much, you will actually have wooden pallets on the floor in replacement of concrete. And the reason why is if it gets wet, the water will come up. And then in the sandy soil the houses are in, the water will just drain back down when it's ready. In the interim, you don't want to live down there. You don't want to have anything stored down there. But hey, you live your life. Again, these are types of construction you might come across, particularly again, houses. I want you to not think about today's houses. I want you some, because you'll be dealing with them more in the future, but I want you to look at the historical houses and how they were built. By references, there's actually in the reference directory um, on my Dropbox is a couple of historical architecture books about how they built buildings 100 years ago. If you get the chance, browse them. There's a lot to read. I don't expect you to learn everything. There's literally years of reading there, but it'll give you some incentive and understanding how things work. Again, these are based, this is a cellar. It's almost completely below grade. Is it good? Yeah, it's 6 feet down. This is a nice air conditioning system, right? But again, because it's 6 feet down, there's a lot of lateral water pressure on the building that must be managed. So we talk about the drains, which make the drains may come into the sump pump and then get pumped away from the house. Ideally, by the way, if you do everything well, you have a building that requires no pumps, no vents, and everything runs manually. Now, this is actually a diagram I just pulled out recently of this is something you'd see in Manhattan. This is a brownstone. It's only 20 feet wide, but it's, how many stories is this? Well, actually, this is a cellar. It's completely below grade for a reason, for zoning reasons. It's below grade for the rear yard. The next level is actually a little below grade. The grade, by the way, is counted at the sidewalk up here. So it's about 50% below grade. So that's a basement. By the way, the basement counts as a story. And then basement one, two, three, four, and then the attic, or then the rooftop. Today, I've advised a lot of these recently. The rooftops are really the design uh, fun of areas like this, the Upper East Side, the multi $100 million apartments. This is about a $30 million house. But the point is, it has a cellar and a basement. And there are times you will come across buildings in Manhattan and Brooklyn, particularly, where they may have 2 or 3 cellars down. I dealt with one in Brooklyn where they actually went 30 feet down. They put a swimming pool, they put a half basketball court, all below ground. Of course, the downside is they went so deep that they damaged the buildings next to them, and they ended up paying an extra 5 million to pay off the people next to them for destroying their houses. Basement or cellar. This is a nice cellar, right? It's finished, very nice. Again, from an inspection perspective, do you see any damage, cracking, wood? You don't care about the style, and you would also argue, uh, walls are lined with wine bottles, unable to fully inspect walls behind. No problems apparent. But what I care about here is the window. The window up here is a high window, and unless you're Frank Lloyd Wright design, that usually means you're down in a cellar. Again, other cellar type apartments on the left side. This is, you can see by the window over there, the high hopper windows usually indicate that you're in a cellar. And is it okay to have like a bar and a sitting area down here? Yes. Can you have bedrooms down here? No. In New York City, be a $10,000 fine. With very rare cases, almost no cases, although they're looking at possibly changing the law. Most of the time, you cannot sleep below grade. Again, when you sleep, it's called habitable. When you live and enjoy and relax and play, that's called occupiable space. On the right side, again, the typical basement, you might have an open basement with just a epoxy floor and open mechanical equipment. You actually aren't, at least in New York City, you're not legally required to enclose the equipment in the basement um, unless you're 3 family or more. But clearly, I'd want this enclosed if I had a living space. I was planning on spending some time. I'd want to have it enclosed and separated. And again, the key things you think about are um, maintenance, fire spread, and most importantly, fumes and ventilation, to make sure you get proper ventilation for the air conditioning unit here, the boiler here, and the hot water system generally. Of course, as we looked at dampness below grade, this is what makes uh, the cellars have a risk, where you can see the metal rim up here and the grass level way up here. This thing's 7 feet underground. The waste sewer lines going out of the house here, and but because it's 7 feet underground, there's a lot of static water pressure, and it is clearly pushing through the concrete, and it is clearly creating a mold condition. And it looks like it may have had quite a few previous floods, because it's literally broken the paint off. It creates a permanent mold stain. Clearly, honestly, this guy's probably got to dig up the outside around his house and waterproof it, or alternatively, give it a good scrub, give it a good clean, and perhaps you might be able to get away with putting a waterproof paint down here. Again, we looked at these before. This is a trench along the outside of a house. You can't keep the water from coming in sometimes. So you just build a trench to drain it away. The trench can be outside of the house or inside of the house. I actually recommend both because if the water is coming fast that much through the house, I don't want to try to fight it. I want it to come through. I want to capture it and I want to move it away from a foundation. Now, this one is obviously set up for washers and dryers as well, which is even more important because there's electrical devices here, why you want to make sure that there's no um, water risk. Again, the basement, down in basements and cellars of the piping, one of the things we look at, of course, is you might have a trap out to the sewer line like we saw here. That's the waste line. You can see the clean out right there. No, you don't have to do the clean out. Does anybody want to? Well, if I'd probably leave that to the plumbers, but I'll leave, why would you want to look at cleanouts? One of the reasons is you want to know whether there's roots doing damage. Now, again, this is usually left to the roto rooter guys, but there are home inspectors that will take this cap off and run a camera in to see if there's perhaps root damage. I think I have a great picture of a root, I believe, coming up. So again, basements, the question fundamentally is, does it appear to be doing the job? Here we got a lot of standing water. That should have been pumped out. You got some toilet rolls and stuff sitting, or actually not a toilet roll, but that's a drain in. This doesn't look like it's doing it up. Very often the drainage stuff will be silted up and therefore not work as well. So keep an eye out for that. An open pit like this, you'll have them in older houses. Again, this guy's, I didn't take this picture, but somebody labeled it as a tripping hazard, which it is. And clearly there's water coming through the walls, but the pump generally is working okay. Again, the water drains through the walls, comes in through the flood walls, and then gets pumped out this white pipe into the wherever it goes. Okay, basement mold and dry rot. Again, all areas of the basement must be checked for water stains and rust. Now, this one has a little bit of water stain. In this case, it's what you really don't want to see is a water stain that looks like the basement flooded. That's a naughty. This one doesn't have that. This one has some water. I guess this picture's a bad image for that. It doesn't have flood damage, but it does have some damage from the overflow. You can see some stains that indicate the overflow's been putting out some extra water. Again, down in the basement, we talk about that vapor barrier. Now, vapor barrier, again, it's a non-conditioned space. So the hot and cold may not be where you expect it. In this case, he opened up the vapor barrier that should have been doing a good job. He smelled it, and sure enough, there's a lot of mold behind it, on top of the rigid or the fiberglass, and behind the fiberglass there was mold on the exterior wall because moisture was getting through. Typical symbols like this again is you see the little step up into a door. This is a a typical area. This actually was water damage from a flood. And again, what you're seeing here is the mold is in the drywall and the entire wall is soaked. So what you have to do here, the mold remediation guys will come in and they'll run dehumidifiers that literally effectively suck the moisture out of the walls. And only then, and a coat of bleach, can you say you've gotten rid of the mold. So again, keep an eye out for that. Black, gray, or greenish spots in the walls are signs of mold. This is another, again, they don't call it molding for nothing, right? And in this case, down in a basement, I never, ever want to see carpet in a basement. Now, people love to put carpet in a basement because that concrete floor is cold. But I always suggest removable carpets because, again, the carpets get filled with mold. And conversely, you can't see when the water might be leaking in. In this case, the water has been coming down the wall and it's grown so much that it's really behind the molding and it's not good. This guy's going to need some cleaning. Again, this is what mold really does to a building. You got to do a lot of work to clean it out. You've got to dehumidify. You've got to treat with bleach. Again, bunny suits, expensive people, lots of insurance money, hopefully. This happened to my office, two different offices. This has happened to me over the years where one was a broken sewer pipe, broken toilet pipe, and the other one was a It's the supply, not the waste. And the other one was a broken sprinkler head, or not a broken sprinkler head, an active sprinkler from an active fire. That second one, the active fire actually saved our building from burning down, which is a good thing, especially because that building is a national landmark, and burning down a national landmark wouldn't have been good. Mold, again, mold's an ongoing problem, and really big chunks. Now, why does this happen? Again, mold is everywhere, right? It's not gonna go away. You got to manage it. You can't get rid of it. You can spray all you want. You can Lysol the hell out of it. It's right up there with COVID, guys. It ain't going away. And it's going to be there forever. And guess what? It's been there forever. This one might have been genetically engineered, but we'll go that for another day. Hopefully, nobody wants to genetically engineer mold anytime soon. Then we could really have some fun. But the reality is, mold spores, again, from cheese to black mold in a floor, has always been and will always be here. If the conditions are right, you're going to get mold, period. And the whole thing about whether it be a crawl space or a living room or an attic is to make sure that moisture is managed and contained and moved away from the structure and the things in the house. Again, basement, as we looked at basements, we go through the furnaces. Anytime you see a furnace, again, you're looking for water damage, you're looking for leaks, you're looking for badly taped stuff. We'll talk about this more in the mechanical chapter. In this case, the guy's looking behind, where he can. He's not moving anything, but he's looking behind to make sure you can see the gas drip leg going into the furnace. He's looking for damage behind the furnace. In this case, there was nothing wrong. It was nice and dry, but it wasn't a basement. And so he did his due diligence and walked around, spent 5 minutes, and checked where he could to look for signs of water damage, signs of leaks, signs of moisture in the walls. Because if I see moisture in a wall here in the basement, it might have actually come from the roof and found a way to trickle down through. So this is part of the investigative process from top to bottom, and then back to bottom to top to look for where water damage might occur. Back to our the crawl spaces. This is, of course, the big debate. Are you going to go in a space like this? The answer is, yeah, you kind of have to. It's pretty important that you provide a good analysis of what's going on inside the building. And when buildings have crawl spaces like this, sorry about that. Been on my feet most of the day. When you have a crawl space like this, there's a lot to be learned. One, is it insulated? Two, is there mold? Three, is there water? In this case, there's standing water all over the place. That means this whole area is contaminated. Now, he's a trooper. He's crawling in the mud to go check the ducts, check the insulation. He's doing good stuff. That is necessary work, but it's also filthy work. Are you willing to do that as a home inspector? Well, maybe that's why that house inspection that the gentleman was doing, maybe his house inspection went from $400 to $700 because the salesperson or the home inspector realized that he might be crawling in the mud. Would you charge extra to crawl in the mud here? Well, that's up to you. But there's a lot of value crawling in the mud. Can you safely do it? Again, this is 3 feet. I would safely do this, provided there's no bear or raccoon down here. But this is some of the things you want to think about. And of course, there's our crazy guy again. He's going into a crawl space that's almost nothing. He's got his suit on and his light, but I got to tell you guys, don't do this. This is a confined space. This is a very dangerous space. Okay. If you're going to do it, make sure he has what obviously is here, which is another person with him. Because if something goes wrong, the fire department may have to cut a hole in the floor to rescue this guy. Crazy as that sounds. So, bad things can happen in home inspection. Think about the buddy system. Think about your personal safety. Most home inspections are most efficient with only one person. You're not necessarily going to make money taking 2 people around. So this guy, I think he's taking a little too much risk for my choice. Again, in your down and crawl spaces, we've been talking about vapor barriers on the walls, but this is vapor barriers, of course, on the floors. I guess we saw this last time. This is, again, managing moisture. This guy's got a beautiful new structure here. He says, I'm going to put a nice vapor barrier down. Moisture in the crawl space is down 40%. My wood's going to last longer. My frame's going to be better. And I'm going to have a healthier and safer house. Because remember, if this area is filled with mold, it's going to work its way up into the house. So these are things to think about. Actually, I know a guy that runs an ozone generator underneath his house as a way of killing all the mold every couple of weeks to try to make it clearer. Also, as you're down in the cellar, of course, this is like the best picture possible for a cellar. You got a nice dry floor, no signs of staining on the walls. You got a sump pump, looks like it's barely used. I don't like the fact that the electrical outlet's sitting on the floor right there. That's not too good. Um, in New York City, it's common if it floods, your sump pump needs to be fully submersible, and sometimes the new ones are battery charged, so they can actually run for 4 or 5 hours after the power cuts. Think about that. Again, is the house going to survive if there's no electricity? Interesting thought. Again, with solar panels and a lot of the new technologies coming along, the answer is going to be yes. In fact, by law, start going forward, starting in 2019, every new house in New York City has to have an outlet for an electric car charger. I think kind of stupid. Electric cars are going to be replaced by a new technology very soon. That's for another day. But the idea of these particular plugs is A, it's an expense, but B, it's a reminder. Hopefully, if you are driving an electric car, you'll be able to add some, have that value, but also if it doesn't blow up, you will have the advantage of having some power if the power goes out. Fireplaces. Let's go through here quickly. The fireplaces are starting to be pretty regulated. However, you are not. Anybody a chimney sweep? I'm not. Well, a chimney sweep has a very specific role. Like many of the things we see, there's a professional that's responsible for doing certain things. Oh, excuse me. One of them is the role of the chimney sweep, whose job is to make sure the chimney is clear. You have a limited ability. You might not be able to look up a chimney. You might not be able to know whether it's clean or dirty. You need to try, but it may not be possible for you. And we'll look at some of these scenarios. We looked at this last time as well. Again, what we care about in chimneys, does it appear to have good ventilation? This one on the right, if you look carefully, it's barely, well, actually, this is a rebuild. They're building the walls around it, but the existing fireplace, if you look, there's some char around the top. That is, that often is a sign that you don't have proper ventilation. This, by the way, has another upside of this big fireplace. It's clearly an older house. You can see by the wood on the outside. This fireplace uses another technique called convection, where it actually is drawing air in and recycling the heat that's going up the chimney and pushing it out into the house, which is a good thing. Let's keep looking. Fireplace. Now, 200 years ago, or even 120 years ago, most people cooked in their apartments in New York City, not necessarily on a stove, but on a stove that was hooked into a fireplace like this. This is clearly been replaced by a artistic fire. Excuse me, an artistic fireplace that looks nice in the frame, but probably isn't the primary heat source for the house. One common term we deal with fireplaces is solid fuel burning. What's a solid fuel? How about a log, a wood log? That's solid fuel. What are the alternatives? Today, in New York City, you're not allowed to build a new house with a fireplace. It's illegal because of the air pollution laws. However, you are allowed to build houses that use or build fireplaces that use a gel. What is it? Ethanol gel. Those are legal because they burn relatively clean. Again, laws are what they are. Either change them or adapt to them. But as we look at the different types of fireplaces, we ask the question, is it efficient? Is it clean? Is it well maintained? And is it posing a threat to the house? Okay. So again, a standard brick fireplace we might want to look at. Let's look at some of the details. First of all, we look at the for stoves. We look at the typical potbelly stove, often referred to as a potbelly, and I think you can see why. These old stoves, you stick a log in, close it up, lets a little air in, it burns hot, and the fumes go up the chimney. These are not the most efficient things in the world. And in fact, what makes them efficient is when you seal them up. Once you've got the air flowing and the heat rising, then you seal it up down here, and then it burns with as little air as possible, which, as you probably know, makes it much hotter. So when it's nice and hot, you think about the importance of safety and the distance, because this thing may be 1,000 degrees. So you want to make sure that it's at least 18 inches from the wall. In this case, there's also a deflector plate to deflect the heat backwards, and also forward, because you are burning wood logs in here. The wood logs may spill out, and a little bit of cinders falling on the floor, and they may start a fire in the house. So basic rules of thumb: the hot areas of the building, typically 18 inches clear is necessary in most directions. In this case, you get a little less because there is a very carefully mounted deflector plate which is reflecting heat back into the house. Typical radiant stoves. What are you doing here? You're opening the door, throwing a log in, and it burns. Well, that's pretty harmless. These aren't very efficient, though. This is just a straight stove. Is it nice to be able to see the fireplace open like this? Yes, it's beautiful. Is it efficient? No. Therefore, at least in New York City and New York State, these are being discouraged. Canada has gone one further. Canada, I mean, it's cold as hell up there, right? They actually are so paranoid about global warming, et cetera, that they are trying to ban stoves. Now, like many things, you don't ban the stove. What you do is tell the insurance companies that they can't insure a house that has a stove. I didn't ban a stove. You just got to pay a super high insurance rate for it. Again, this is the trick that is out there, and it's coming soon. New York City, New York State, the EPA regulations are meaning that open stoves, existing stoves, you can keep, but you may have to take them out soon because of those insurance. So you are, as a home inspector, needing to identify the type of stove. Again, how can you identify here? This is, again, if it's wide open like this, not an efficient stove. On the right side, same thing, an older stove. The air is controlled by a pretty simple flap in the front, and that simple flap lets some air in. Not very efficient, but again, a little more advanced. You can see here, for instance, now this is meant for somewhat for heating, but potentially for cooking as well, where you can see like a second layer above the primary iron layer. You have some kind of a steel layer on top that maybe an inch away, that is maybe it's 1,000 degrees on top of the black, and maybe only 500 degrees on top of the silver, which is effectively cooking surface. Um, Again, circulating stoves, the idea is um, the air is very simply it's passing. Your heat is not coming directly from the radiation from the heat, but it's passing by in this case heating the top of the stove, and that that hot air circulates around the house. On the right side, there's a more modern version of stove. In parts of Europe in particular, super high efficiency wood stoves are quite popular. One, because oil is very, very expensive, and excuse me, and two, again, people, when wintertime is 8 months a year, you deal with it. My son is up in Edinburgh, Scotland right now, and he has a little fireplace that probably makes it a little more fun to be in college in the Arctic. By the way, if you're not following, if you know the history of England, the Thames River today, actually for the first time in 60 years in London, froze over, which is quite interesting. Global warming? Maybe not. Anyway, we're not here to debate that. The idea is managing heat and energy is part of the requirements of new buildings, and you want to inform your owner, again, are they buying a stove, or is it a not very efficient open door stove that creates looks pretty but really isn't very efficient, or is it a more efficient stove that might follow the EPA ratings and use some catalytic adoption to create much less pollution. This is a great diagram to show you how the an a regular typical stove, like we said, a circulating stove, might release uh, about 30 grams of small particles, pollution particles per hour, whereas the energy efficiency ones that are passing air over a catalyst, just like a catalytic converter in a car, passing it over a ceramic catalyst, you're actually gaining, you're burning better, and you're putting up a lot less waste. Ironically, the hotter you burn, the more efficient you are. What's it all about? Like, again, just like your catalytic converter in your car, the gas is passing through, and it gets somewhat neutralized as it at the higher temperature of the catalytic converter. Once you're burning at the higher temperature, and a lot of these chemicals get released, CO, yeah, hey, add a little oxygen, becomes CO2, carbon monoxide. That's pretty harmless, but unless you're worried about green. But I will tell you, it's a lot less harmful than carbon monoxide. Methane, CH3, of course, goes out, it becomes carbon monoxide. H2O spins off as water. Hey, that water vapor is pretty deadly, right? No, I think we're okay on that one. So again, you can see this is a quick uh, review of how catalytic converters, both in cars as well as in houses, can add a lot of efficiency. Again, the stove, catalytic stove, this is a good image of how more efficient stoves work. Now, instead of just burning and going straight up the flue, in this case, the air, first of all, the air comes in from below. So it is much, the front door is really sealed. You're just only putting wood in, and then it's sealed. The air comes from below, very limited amount. So when the fire goes, it gets hotter and hotter and hotter, and it reflects back on a stone liner, which is also serving to radiate the heat out into the room. Excuse me. And then the gas, once we have combustion burning the wood, it's going to go up the vent. It's going to kind of take a turn. And the turn is actually, it's not going straight out. It's going to turn once and pass over that or through the catalytic converter, again, with that chemical reaction I showed you a minute ago. And then and only then, after it's gone through the catalyst, it's some of it is going to go up and out. Um, and some of it is going to pass through a heat exchanger first to try to capture as much of the heat as possible. Of course, like I said, if you're sending air at 1,000 degrees up the chute, that's a lot of wasted energy. But if you can capture some of that air by, again, heat exchangers, etc., if it only goes up at 200 degrees, you got a lot of 300 degrees worth of air that you can use to heat other parts of the house. This is another EPA stove, an efficient one, but non-catalytic. It doesn't have a catalyst, but it does have a reburner, where again the air still comes up from below, much more efficient, sealed front door, and the air is going to burn, go back, burn again, kind of recombust the vapor air, and then go up the chute, up the flue, and release energy. Again, the concept here is the catalytic one is going to pass over a catalytic to make it more efficient. The non-catalytic is going to try to burn it twice and more efficiently. It's not quite a catalytic concept, but the idea is the hotter and more efficiently you burn it, the less garbage, dust particles, and P2.5 particles that you're going to put up in the atmosphere. Again, why do EPA stoves matter? This is a good simple chart. Again, EPA stove is more efficient, and it also releases a lot less pollution. EPA is, of course, the Environmental Protection Agency, but generally it's a standard for stoves that refers to making sure the stove is burning properly. Again, a wood burning stove, lots of different types out there, mounted in the walls, freestanding in an old fireplace. There's lots of different retrofit concepts today. And it may not be wood burning these days. Like I said, it might be ethanol gel. I see that more and more. Natural gas, you might have a natural gas piped in. That one's also becoming a little more difficult to be able to do. Of course, right now you don't definitely. I don't know if you know, but you definitely don't want to use natural gas. The price of natural gas in the last 24 hours has gone up. You're gonna love this, 40-fold. It's gone from $3 to $80 per TCU, thousand cubic, no, TCF, thousand cubic feet. So gas is really jumping through the roof because literally the natural gas pipelines in the Midwest are frozen solid. Natural gas is frozen. What does that mean? That means people can't get a heating oil, which is another good reason to have a backup oil system as well as a natural gas system, as well as an electrical system. Of course, not surprisingly, everybody who can't get oil or can't get natural gas is using their electricity, thus further stressing the grid. And yes, they're probably going to have some pretty big blackouts in the next 24 hours. Of course, the better one was Germany. They have a so-called all green economy. They use wind turbines and they use solar panels. Um, well, there's a problem. It's really cold there and not windy. So the wind turbines aren't working. The solar panels are covered with snow and not working. So Germany is about to have some major blackouts because they have no green electricity coming in. So they have to turn on their coal power plants and nuclear power plants that they hate. And again, a little lesson about resiliency and making sure that you use green solutions where you can, but you never rely on one type of source. And again, that's the reason why a lot of people have wood stoves. People have wood stoves because they know the world can get difficult. Electricity might go out for a week, like probably happened to a lot of people in the region recently. Or the power might go out, the natural gas lines might freeze, like that just happened. So you need to have a little backup plan. And a lot of people like stoves because they're a backup plan. Chimneys. This is a mount. This is what's called a direct vent chimney for a small corner natural gas fireplace. Not too harmful. My problem is it's only about 6 feet off the ground. So this chimney, this fireplace is working on the inside and it's putting out nice, invisible hot air. That's about 6 feet off the ground. You're going to walk past this and you're going to get a haircut. Okay. Not fun. Again, I mentioned that not to be facetious, but there are mounting height requirements as to being at least in this case 10 feet off the ground, and this one ain't it. So this would be a real problem. Again, why you kind of envision this natural gas fireplace? The venting goes right out the side instead of up the ceiling. Yeah, they might have saved a little money, but again, imagine somebody walking by. Now, just like a stone chimney, a stove chimney has to go up through the roof and it be at least 3 feet above any part of the roof within 10 feet. That's pretty harmless. But also, as you can see, it's got to be structurally independent. Well, I shouldn't say that. It can hang a little off the structure, but for the most part, it needs to be, um, excuse me, it needs to have a minimum structural impact on the building. Here's a number of other flues we might see out there, chimneys and stuff. Lots. Again, this is a whole business into itself. The guys doing different types of power plants, different types of fireplaces. All of these have an impact on the design of a building, as well as the frequency of use. You might have a chimney that's powering the boiler, the main boiler for the house, but you may have a chimney that's, fireplace. Here you can see the fake box out that they use that's framed in wood. You can frame in wood as long as the flue is protected, or the wood is protected from the heat of the flue. Sometimes the flue is insulated to make sure that the hot air keeps going up all the way to go out. Other times there might be a copper pipe wrapped around this, so when you turn that fireplace on, all the excess heat going up the flue is going to be captured and brought in to heat the house. Now, flues and chimneys take abuse over the years. Again, we talked about this last time to somewhat. Lightning strikes, a couple problems here. One is the banding for an antenna that is destroying the brick. You can see how it's literally eating the brick away. You also see somebody put a cement tile above one of the flues, and maybe he thought he was protecting from waste going up, but next time he starts the fire at the beginning of next winter, he's going to have a smoke condition. In this case, his chimney is 75% blocked, so he has a disaster waiting to happen there. Again, also we look at these bricks as we talked about construction. These because of the heat thaw, freeze thaw um, of chimney caps. You see the moisture has literally gotten into the brick and broken the brick where the face of the brick is actually snapped off. It's a pretty common problem that you'll see. Again, once you're up in the chimney, the one on the left is leaning, the one on the right, you did manage. No, you're not required to look down the flue. Anybody want to look down the flue over here on the left? No. But on the right, this guy was able to get his camera up and down the flue. And when you can, it's a good inspection. You'll say, most of the time you'll say uninspected, because suggest hiring a chimney suite to clean out the creosote. Here, the camera did go down, and as you can see, look what's going on. First of all, the cement lining further down is kind of damaged, but furthermore, the bricks up here, the fire bricks up here, because of water damage and splitting, their faces are broken off. So these bricks are badly damaged. In fact, there's a good chance this fireplace would probably fall over soon. Dampers are again a way of controlling the heat. This is a nice professionally done damper on a house with a fireplace and a boiler. And in this case, they have remote controlled, usually just a wire running down to the room where it's done. You click it and the door opens on the top. And why would you want a door most of the year? Birds, squirrels, etc. Now inside the stove or a fireplace, you have again the flue. And here we got actually not flue, the damper. In this case, the damper is in both cases here, the damper has been opened to allow smoke to go up. Um, in your inspection, you may want to try to operate the damper to make sure it's openable. My wife once started a fire in our old apartment many years ago, and she didn't know how to open the damper, so the whole apartment filled up with smoke. It wasn't a very fun day. I ran about 10 blocks to get down there to open the flue, and but a damper. By the time I got there, the apartment was filled with smoke, but everybody was okay. Now, underneath the fireplace, you'll often both the stove or a fireplace, you'll have a clean out. The clean out is something you may check. It may be you may not be able to because it's too dirty. I mean, if you open this door and tons of soot falls on the floor, I'd kind of close it back up again. And the reason why is you're not there to clean the house. You're just here to look for damage. In this case, somebody did open the door. There's not too much of a mess. That's okay. And again, it looks like the ash clean out has been cleaned recently. On the right side, this is another clean out. As air comes up a stove here and then turns turn up to go into the chimney, a lot of the times the soot will fall back down. And again, this is a clean out at the bottom of the chimney run. And maybe every year or two, you'll open this up, clean out the dust that went up and then settle back down. And the good news is it settled back down because that means that it didn't go up into the air, so it's a little less pollution. But you do want to keep an eye out for the clean out. Sometimes it's outside of the house, sometimes it's inside in the basement below the fireplace, and sometimes it's right in the chimney, the hearth. Again, the importance of understanding that the area around a fireplace is exposed to radiant heat as well as ashes and other fire issues. This is a sealed stove, but it does maintain the 18-inch clear of the hearth. Pretty nicely done. And again, works well. On the right side, again, this guy's got about 24 inches for his hearth. And while the fireplace isn't in play, clearly you could probably have a nice wintertime fireplace in something like this. I got to tell you, I wouldn't mind a fireplace like this tonight, right? By the way, if you're walking around New York City, one of the things you'll smell right now is the smell of firewood. Even in the city, fireplaces are quite popular. I think I told you I just helped design a fireplace on Park Avenue that's 40 stories tall. It goes from the third to the 43rd floor out. And you can imagine managing the cleaning it, A, and B, making sure that the very, very tall chimney stacks maintain proper airflow when they turn on, so that when you do use the fireplace, the air goes up the stack. Because if you got to get it going 40 stories up a stack, you're going to need an impeller to get it started. Again, we talk about fireboxes. Old city apartments would use this Rumford type, very much narrower chimney. It would use less wood, but it doesn't need as much wood because it's might be an apartment or a small house. And very often this is used on buildings that have lot line houses. So small is okay when, hey, you're getting some heat from your neighbor as well. Again, larger fireplaces will have a conventional fireplace, much more a deeper fireplace, and deeper allows for it to have a little more air circulation. And the goal is, again, the air circulation in the front keeps the air flowing up. But in either one of them, um, if the door shuts, if the damper shuts, then that smoke's got to go somewhere, and it's going to go into your apartment. Again, the firebox, again, we talk about cleaning it out and stuff. There's a good diagram of the fireplace and then the ashes falling through and the clean out you do once a year. Now, again, you may or may not want to check that. Again, you may also have, especially in stoves, it's common to have a clean out right here at the bottom of the chimney flue. Because I would argue a lot of smoke is going to go up here. Some of it's going to consolidate and fall back down before it leaves the tube. Now, up inside a stove, you'll usually see something like this, which is called a baffle. And the baffle is pretty simple. You've got a fireplace below, and it's a metal shield to prevent hot burning cinders from jumping up in the air from fire burning and going up the chimney. If you've ever looked at a fireplace, you see lots of, orange cinders coming out the top. Maybe around here you're not going to care, but if you have that, let's say in Arizona or in California recently, right? Those cinders going up the fireplace will start a fire. And again, these are two different types of baffles. One from actually both of these are from stoves, but it's very similar to the baffle of a fireplace. Again, there's another fireplace from hell. In this case, you can see the fireplace had a ceramic lining. Right, there's a ceramic lining right here. But as you look down, you see, wow, that ceramic lining has completely fallen apart. In fact, it, of course, collapses and falls down to the bottom here. So at the bottom, and this is one of the reasons why you want to check the clean out. A, you'll be able to see how much creosote, but B, you'll see if there's any structural damage. You may not be able to look down at the top of the chimney, but you may be able to see big cheap pieces of concrete sitting or well, medium-sized pieces of concrete sitting in the clean out of the oven or the stove. Now, as I said, there's a lot of thermal shock in the top of a chimney. Freeze thaw, freeze thaw, freeze thaw. And this is a very unfortunate example for somebody that the area, the mortar around this chimney literally is just kind of continued to melt away. Basically, it's been burnt because of the years of heat from the fireplace. And this is a pretty expensive repair. Somebody's got to get up, pretty much go with a brush. If you're lucky, you only have to um, clean up all the debris, put new mortar in, and reset. If you're lucky. If you're unlucky, you may have to rebuild the whole fireplace. Again, there's that a damper in a stove. It's held wide open, and it's held that way because in this case, it's an area um, where it's warm, so they didn't really care about the ventilation. So they actually held it open with a screw, and it's actually kind of dangerous. Now, fireplace leakage. We talk about see the black stains around the fireplace? We went through this a little bit last time. That leakage can be quite deadly. Because if you see black soot coming into the room, that means the combustion air is coming in the room, which means carbon monoxide is coming into the room and other nasty stuff, which means anytime that the fire burns this way, it wasn't venting properly. It's venting into your room and into your lungs, and you may have only a few minutes to get out. Things to think about. Again, carbon monoxide, best investment ever. So we talked about the fire. Again, fireplace inspection. When you're dealing with a fireplace, you're not required to look down the fireplace. Sometimes you can't. Now, chimney sweep, he's paid and an expert at looking down a chimney. And he's probably, able to act like a little monkey and jump on top and be a lot healthier and smarter than I am and lift that lid up and look down. As a home inspector, I'm not taking that much risk. It's not what we do. We got 1,000 things to look at. I don't have time to stop for an hour to look at the chimney. I do, however, I am able to, when I can look down the chimney, I will, as we saw. But in this case, I would merely check to make sure that the rain cap is on properly. I would note that the brick masonry, again, similar here, the brick masonry is deteriorated at the top, probably from from condensation caused by use of the fireplace over the years. Again, more images of the stovepipe passing through. What's the key element? It doesn't touch the wood. The only time it touches is you got this metal panel, and it's really effectively no cross section. So it's bracing in place and then going out of the house. And once it's out of the house, it's got to be above the roof. Again, fireplace recesses, you may have the stoves that we talked about, or you may have recesses in the walls, sideways. These could be prefabricated or essentially be the diagram for a brick fireplace as well. Review. We've covered a lot of ground today. We talked about a number of different things, walls, ceilings, and that walkthrough. We talk about the need to go up in the attic, out in the garage, down in the basement. And then we talk about the fireplaces as something we deal with as we walk around the house. Now, what if it doesn't have a fireplace? Okay. Just simply put, no fireplace or, none provided. Why? Because it isn't there. But one of the things you also might find is you might have sealed up fireplaces. But anyway, as we go through this, we think about the types of gas. We started talking a lot about gases today, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide being released, and in some cases being hazardous to health, other times being hazardous to the environment. Either way, it's a reminder to you as a person that's going to be inspecting houses alone most of the time, you got to think about how you're going to protect yourself in doing these inspections. I like this little list. 15 things to fail at a home inspection. This is a neat little homelight.com. I thought it was a cute little blog. I wanted to grab it. 1, ground sloping towards the house. That's not really hard. 2, foundation damage. As we looked in your cellar, you're looking for structural as well as water damage. 3, issues with plumbing and pipes. Water, right? With that, leaks. We talk about leaks from the roof, the foundation, and of course the pipes themselves. Other things we think about with pipes, not merely leakage, we have to think about the most important reason for plumbing, which is sanitation. We'll talk about that more 2 weeks from now or a couple weeks from now. But that as you walk around, you want to make sure the pipe is not dumping sewer water into the house or into the basement or into the freshwater supply. Cross connection is one of the great fears of city planners, because if your water supply is polluted, you have a world of pain. 5, mold. We went through this a lot tonight. Is mold going to end the world? No, mold's here. Mold has been here for 1 billion years, and it's going to be here for another 1 billion years unless we nuke the hell out of ourselves. And with that, one of the most dangerous kind is, of course, the black mold, Strachybotrytis chartarum. Yeah, right. All kinds of mold are out there, but again, you've got to manage it by managing moisture. and maintaining, keeping things from staying wet. Again, things are going to get wet. We get that, but don't let it stay wet. So the mold has time to grow. Number 6, termite damage. We saw a few termite images today. I think we're going to see more. I think we saw more a couple weeks ago. Termite has so many different ways to screw up a building, and again, they are like the animals we saw in the attic. I want you to be aware and keep your eyes open for that among all the other things you're doing. Rotting wood. Again, wood gets old, wood gets wet, wood gets old, and wood rot can cause failures of structures, but it also can just generally cause annoyances. And of course, rotting wood is also known as termite food. Electrical problems are very big. Uh, one of the Having been to several electric fires, things like somebody not cleaning out the lint vent in a dryer, and I had to vacate 25 people from the house because the house caught on fire because the dryer caught on fire. Good news is everybody got out safely. Bad news is the city had to pay about $1 million to put these people up in hotels for about 2 months. Safety and security. Um, Today, whether it be locks or sensors for things like carbon monoxide, our houses or houses that we're inspecting are getting smarter and smarter. Simple things like testing the battery on a smoke detector. Hey, good news is smoke detectors only used to last 6 months. Now they last 10 years. So same thing with carbon monoxide, which is now pretty much required everywhere as well. Um, but also, as I said, the electronics mesh that may be in a house, cameras, networks, etc. You got to be really careful when you're inspecting that you don't interrupt this mesh. By the way, if you have not seen it, go on YouTube. There is a guy that does a porch pirate raid on. He builds a trap for porch pirates where they try to steal stuff off his porch, and the device sets off and puts glitter all over the people. It's pretty funny. But I mentioned that because again, we have a new world and new kinds of problems, and those new kinds of problems make you think about general safety. Building safety, your primary concerns are the carbon monoxide and the smoke detectors. But you've got to be mindful, like I said, of security. I mean, if you're going to do a home inspection, what's the first question you ask? If you have an alarm clock, or excuse me, if you have a home alarm, theft alarm, can you please give me the code so that I can do the inspection? Or even better, please come and do the inspection with me. Number 10, HVAC. We're going to talk a lot about that at another time. HVAC is a whole day at least. And I got HVAC and air conditioning, keep you busy. They are, again, a big cost. Remembering you're there to tell the potential buyer what big costs might be coming down the pike. Having to replace a boiler or a water heater are examples of pretty big costs. I just did a water heater recently with my brother. If you know what you're doing, you got clean hands. We were able to swap out a water heater in half an hour. If you don't know what you're doing, it might take days, or worse, you might connect it badly, and you might have venting problems in your house, and you might have carbon monoxide poisoning. Roofing materials quickly that fail a home inspection. Again, the roof has so many different ways to go wrong. We talked about the waterproofing and water screen nature of roofing, but we also think about the joints, the flashing, it all comes back to water falls from the sky, hits the building, and once it hits the building, you got to find a way to get it away from the building to a safe place without causing an erosion factor that is, of course, so powerful in water. Number 12, asbestos. I think we spent a little time on asbestos last time. Again, the challenge of asbestos is the knowing when it's risky, when it's dangerous. Again, law says it's dangerous all the time, but managing your risk and protecting yourself when you're doing an inspection. You may want to do the whole inspection with a mask. Well, these days we have to, right? But a year ago, before COVID, you still wanted to wear a mask in any place you might have suspected asbestos. Radon. This is more. We talked about this in the foundation chapter. This is a gas that filters up from the ground. It actually starts as uranium, loses a couple of neutrons, and actually becomes a gas, as radon. A lot of complexity. I'm not going to go to the physics or geopolitics of that, but I would say that radon is everywhere and very, very high in New York State, particularly. And it is something you have to manage and take care of. Lead paint, wow. It's hard for us to imagine, but my 1968 copy of the building code has an advertisement for the Dutch Boy White Lead Paint Company. Why? Because white lead paint was the best paint out there. And guess what? It still is. Again, it took me until the 90s to realize they could replace white lead with titanium. And titanium's a little less dangerous than lead, at least for now. And again, for a while, you had to use the lead paints to get the red and the white, the strong colors that were often done. So when you see older houses, kind of make the assumption that that paint is polluted, or that there's lead in the paint, also lead in the pipes. You want to be checking for pipes as well. Now, certain building violations can screw up a deal. Things like an illegally built deck may cause a problem. In New York City, building violations can also become a problem. They should be solved before closing. If they're not, then it's up to the closing people whether they want to solve. They may be a grounds for not closing. And questions. I've been talking all day and haven't heard a whole lot of questions, but A, there's my email. B, anybody got any questions out there? Any thoughts for today? We've covered a lot of ground. I can say sayonara and goodbye, or we can chat for a few minutes. So again, I throw out comments. Nobody?
Can you just go over the test a little bit? Actual test?
What's that again?
Can you hear me? The test, actual test, the state test?
I don't have the official national test. I did, however, send you guys a copy of a PowerPoint that has, I believe, 300 home inspection questions on it. There's also a video on YouTube of 50 home inspection questions. And I sent you an outline of the state test by email. If you didn't get that email, please let me know.
Okay, thank you.
And most importantly, it's on the Dropbox as well. Again, just Google, National Home Inspector Test sample test, and you'll get it off Google, or again, check my emails because I'm pretty sure I've already sent it to you. So again, for study materials, use the book. If you don't have the book, some of you haven't received the book from John yet. Good news is on my Dropbox, there are entire textbooks to supplement this. Again, YouTube is a spectacular. Here's the secret, guys. This is the best way to study in the world. You run a YouTube video in the background of inspection, and you're reading the book at the same time. And there's literally hundreds of hours of really good in home inspection, similar to mine. In many ways, better to mine because they were able to teach in a classroom, which I can't offer you. We can't take you guys to a classroom these days. But there's plenty of good training online. And again, I'd love to take you on some of my inspections, but I can't. But when you are ready for the part 5 to get the inspections, John has people that in the past have taken people around. I think Sarah may have done that. I don't know if anybody else has done that yet. And again, when inspections are available, the home inspectors are out there, and you can ask really any home inspector or architect that's doing houses to do it. My particular projects, I can't. I may be able to do it in not this week, but next week. If I do, I'll definitely reach out to everybody. I do have a house in the Bronx. I'm going to do the preliminary inspection this week, and I might be able to invite you for the final inspection coming up. And it might give you some interesting insight. So my voice is shot. My day has been long, and I hope you guys all survived, and I hope it didn't get bored to tears. So I don't know. What do we say? Goodbye.
Thanks,
Hello?
Brian.
Okay.
Hello, Brian?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Mintu, how are you?
What's
Mintu,
Mintu? Hi, Mintu. What's up?
Inspector Mintu.
Inspector Mintu. I think you're a broker too, right? So again, I hope
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
I hope you're doing some good deals right now. I know you're out in
Uh,
Jamaica. That one guy, by the way, we never did much with it. I hope he was able to move that house forward, but who knows? The again, we are, real estate. You have to ask. You might look at 100 properties before you find one you want to act on. If anybody has quick questions, hi Brian, what do you think of this property? 90% of the time I can just punch it up in DOB and I can punch it up on Straight View and I can tell you everything about the property. So if you ever need just a quick 5 minutes, send me an email and when I'm back at my office, I'll try to be able to give you a perspective on what you might want to know about the building. You're more than welcome to send me emails. And again, people do all the time. And again, I'll save you 4 hours of work. I'll do it in 2 minutes. So if it takes more than 2 minutes, then we'll figure something out. But if it becomes 4 hours, then we got to start talking about other ways. But again, the if you see things during an inspection and you don't know what they are, it's often good to send it out as an email to other people and say, hey, do you recognize what this is? What is this crazy boiler? And I'll say that's a 1959 American Standard double boiler or something like that. And again, having a network is an important thing. And oh, looks like Mintu's driving away. Welcome, Mintu. But so anyway, on that note, guys, I'm going to wrap up for the night and try to fix the slides because all the pictures got messed up. And does anybody have any open questions? Going once. Kara, you good?
Yes. Have a good one.
Okay.
Bye.
Take care. Bye. So let's lock and load, everybody. Have a wonderful night. Take care. And
Thank.
as they say in
What's the dry
Japan,
end unit?
what's that? Well, I'm not sure I caught that. Generally, everybody be safe and sayonara.